Don't believe me? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The three great marshals are the foundations the Federation laid out the moment the military was formed. They can't be overturned. You're daydreaming if you want to overturn their rule. Song Lang was ambitious but he wouldn't collaborate with a maniac. I'll let them exist in name. Ling Xiao patted the huge branch beside him lightly and the tree withered. It cracked loudly before disintegrating, turning into a pile of wood shavings. As the tree disintegrated, they calmly landed to the ground. Song Lang squinted his eyes at Ling Xiao's blatant threat. Ling Xiao just smiled and looked at him calmly. He was waiting for Song Lang's reply. Okay, I'll listen to you. Song Lang's expression constantly changed as he tried to spit those words out. Luckily, he managed to calm down in the end. Your reply, I like it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but, I'll have to trouble Brigade Leader Song Lang to head back with me. Song Lang stared at Ling Xiao for a few seconds. Suddenly, he laughed. I thought you'll want to see General Ling Xiao's son. Ling Xiao replied, I don't care about Ling Xiao. Why would L be concerned about his son? Really? But he's your rival. Song Lang immediately exposed Ren Feiyu's lie. I'm the one alive, right? Ling Xiao gave a devilish smile. There's no use mentioning someone who's dead. Ling Lan isn't a simple person. If he's given enough time, he might be your obstacle, Song Lang said indifferently. A sharp look flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. Are you telling me that I should clear my obstacles beforehand? Song Lang shook his head. I'm just speaking the truth. You make your own decisions. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. I remember that you have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao knows that you're scheming against his child secretly, he might want to kill you. Killing intent appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It only lasted for a split second so no one noticed it, including Song Lang who was standing opposite him. Since he wants to rely on himself and not cooperate with us, he must show us that he has the ability to act alone. If he doesn't, then it's good to let him experience some setbacks. Otherwise, he won't know his limits and understand what's best for him. Song Lang remained indifferent. Interesting. Breeding poison, Ling Xiao smiled. Let's see if Ling Lan is able to escape from Planet General. It looks like you know something. Song Lang glanced at Ling Xiao in surprise. Ling Xiao shook his head. No, I don't know anything. However, I do know that some are still worried about him so they will definitely do something about him. Are you not of them? I thought you were really afraid of his future. Song Lang looked at Ling Xiao curiously. If Ling Lan was given time to grow stronger, he would come back and finish each and every one of them off. He would think that Ren Feiyu was one of the people that was most afraid of Ling Lan's potential. Now, it seemed that Ren Feiyu didn't care about Ling Lan at all. Instead, he wanted to watch a good show. Only weaklings will be afraid. Without a good opponent, things will get boring. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. He was happy to see this. He could imagine his daughter racking her brain to come up with schemes against him. It would be quite cute. It's good to be confident. Song Lang praised lightly. He hoped that this wasn't just blind confidence. While Ren Feiyu regarded Ling Lan as someone unworthy of serious considerations, Song Lang felt that Ling Lan was a powerful opponent. Once the time was right, he would rise above everyone else. However, whether Ren Feiyu would suffer losses in the future didn't matter to him. He was just Ren Feiyu's collaborator, not his comrade. He wasn't close enough to warn him out of the kindness of his heart. Why don't we have a bet? Ling Xiao seemed interested in the topic of Ling Lan. Bet? On what? Song Lang asked in surprise. Whether Ling Lan will be able to leave Planet General and leave the Federation, Ling Xiao replied. Song Lang frowned slightly. What is your bet? I bet that he'll be able to escape unscathed, Ling Xiao said firmly. He believed in his daughter. If his daughter wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop her unless a God-class operator was sent out. However, since she was still his daughter, the Federation wouldn't send out a God-class operator just to kill her as this would spark public outrage. If no God-class operator was sent to stop Ling Lan, Ling Xiao couldn't think of a reason why she couldn't leave. You have so much trust in Ling Lan. Song Lang also hoped that Ling Lan was able to escape but he didn't have as much confidence as Ren Feiyu had in Ling Lan. He wondered if Ren Feiyu was speaking the opposite of his thoughts or did he really believe Ling Lan wholeheartedly. Let's wait for the outcome. If I win, you're going to help me with something. Ling Xiao turned and prepared to leave. San Lang frowned. What is it? I'll tell you when I win. It won't be something you can't do. Ling Xiao's figure moved further and further away. In the end, he disappeared from San Lang's sight. San Lang's expression slowly turned serious. He sighed. I underestimated him. However, we won't know who will win in the end. Let's wait and see. He disappeared on the spot after he finished speaking. As for Ling Lan, he had probably gone to the commercial street while he was talking to Ling Xiao. As a brigade leader from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, that wasn't a place where he should go. Ling Lan missed the chance to meet her father who had changed his identity and body. But, her appearance at the commercial street helped Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang to get out of their crisis. At first, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang wanted to drag the couple following them into their domains. However, after dragging them into their domains, the frightened look on the faces of the couple slowly disappeared. They gave a delighted smile instead. Li Lanfeng frowned slightly. It looks like you've already discovered our identity. Was there a traitor in Ling Tian who leaked their identity to the military? Li Lanfeng always liked to think of the worst scenario, so when he discovered that his identity was unveiled, he felt that there might be a traitor in his team. Nope. The relationship between the Ling Tian Independent Army and Lieutenant General Ling is too close. We have to guard against you fully, the man smiled and replied. If it's me, they might betray me. But, he is Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng immediately toppled his own guess. He didn't trust himself, but all his comrades were groomed by Ling Lan personally. He couldn't think of anyone that had the courage to betray Ling Lan. Ling Lan's invincible image was still instilled deeply in the minds of everyone in Ling Tian. No one would be foolish enough to betray Ling Lan if they still wanted to remain alive. There must be a source for your information. Li Lanfeng pondered for a long time before arriving at this conclusion. This was the only possibility, as they had only smiled after they sensed his domain. Li Lanfeng had sharp eyes. He noticed all the hidden expressions on the two people's faces. It must have something to do with their domain concept. Li Lanfeng came up with this conclusion based on the expressions of his opponents. It had to be said that Li Lanfeng's critical thinking ability was amazing. His prediction was very close to the truth. It looks like we have to be careful. We can't go back to Ling Tian now, and we can't use our domain concept too. If not, we might be discovered. Li Lanfeng already sensed their dire situation. He didn't know how Ling Tian would explain their presence, but he believed that Han Jijian wouldn't be so stupid to admit it directly. If he stated that they were attacked by an unknown faction, they could still return as victims and condemn the security of Planet General. He could be more straightforward by pretending to start a fight and demanding an explanation from the security department of Planet General. That was the best solution. Li Lanfeng didn't know if Han Jijian was able to break free from his conservative thoughts and make such a shameless move. If he was the one making the decision, he would definitely choose the second option and make a huge scene out of it. He would recruit up some fake parents for the victims and ask them to condemn the military headquarters. I'm just curious why Lieutenant General Ling had to hide his identity. Everyone is waiting for him to return. The man of the couple was puzzled. From his viewpoint, the child of a hero wouldn't be punished unless he committed a huge crime like betraying the country. Lieutenant General Ling ignored the military command many times during the war between Twilight and the Federation. He acted alone and got surrounded by his enemies, so General Ling Xiao went to save him and died in the process. But, all these are not serious crimes. If he came back and apologized to everyone, they would all forgive him even if they had some grievances in the end. Lieutenant General Ling is still young, so it's normal that he acts rashly. Li Lanfeng smiled but didn't reply. At times like this, keeping silent was the best decision. The other party was now in control of the conversation. He mustn't give them any chances to obtain any more information. Escaping is not a good solution. A soldier should be brave enough to bear the consequences of his actions. The man appeared unhappy when Li Lanfeng didn't reply to him. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Ling Tian was filled with people who shrink in the face of danger. However, no matter what he said to infuriate him, Li Lanfeng just continued smiling at him silently. There's no use talking to you nicely. It seems like we have to invite you by force. The man finally got impatient, especially after looking at Li Lanfeng's fake smile. A huge flame appeared on his palm. The hot air quickly spread in the air and rushed towards Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng looked up and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him. The hot air was absorbed into the black whirlpool. It couldn't pass through this black barrier. Humph. The man snorted. He pushed his right hand towards Li Lanfeng furiously. The flame left his hand and turned into a fire dragon. It opened its mouth ferociously and charged at Li Lanfeng. The fire dragon wanted to pass through the black whirlpool, but when it flew high above the black whirlpool, the fire dragon started to get sucked into the whirlpool uncontrollably. After a few seconds, it fell directly into the black whirlpool. The man's expression changed slightly. He was always in control of his fire dragon, but in that instant, he suddenly lost control of it. He felt as though the connection between his fire dragon and him was cut off. Even though his first attack failed, he was unwilling to give up. He moved his hands and multiple fire dragons appeared. They danced furiously in the air and rushed towards Li Lanfeng in a deadly swarm. Li Lanfeng raised his head and looked at the group of fire dragons raining down on him and frowned. In response, he spread his hands out slightly. The black whirlpool that was around his height suddenly erupted and covered half of his domain territory. His body was also covered up by the black whirlpool. The multiple fire dragons seemed to have lost their direction. They uncontrollably flew towards the middle of the whirlpool and got swallowed by it. Li Lanfeng's body started getting distorted too. This weird scene made the man following him feel uncomfortable. He felt like vomiting. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Li Lanfeng lifted his right hand, which seemed to have been lengthened from the distortion, and a deformed scythe appeared from thin air. The black scythe, which represented death, floated in mid-air. The sound of metal chains scraping against each other was heard, inciting fear in the heart of the man. They were both domain realm masters, but his opponent's domain concept was extremely weird. He even felt that if that scythe just slightly touched him, he would die. The man could feel death approaching him, so he decisively broke the signal device in his hands. Li Lanfeng sensed his actions and threw his scythe out, while the metal chains on the scythe suddenly shot in 3 different directions. Bam! 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 After the 3 earth-shattering impacts, 3 different people appeared in his domain. One had a broadsword in his hand, one had wind spheres all around him, and the last one was holding a silver-gray giant hammer. They were named after their unique specialties, namely broadsword, wind, and hammer. The man who fought with Li Lanfeng earlier was codenamed Fire. Luckily, you came in time. I almost failed. Fire heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his 3 comrades. We were watching the situation from the outside. What happened? Is he hard to deal with? Broadsword asked as he glanced at the sinister-looking Li Lanfeng. His domain is special. I've never seen anything like his domain before. Fire furrowed his brows. He hated fighting with special domain realm masters. There was no information about special domains, so he had to take things as they came along. Moreover, improvising in battle was not his strong suit. Interesting. Let's slowly attack him together. Hammer knocked his hammer on his hand and laughed. No matter how powerful Li Lanfeng's domain was, once the energy of his domain was depleted, he would be powerless against them. It was 4 against 1. No matter how he looked at it, they would win. If you come here, is everything outside going to be okay? Fire asked worriedly. No problem. Our leader is keeping watch outside. If something happens, he'll inform us. We can quickly take care of him and wait for Ling Lan to come back. In their eyes, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang had no chance of escaping. Thus, they started bragging shamelessly in front of Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng sneered. He didn't have the confidence to refute the first sentence, but they wouldn't stand a chance against Ling Lan. Moreover, they would have a hard time finishing him too. Li Lanfeng clenched his left fist and his entire domain territory got distorted. Li Lanfeng smiled. He hadn't told his opponent that the black whirlpool was his domain. Wind turned solemn when he saw the whirlpool getting increasingly distorted. This is bad. Break his domain. The space around him had just started distorting, but his wind spheres had already turned unstable. If the entire area got distorted fully, their domain might be damaged, which would be tragic for domain realm masters. The only way to stop this was to break his opponent's domain and drag him into their domain. Facebook, Twitter, more. They chose to enter Li Lanfeng's domain because they thought that the 4 of them together would finish off Li Lanfeng quickly in his domain, which in turn would give them more time to prepare for Ling Lan's arrival. They were basically underestimating Li Lanfeng. However, now, it seemed like their decision to enter Li Lanfeng's domain was a mistake. They should have destroyed Li Lanfeng's domain and then dragged him into their own domains. The 4 of them signaled at each other with their forefingers, and all of their domains were activated simultaneously. They had been in the same team since they were young and they had basically never worked apart from each other, so obviously, they would have seamless teamwork. Soon, an amalgamation of domains were formed as they connected into a line and went against Li Lanfeng's domain. Even if Li Lanfeng's special domain was stronger than the average domains, their domain amalgamation was still able to pierce through Li Lanfeng's domain. As his domain shattered like a piece of glass, Li Lanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, the domain amalgamation split apart into 4 separate domain energies and charged towards him at the same time. When Li Lanfeng saw the incoming energy projectiles, his eyes gleamed like the stars in the sky as the scythe in his hand grew larger by several meters. After the scythe grew until it was around 12 meters tall, it broke off into 4 equal-sized pieces as it flew towards the 4 domain energy projectiles. Just as the scythe slightly touched the domain energy projectiles, it began to shake a little before the energy projectiles were instantly erased by it. It was as though they had been formatted by the system of the planet they were in, completely vanishing in the blink of an eye. Blood continued to drip from the corner of Li Lanfeng's lips uncontrollably. His beautiful face was filled with smears of blood and grime, scabs that were a few centimeters long, and some bruises to top it all off. However, what he gained from getting such horrendous injuries was stalling against 4 domain realm masters. Li Lanfeng looked at his opponents with a cold look on his face. He had long discovered that not only was he facing the attacks from 4 domain realm masters, Luo Lang was also experiencing the same thing. Similarly, Luo Lang also had 4 domain realm masters attacking him. However, Luo Lang could freely optimize his domains against his opponents through mixing his personality. He was more suitable in fights against multiple opponents. In reality, in terms of numbers, who could actually defeat Luo Lang who had an infinite number of personalities? It was only due to the fact that Luo Lang was currently not strong that he couldn't bring out too many different personalities, and thus limiting his fighting strength. If he had actually reached a point where he could bring out any amount of personalities, even Ling Lan had said that it would be annoying to face Luo Lang in battle. Of course, this wasn't why Li Lanfeng felt that they were in a rut. It was because he had discovered that other than the 8 people fighting them, there were also 2 others who were just viewing them fighting. There was one leaning against the pole next to the staircase while the other was leaning against the wall. They were also people who activated their domains to contain the commotion their fight was causing. These 2 people were undoubtedly not regular domain realm masters since they were able to contain the domain energies of 10 of them. They were definitely titled domain realm formidable warriors. They might even be the types who were infinitely close to becoming imperial stage domain experts. Unluckily, Li Lanfeng had only been able to send them glances, stopping him from accurately determining how strong those 2 were. Even though Li Lanfeng was quite capable in gauging the strength of his opponents through his outstanding spiritual power, he still couldn't sense anything. If he couldn't sense anything, then either those 2 opponents had special barriers that could block his senses or they were just so much stronger than him that he could detect them. However, no matter how strong these 2 were, their existence was bad news for him and Luo Lang, especially when they were already in a tough situation. Right as Li Lanfeng was trying his hardest to think of ways to get out of their situation, the 2 people waiting for the 2 groups to finish their battle were becoming somewhat impatient. "So, you still want to wait?" asked the person leaning on the pole. "It doesn't matter, the result will be us winning either way." The person leaning on the wall had his hands in his pockets with an uncaring expression on his face. If all 10 of them moved out and they couldn't capture these 3 people, then they should just hand over their lives as payment for their poor performance. "We'll take care of these 2 first and then there will be no issue. Ling Lan should be back when we finish these 2 off." The person leaning on the pole yawned dismissively. It was actually quite boring to just watch from the sidelines. "It's fine. Just wait for a little longer. The chief has said that Lieutenant General Ling is quite strong and might be stronger than us by a stage. If that is really true, then we would need to work together." These 2 didn't look like they belonged in the same team. Maybe the chief thought too highly of him. "How old is Lieutenant General Ling and how old are we? If he actually was stronger than us, doesn't that mean we are actually useless?" said the person leaning on the pole annoyedly. "You can't say that. Did you forget about General Ling Xiao? After all, he is his child. It's quite normal that he's outstanding as well." The person leaning on the wall seemed to idolize Ling Xiao a bit. He truly acknowledged the possibility of Ling Lan having incredible talent. Didn't the Federation's military medical research facility discover that the talents of the descendants of God-class operators would be reduced to nil? The person leaning on the pole didn't believe that Ling Lan could be stronger than them. But General Ling Xiao, he's already an existence that cannot be explained. He also advanced into a God-class operator at such a young age. Additionally, the amount of merits he had built up in his rank were all like as if he was cheating. So having a son who doesn't walk a normal path is quite normal. The person leaning on the wall had completely pictured Ling Xiao as some godlike figure. Not going to talk to you about this anymore. You're a crazy fan of Ling Xiao. As long as there was something connected to General Ling Xiao, your mind will always be in the clouds. The person leaning on the pole facepalmed. How could he forget that this teammate of his had this problem? He shouldn't have attempted to talk to him about General Ling Xiao in a logical manner. You're looking down on me. When was my head in the clouds? The person leaning on the wall raised his eyebrows. He didn't let up and said, it is because my mind is fully logical that I decided to cooperate with you to ask Lieutenant General Ling to report back to the military headquarters. He can't just stay out there in the galaxy, after all he is General Ling Xiao's only son. I need to do something for General Ling Xiao and keep Lieutenant General Ling safe. That's why Lieutenant General Ling is too young and impulsive. He was convinced into believing that the Federation did General Ling Xiao wrong. In the end, wasn't it because he didn't follow orders, did his own thing and fell into an ambush, which forced General Ling Xiao to fall into Caesar and Twilight's trap? All in all, wasn't the person who caused General Ling Xiao's death Lieutenant General Ling himself? The person leaning on the pole didn't see Ling Lan in a good light, especially after obtaining some inside information. After knowing that the person who caused General Ling Xiao's death was Ling Lan, he hated him even more. It was because of a punk who didn't listen to orders that the Federation lost a godly figure. The strongest future, no, the strongest God-class operator. They had also heard that General Ling Xiao had reached the profound God class. This made them feel pain in their hearts after hearing that news. Alright, after all he's Ling Xiao's son. We still have to cut him some slack and save some face for him. Didn't the military headquarters send us here to ask him to go back because they wanted to save him from further embarrassment as well? Didn't they also want to clear up the misunderstanding? The person leaning on the wall still had a good feeling about Ling Lan. After all, he was his idol's son. He hoped that Ling Lan could live happier. Alright, let's stop talking. The person leaning on the pole raised his hands like he was surrendering to show that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, saying bad things about Ling Xiao's son to a crazy Ling Xiao fan would definitely not be a fun conversation to continue. They quickly stopped their useless conversation and continued to spectate the two groups that were fighting. After the two groups finished off their respective opponents, they would group up and face Ling Lan all together. Right at that moment, the eyes of the person leaning on the pole suddenly froze. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the empty ground not far from him. After a few seconds, a silhouette of a person could be seen slowly appearing there. Although the person wore a female soldier's uniform, the presence he gave off didn't feel anything like a female. The cold look in his eyes gave him a chill that rushed up from his foot all the way up to his head. Thank you for taking care of my two comrades, he said calmly. Before the person leaning on the pole could even say a word, he felt as though he had fallen into an icy cave. The bone-chilling cold made everything feel like they had slowed down to a snail's pace. He couldn't distinguish if a few minutes had passed or seconds. Before he could warn his comrades about the new arrival, that person had already disappeared without a trace. What is happening? He looked around in shock. He discovered that the two groups who had been battling furiously had stopped some time ago. The two groups looked at each other in confusion, looking as though they had no idea what had happened. Team leader Kong, did you sense him as well? He looked at his comrade who was leaning on the wall. Yeah. Team leader Kong's expression was frozen as he looked towards a certain direction and answered in a certain tone. Was he Lieutenant General Ling? He gulped audibly. At first, he was calling Ling Lan by her name, but now he referred to Ling Lan with her title respectfully. It's probably him. It can only be him. Team leader Kong felt like his entire body had turned into an ice-cold corpse. That feeling came swiftly and deadly. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang had already disappeared from their sight. To be able to take them away silently without us reacting, that kind of strength, the person leaning on the pole looked at team leader Kong with cold sweat on his head. The words, Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior, quickly appeared in his mind. That's why I said don't look down on General Ling Xiao's son. Their bloodline is full of cheat codes. Team leader Kong smiled ruefully as he shook his head. At first, he wanted to find a chance to talk to Lieutenant General Ling peacefully. Now, it seemed Lieutenant General Ling didn't even want to give him a chance to even meet him. How are we going to write the report? A slight look of shame appeared on this team leader's face. He remembered being all confident and dismissive about Ling Lan in front of his chief. Now, they were totally played by Ling Lan in the palm of her hands. He could feel his cheeks turning red from embarrassment. Oh you. Team leader Kong also remembered his comrade's dismissive attitude from before. Now, even if you were to speak the truth, no one would believe you. Lieutenant General Ling had already reached the Imperial realm, or perhaps an even higher stage. If they stated that it was the reason why they failed their mission, their colleagues probably would think that it was an excuse for their failure. Imperial realm before the age of 25. That was indeed quite unbelievable. Now the only thing we can do is to make sure we corroborate our reports. We'll say that he was too cautious, so he discovered us when we got close, so we didn't have a chance to surround him, and thus he got away. Team leader Kong still wanted to be able to stand with his head held up high in front of his colleagues. By reporting like this, although they had failed, they could just make themselves seem unprepared to capture Ling Lan, not like how it actually was, being totally rolled over by Ling Lan. Plus, if they actually reported the truth, no one would believe them. They could only make up a reason that everyone could accept. The person leaning on the pole thought for a moment. Other than that, they didn't have any other way of writing a sensible report. In the end, he could only agree with a sullen look on his face. Of course, they didn't forget to remind their team members of this. Their team members also didn't want the news of them losing a 4-against-1 to be known by others. Even if their team leader didn't remind them, they wouldn't tell anyone of such a shameful performance. Just like that, in order to save face and to not let anyone make fun of them or misunderstand, they reported those words in the end. The military headquarters totally didn't suspect anything. In reality, they had already known that Li Lanfeng had followed Ling Lan there. He was a very perceptive individual, so it was normal that they were discovered. Thus, the fact of Ling Lan being an Imperial realm formidable warrior became hidden away just like that. Of course, these two team leaders only guessed that was the case. After calming down and thinking about it, they also believed that it was impossible that Ling Lan was an Imperial realm formidable warrior. Theoretically, domain realm masters who were on par with them were able to slow them down and cause them to hallucinate for a short period of time, like what Ling Lan did just now. Then that person would be able to take others away and save them. If he was actually stronger than them, like being an Imperial stage domain expert, he would have just needed to completely overpower them. He didn't need to use that method to save his comrades and then leave. The two of them felt that that was the truth of what happened, so the feeling of shame in their hearts instantly disappeared. After all, they didn't hide much in their reports. The opponent was indeed overly cautious, found an opening and got away. At that moment, Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, and Luo Lang went into a random person's house and hid there. If the military headquarters knew they were on Planet General, hotels and hostels wouldn't be suitable for them to hide in since they required their identification cards. Without little for, Ling Lan felt it was inconvenient everywhere she went and was in danger of exposing themselves at any moment. Faced with an overpowering mainframe of the Federation, Li Lanfeng could only block off partial amounts of information. He couldn't go around the mainframe and enter flawless data to create new identities. This was why they could only stay at one place for a short while. Otherwise, the mainframe would discover that there was something wrong with the place they were staying at. In reality, planets nowadays were all under surveillance through one mainframe. However, this type of surveillance inevitably had places where it was white space or other parts where it didn't function as well. Those places were the average residential districts. Although there was still surveillance equipment in these districts, security wasn't as tight. At most, every street would have one surveillance camera. Li Lanfeng chose a house with no one living in it out of the many average houses around them. It was only for hiding themselves for a short while. A house with no one living in it was the most suitable choice. The three of them chose a living room in the attic and sat on the floor. "We can't go back to Lingtian," said Li Lanfeng. "I don't understand, how did we expose ourselves?" Luo Lang pulled on his hair in frustration. They clearly disguised themselves very well. He didn't want to suspect his friends, but reality was forcing him to think that way. That feeling of distrust made him frustrated and annoyed. Don't think too much. It has nothing to do with Qi Long and the others. The Federation's Military Headquarters Research Institute invented a new tool that can detect domain concept energies. We were discovered probably when we activated our domains. That's how we were caught, Ling Lan said calmly. She knew what Luo Lang was frustrated about from his expressions. It's pretty much the same as what I had predicted. I have been thinking that there was something that they used to detect our presence. I just didn't think it could detect domain concept energies, said Li Lanfeng. Does that mean if we don't activate our domains, they wouldn't be able to find us? Luo Lang's eyes glimmered. But if we don't use domain energy, can we change our looks? Li Lanfeng thought of another possibility why they were being followed. Although they could change the way they looked without activating their domains, they still needed to control the domain energies within themselves to adjust the muscles on their faces. He didn't know whether that tool could also detect that as well. To be safe, we can't use this method to disguise ourselves anymore. Ling Lan wasn't certain, but she didn't want to take the risk. They were at the headquarters of the military. Once they were discovered by their enemy, they would be surrounded instantly. There was nowhere to hide. That's not the problem. Most importantly, how are we going to leave Planet General without Ling Tian? Li Lanfeng brought forward the cruel reality to their attention. They were stuck on Planet General without being able to board the commercial starships. Even if they managed to get on a starship, they wouldn't be able to hide their identities using their disguise or their domain concepts. The mainframe would see through their disguise quickly. Using their domain concept was a good idea, but now, the military had a device that was able to detect their domain concept energy. This path of retreat was crossed out. Wait, Ling Lan replied calmly. Wait? Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan in surprise. Being passive wasn't Ling Lan's style. He always liked to seek opportunities. On the way to Planet General, I accidentally saw something interesting. Ling Lan smiled when she saw Li Lanfeng's astonished gaze. Normally, the smile would make Ling Lan's aura warmer, but Li Lanfeng felt that her smile seemed a little devilish. His instinct told him that he shouldn't ask Ling Lan what she was talking about. However, even though he didn't ask, someone else would. The equally confused Luo Lang asked naturally, "What is it?" Ling Lan lifted her right hand slowly and pointed at Li Lanfeng. The smile on her face got brighter. Li Yinfei. Ah! Luo Lang turned to look at Li Lanfeng. He remembered the first time he saw Li Lanfeng's real appearance. He was so dumbfounded he asked his boss if he brought Li Yinfei back to be his third wife. Back then, his boss just replied to him with a forceful knock on his head. Fortunately, Li Lanfeng also had a good temper, so he just smiled at him and didn't get angry. Luo Lang felt that if someone thought he was a woman and even took him as someone's wife, he might have beaten the person up badly. So, from that moment onwards, Luo Lang had a really good impression of Li Lanfeng. He felt that Li Lanfeng was a very good person and was very forgiving. This was Luo Lang's own thoughts. If his comrades knew about this, they would snort and continue snorting. Then, they would release a thesis of at least 5,000 words about hypocrites. They would warn Luo Lang against judging a book by its cover and asked him to be aware of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Lanfeng was a perfect example of such a person. Li Lanfeng felt the corners of his lips twitching. As expected, Ling Lan's smile was full of evil intentions. However, what Ling Lan hinted allowed Li Lanfeng to understand what she wanted to do. I remember that Li Yinfei is going to attend the ceremony celebrating the return of the soldiers. Li Lanfeng didn't like Li Yinfei, but as a strategist, he mustn't let go of any factor he could exploit. It'll happen 3 days later. Ling Lan stood up and walked to the window. Through the gaps of the curtains, she could see the passerbys walking outside. She continued calmly, "Now, we must think of a way to let her apply to leave Planet General as soon as possible after the ceremony ends." Li Lanfeng squinted his eyes as he contemplated. Substituting one for another. Yes. Li Yinfei had her own personal starship. After Ling Lan's identity was exposed, she came up with this idea. After all, there was a real Li Yinfei beside her. The military didn't know this, so this was their best chance to leave Planet General. The two of them smiled at each other. They understood each other without the need for words. Only Luo Lang remained confused. They only spoke a few words and they were already starting to act. He felt that he was still in the dark. Soon, the Ling Tian Independent Army received a summon for a questioning from the military headquarters. Why didn't they inform the military headquarters of Ling Lan and the other two people's presence on Planet General? The people who participated in this matter answered with only one statement. They just state that they didn't know their commander was here. Hence, they didn't conceal his presence. The headquarters pointed out that Ling Lan and the two other people were disguised as 3 JMCs from their army. The moment this was mentioned, the representative from Ling Tian flipped the script and lashed out at the representative from the headquarters. The representative from Ling Tian said that they had already received the report from their logistics department. They already knew that 3 JMCs were missing, so they informed their soldiers, who were shopping outside, to look for them. However, there was no news after a few days' worth of searching. They were already preparing to report this matter to the headquarters to seek their help in finding the three JMCs. Han Jijian changed his passive style of doing things and directly reprimanded the headquarters. Did their JMCs get in danger because the security on Planet General wasn't tight enough? Once this question was asked, everyone in Lingtian turned furious at the same time. All of them demanded an answer from the headquarters within 24 hours. If not, the Lingtian Independent Army wouldn't let them off so easily. The people from Lingtian denied the accusation and insisted that the three JMCs were real. In the past, Little Four created some fake soldier identities in Lingtian so that Ling Lan was able to do some dirty work with them. Hence, the mainframe was unable to detect any loopholes in the system. It couldn't find any evidence to prove that the three JMCs were fake or problematic, so the headquarters couldn't do anything about Lingtian's accusations. They knew that there was something wrong with the Lingtian Independent Army, but they couldn't force them to answer their questions when their backs were against the wall. This was because Lingtian wasn't a normal independent army. It was the independent army of Ling Xiao's only son, Ling Lan. The death of Ling Xiao and the disappearance of Ling Lan caused everyone to place their attention on the Lingtian Independent Army. If the military forced the Lingtian Independent Army, Lingtian just needed to appear wronged and the public would misunderstand the military, thinking that they were trying to snatch the things that belonged to Ling Xiao and Ling Lan while they were gone. The military indeed had this intention, but they couldn't be too obvious with it. If not, they would cause public discontent. They might even lose their positions if Lingtian and the public worked together to push the matter. In the end, the people from the military headquarters left Lingtian dishearteningly. This matter was pushed aside, but the surveillance over Lingtian got even tighter. They believed that Ling Lan and her group were hiding on Planet General. At the same time, they kept a close watch of all the starships at the spaceport to prevent Ling Lan from having any chances of leaving. At this moment, Han Shuya ran over anxiously. She shouted at Qi Long and the other people, "This is bad. Little White is missing." "How did it go missing?" Qi Long jumped up from his seat and asked loudly. "Luo Chao and I were talking about Boss. We said that Boss most likely won't return to Lingtian." Then Little White jumped up and ran away. Han Shuya felt frustrated. "I misspoke in front of it. I forgot that Little White understands human language." Luo Chao was a step slower than Han Shuya. She ran in too. "I asked Jelan just now and Jelan told me she has no idea where Little White is." Luo Chao arrived later than Han Shuya because she had gone to ask the starship's mainframe, Jelan, first. After hearing about Little White's disappearance, Qi Long slowly stood up and said with certainty in his tone, "Little White probably went to find Boss." "But how could it know where Boss is when we don't even know?" asked Han Shuya frustratingly. "We can't find Boss, but it doesn't mean Little White can't find him." Qi Long let out a forlorn sigh. "Boss and Little White have a special way of communicating. Don't forget how Boss found us in the first place. But what if Little White got lost?" Han Shuya was still worried about Little White's safety. Luo Chao nodded in agreement with a face full of concern. How could a tiny white blob be able to survive in the cruel, harsh world? "Don't worry, Little White is very strong. It might even be stronger than us. Back then, didn't Boss let out Little White in the wild from time to time? And didn't Little White come back safely each and every time?" Qi Long patiently comforted them, slowly easing them out of their concerns. "If Little White can't find Boss, I trust that it will find its way back to us." Han Shuya and Luo Chao remembered what happened in the past, and it was indeed just the same as what Qi Long had said. They temporarily stopped their worrying. They didn't know whether they should hope for Little White to find its way to Boss or to not find him and come back. No matter which one it was, they hoped Little White was safe. In their hearts, Little White wasn't just some pet, but rather their most loyal and reliable friend. However, the next day, they didn't have time to worry about Little White anymore, as the military headquarters had just notified them that all personnel in charge of Lingtian must participate in the military headquarters conference at 1 p.m. Everyone had their doubt as they rushed to the conference room. Right as they were about to enter the conference room, they were informed by someone sent by Qi Yaoyang, who had been waiting for them, that this conference was about determining who should be Lingtian Independent Army and the 23 RD Division's highest-ranking officer. The reason it was so sudden and why they weren't informed beforehand was because the military headquarters didn't want them to make any preparations, catching them off guard. After hearing about it, everyone from Lingtian got nervous. However, they could do nothing about it now. The conference was about to start, and they couldn't just delay it because they weren't prepared beforehand. After entering the conference room, they saw the members of the military headquarters all in their respective seats. There were also a few representatives from ministries of government and representatives from other armies. They almost filled up the entire conference room. Near the front of the conference room, there were a few rows of seats that faced each other on the left and the right side. Qi Long saw the Chief of Staff of the 23rd Division, He Shuyang, sitting in the center of the left side. Next to him was a female Major General, Ms. Lan Luofeng. Qi Long's heart stopped beating for a moment. He turned around towards the name tags on the right side which showed the words, Ling Tian Independent Army. It seemed the seats on the right side were prepared for them. Qi Long gave a look to his comrades, then led the way to the seats on the right side and sat down. Besides Qi Long sat Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. There were also the other brigade leaders and department heads sitting behind them. After a short while, the large screen at the center of them suddenly lit up. Then it split into many smaller screens. In each of the screens, there was a stern-looking general shown within it. Their ranks were from lieutenant general all the way up to general. These were all the generals of the 23 official divisions. In the end, in the 4 screens in the middle, it showed the faces of the 3 marshals. On the 4th showed the Flying Dragon Special Forces highest commanding officer, who didn't appear frequently on these occasions, Ren Feiyu. Seeing essentially the decision-makers of the Federation joining this conference caused a large commotion within the government's representatives. It should be known that only important matters would cause the 3 marshals, the generals and not to mention the person in charge of the Flying Dragon Special Forces to appear. Could this conference be so important that any decision made here would harm the foundation of the Federation? Not only was there commotion in those seated below, even the 3 marshals didn't understand why Ren Feiyu had requested to join this conference. However, the reason Ren Feiyu had given them was reasonable. The 23rd Division was established by Ling Xiao and was considered to be special to the citizens of the Federation. The requirement for the next person in line to take command of the 23rd Division was quite high. Once the chosen individual did not satisfy the citizens or perhaps there was a flaw of some sort, it would cause the people of the Federation to protest against them. The results of that would be devastating. Ren Feiyu believed that a bad decision on their part could be bad enough to affect the peacefulness within the Federation and shake the foundation of the nation. In order to prevent this outcome from happening, the Flying Dragon Special Forces must come out and watch over this conference. They must make sure the next general of the 23rd Division has no underlying problems. Although the 3 marshals were annoyed by Ren Feiyu's rude remarks, they still couldn't reject his proposal. After all, they also didn't want the next general to have any problems in the future, giving Ren Feiyu a chance to uproot them. Although the supervision power of the Flying Dragon Special Forces was considered to be nothing by the 3 marshals, they still didn't want them coming to their houses hounding them every day. After all, dealing with them required time. As people who put time as the most valuable thing, they didn't want to waste their valuable time with the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The official time had reached 1 p.m. The person in charge of the military headquarters, who was also the host for this conference, gestured for the door to be closed. After restricting anyone from entering and leaving, he spoke, "First, I would like to thank the 3 marshals and our generals for participating in this conference. Special thanks to General Ren Feiyu for attending as well. For this conference, our first objective is to determine whether the rewards and merits given to the division who participated in the war against the Twilight Empire have been approved. The second objective in this conference is to discuss who will be the next general of the 23rd Division and who will be the commanding officer for the Ling Tian Independent Army." Everyone had already prepared for the first objective of the conference. After all, there were only 2 days left until the award ceremony. The list of names needed to be approved before the ceremony started. However, the second objective came at a surprise to them. Although everyone knew that the 23rd Division and the Ling Tian Independent Army needed a new leader, it was still a surprise to them. The entire conference room was instantly filled with minute chatters everywhere. The host coughed a few times and the crowd quickly fell silent. Now, we will announce the 3 candidates for the commanding officer of Ling Tian Independent Army. The first candidate is the 11th Division, 17th Brigade Leader, Major General Luo Jichuan. The second is 6th Division, 3rd Brigade Deputy Leader, Major General Zhou Lirong. The third is Ling Tian Independent Army, 3rd Brigade Leader, Major General Qi Long. The first 2 names were both major generals who were well known and around the age of 50. Only Qi Long seemed out of place from the 3 candidates. Everyone believed that even if the Ling Tian Independent Army had an internal candidate, they would have thought it would be Yang Mingji or Lu Furong. After all, these 2 were the deputy commanders of the army. Ranking them up by half a rank and becoming the commander was more logical. No matter if it was age or his position, Qi Long fighting for the position of commander seemed somewhat forced. Some who knew about Qi Long's background surreptitiously looked towards one of the small screens in the center where the 13th Division commander, Qi Yaoyang, was shown. Did Qi Long receive this chance because of his father helping him in the dark? The portfolio of the 3 major generals have already been sent to everyone. You can read them on your own, the host continued. Those people that didn't know the 3 candidates well, especially Qi Long, clicked on the screen in front of them and started reading the information. In the military, major generals weren't highly regarded. There were just too many of them, probably more than 1 million, so to them Qi Long was just an unknown insignificant major general. He didn't achieve any amazing merits, wasn't the one who changed the tides of the war and wasn't the one who led the victory, someone like Ling Lan. To the soldiers, they didn't think much of those soldiers who rose to major general rank according to routine. There were many major generals who didn't have any power too, making their title just a title. But, soon, many people were astounded. Qi Long was young but his track record was even more outstanding than the other 2 generals who were twice his age. Whether it was during the battle on planet Haijiao, the battle in the Nebula Boundary, the Twilight escorting mission, or the war with Twilight, Qi Long's performance in them was amazing. He killed multiple ace operators of their enemies and also killed a few enemy Imperial operators who were registered in the database of the Federation. Why didn't they discover this outstanding youngster in the past? Then, they looked at the prefix of these battles and discovered in every battle he fought the leader was Ling Lan. Then they were enlightened. Ling Lan was just too exceptional. The other outstanding soldiers in his clan were totally overshadowed by his light. This time, without Ling Lan, they were finally able to see how excellent the other soldiers of the Ling Tian Independent Army were. The track records of the deputy commanders, the various brigade leaders of the mecha brigades, and the head of the different departments were all stunning. Any one of them could be a high-ranking official of any clan they join in the Federation. The people who initially looked down on Qi Long due to his young age now saw him in a different light after looking at his track records. Now, let's invite the 3 candidates on stage to answer everyone's questions. Qi Long stood up. Yang Mingji also stood up after him and patted his shoulders to calm Qi Long down. He encouraged him to remain calm. Qi Long nodded gratefully at Yang Mingji. He turned and looked at his comrades who were looking at him encouragingly and felt warm in his heart. He clenched his fist secretly and reminded himself that he must remain composed. He mustn't embarrass boss. No matter what the result was, he must protect the Ling Tian Independent Army for boss. The 3 candidates were all impressive. However, Qi Long stood out with his handsome figure and youthful looks. He captured everyone's attention the moment he went up. Without Ling Lan sheltering them, Qi Long had to remove his honest facade and reveal his real personality which he had been hiding so that he could take over Ling Lan's position and protect his comrades. This was Ling Tian's tradition. The baton would always be passed down. It would never end. The entire place was silent. For a while, no one knew what to ask. Based on their track records, everyone had the ability to be the commander of the Ling Tian Independent Army. Finally, someone opened his mouth. Can the 3 candidates explain your future plans for the Ling Tian Independent Army? This was just empty talk, but from their statement, they could determine the ambition and aspiration of the candidates, as well as their understanding of Ling Tian. The 3 candidates exchanged glances with one another. Qi Long took a step back and raised his hand in front of him. Luo Jichuan smiled at the candidate from the 6th Division, Zhou Lirong, and nodded. He took a step back too. In the end, Major General Zhou Lirong shook his head. He was the oldest here. Qi Long's actions indirectly caused them to speak according to their age. The audience members who knew Qi Long's identity smiled at Qi Yaoyang secretly. They were jealous that Qi Yaoyang had such an outstanding son. He wasn't nervous in front of a huge audience and he had also shown that he had good manners for someone his age. This was rare. Qi Yaoyang smiled as though he was accepting their praises and compliments. But, in reality, he felt bitter in his heart. His oldest and second oldest son was groomed by him but they performed average in his eyes. It would be difficult for them to hold great responsibilities. His youngest son was stubborn ever since he was young. No matter how he reprimanded him, he wouldn't bow down. In the end, he had no choice but to let go of him and let him mix around with Ling Lan. At that time, he just wished that Ling Lan would hold him back from creating trouble. Yet, unexpectedly, his youngest son was the most successful out of all his sons. Once the time was right, he would soar above everyone else. Ling Xiao was really the favorite child of God. His talents were better than him and he knew how to groom his child better too. Moreover, Ling Lan was as outstanding as Ling Xiao, even Ling Lan's friends were exceptional too. Qi Yaoyang sighed in his heart as he thought of this. Ling Xiao was too perfect. This might be the reason why the world couldn't accept him, forcing him to meet disasters time and time again until he met his death. Zhou Lirong walked to the front of the stage and opened his mouth. I'm honored to be one of the candidates for the position of commander in the Lingtian Independent Army. After I received the notice, I immediately went to do my own research on the Lingtian Independent Army carefully. I have deep respect for the first commander of Lingtian, Lieutenant General Ling Lan. He groomed an ordinary mecha clan into a powerful ace mecha clan. Then, he led his ace mecha clan to become an independent army with illustrious military exploits. He achieved all these in less than 3 years. I believe that none of us here are able to emulate his leadership. If I can become the commander of this legendary independent army, I feel excited but glad. In terms of personal ability, I can't be compared to Lieutenant General Ling. However, I've been the deputy brigade leader for more than 10 years, so I do have some experience with integrating a team. My plan is to turn Lingtian into a mature integrated army. I've looked at the composition of the Lingtian Independent Army and noticed that their main focus is the mecha brigades, with the logisticians supporting these brigades. Although they're able to maintain Lingtian's amazing battling capabilities, it is detrimental to the future development of Lingtian. In order to turn Lingtian into a complete independent army, all the soldiers must be strong. If I take over Lingtian, I'll cover up this loophole. I'll make sure that in 5 years, the independent army will complete the requirements for a division. In 10 years, it'll become a mature integrated independent army. Zhou Lirong's speech won him a round of applause. The current Lingtian Independent Army was called an independent army, but in fact, it was just a huge mecha clan. Besides their mecha operators who were outstanding, the ability and number of the other soldiers were lacking. This wasn't the kind of independent army the military needed. The military allowed Lingtian to become an independent army because they wanted more integrated divisions to replenish the lack of soldiers in the Federation. Without a doubt, Zhou Lirong's speech gained the approval of some representatives who had the same thought. Qi Long's gaze turned cold when he heard about Zhou Lirong's plans for Lingtian's future. His plan was completely opposite of what Boss wanted for Lingtian. If they really progressed based on his plan, then Lingtian would be the same as every other independent armies, losing its glamour in the process. Zhou Lirong took a step back when he finished speaking and nodded at Luo Jichuan and Qi Long. Luo Jichuan smiled lightly and walked forward to the center of the stage. Just like Zhou Lirong, he expressed his admiration for the first commander of Lingtian, Ling Lan. Then, he explained his future plans for Lingtian. His plan was slightly different from Zhou Lirong. He felt that they should train the current soldiers in Lingtian first before expanding the independent army. You could say that Luo Jichuan's method was gentler than Zhou Lirong's. His method would ensure the positions of the current soldiers in the army as well as focusing on the current soldiers before turning the Lingtian Independent Army into a mature integrated independent army. Luo Jichuan's method would likely be able to gain the support and approval of the current members of Lingtian easier. Although he might take more time than Zhou Lirong to turn Lingtian into a mature integrated independent army since his methods wouldn't have effects in the short run, but his methods severely lowered the possibility of any mistakes. It was the safer option of the two routes. This was the difference between an official leader and a deputy leader. The former knew how to have his soldiers accept the changes calmly while preventing all possible problems from cropping up. On the other hand, the latter's plan was too idealized. The latter wanted to see results as quickly as possible, so his methods were more radical. Although their methods were different, the end result was still the same. Both of them wanted to turn the Lingtian Independent Army into a mature integrated army to lay the foundations for it to become an official division in the future. A commander who doesn't want to become a general of a division wasn't a good commander. Most of the representatives from the military agreed with plans, so both their speeches ended with enthusiastic applause. The last person to speak was Qi Long. Zhou Lirong and Luo Jichuan's plans had already caused his gaze to turn cold. He wouldn't let anyone who went against Boss's plan to take over the Lingtian Independent Army. Qi Long took a big step and stood at the center of the stage. He looked down at the representatives with a stern gaze. He stared at them quietly without saying anything. The chatter in the conference room soon subsided. Everyone looked at the person standing on stage silently in confusion. The atmosphere slowly turned tense too. Qi Yaoyang slightly raised one of his eyebrows when he saw his son's act. He also straightened his sitting posture a little. Looking at his expression, he knew that Qi Long was angry. He expected his son to say some shocking words. After sensing that everyone's attention was on him, Qi Long audibly scoffed. I highly suspect Major General Luo Jichuan and Major General Zhou Lirong when they said that they did detailed research of Ling Tian. Surprisingly, Qi Long mocked Zhou Lirong and Luo Jichuan the moment he came on stage. Those representatives who thought that Qi Long was well-mannered even though he was young frowned. Although Qi Long's track record was exemplary, he was still too young in the end. He wasn't able to maintain his composure at crucial times. He was too aggressive. People who understand Ling Tian will know what Ling Tian used to be. We were the 250 Mecha clan. We grew from an ordinary clan into an independent Mecha clan before becoming an independent army. From the very beginning, the foundation of Ling Tian is our mechas, Qi Long continued without hesitation. Our commander, Lieutenant General Ling Lan, said this to us when we first became an independent army. He said the Ling Tian Independent Army will be the only independent army where all the soldiers will service one kind of soldiers, the mecha operators. Under his leadership, the Ling Tian Independent Army is en route to become the most powerful mecha army of the Federation. Qi Long spoke confidently with full aspirations. The representatives seated below were moved. They were reminded of those times when they fought with all their might on the battlefield. In the future, no matter what the Ling Tian Independent Army ultimately becomes, whether it will be an independent army or an official division, its foundation will never change. The Ling Tian Independent Army can only be a mecha army. It must be a mecha army. It will be the first line of offense on the battlefield. It will also be the last line of defense for a base. Qi Long placed his hand on his left chest and said sincerely, it will be the most powerful mecha army of the Federation. Its name will bring fear in our enemies. This is what Lieutenant General Ling wanted for the Ling Tian Independent Army. Hence, I will continue our commander's faith and turn Ling Tian into a unique mecha army. We will create our own legacy and leave a mark in the history of the Federation. I've finished my speech. Thank you. Qi Long saluted solemnly to express his attitude. He truly meant what he said. The audience was silent. Qi Long's speech was entirely different from the norm. He was breaking fresh ground. Independent mecha clans were all unique, but once they became an independent army, they would all turn into integrated divisions in the end. Some of their special traits might still be present, but the other types of soldiers would become stronger too, so everyone could progress together. Ling Tian Independent Army wanted to overthrow the conventional mindset. None of the representatives knew what to say. They could say he was wrong, but if the Ling Tian Independent Army really became a powerful and legendary mecha army, they felt excited just by this thought. They couldn't control their imagination. Slowly, they hoped that it would come true immediately. If what Qi Long said was true, they wondered if an independent army with mecha operators as its main focus was really able to walk far. While everyone was confused and silent, the sound of clapping echoed through the entire conference room. Everyone looked over in unplanned unison and saw Ren Feiyu smiling and clapping his hands slowly. Not bad. You have a very good plan. I've seen enough of integrated divisions. I feel that Major General Qi's plan is very interesting. Ren Feiyu clapped a few more times before putting his hands down and continued slowly, there are too many of the same integrated divisions. We don't need any more of them. I really want to see what a mature mecha army will be like. The highest commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces had spoken. The representatives who had a good relationship with Ren Feiyu opened their mouths to express their anticipation for the future of a legendary mecha army. As for Qi Yaoyang, he would definitely support his son. The most powerful officers had already spoken to those that were still hesitating, so including both the representatives from the military and the government started clapping. The third marshal finally smiled. Pushing Qi Long up was the decision of his faction. If Qi Long was rejected the moment he showed his face, he would feel embarrassed. From the looks of it now, the neutral faction, led by Ren Feiyu, had high hopes for Qi Long. This was a surprise to him. Facebook, Twitter, more. Now, each representative can ask questions freely, said the host of the conference. The representatives all thought it over and asked Zhou Lirong and Luo Jichuan some hypothetical questions such as the problems in the development of the Ling Tian Independent Army. They were asked questions about how they would resolve these problems. Finally, when the conference was about to end, one of the representatives finally asked Qi Long a question. Major General Qi has mentioned that you would be developing the Ling Tian Independent Army into a mecha army. However, this is considered to be something that has no precedence. So, Major General Qi, how can you guarantee its success? Qi Long thought for a moment and said, "It's just as you have said. This is unprecedented with no previous documentation. I can't guarantee what the final outcome will be, so I cannot make any promises, but I will try my best to complete it. The world didn't have roads in the beginning, and only had roads after humans created them. However, if there wasn't someone who took that risk to build them, then roads would never be so common. This plan may be very risky, difficult, and could have pitfalls without a way back. Among the candidates, I have the least amount of merits and the least amount of experience. The advantage I have is that I'm young and I am not afraid to fail. No matter what the outcome will be, I want to walk forward on this path. I hope everyone can give me this chance and let a mecha army exist in the Federation's military." Qi Long's expression was serious, but spoke those words very sincerely. However, his honest face also leaked out terrifying killing intent. The honest-looking and hard-working expression he had was embedded into everyone's mind. Just by looking at his face, everyone was willing to trust him and give him a chance to achieve his dream. After Qi Yaoyang saw all that, he turned his head down as he tried to get rid of the surprise and joy he had in his eyes. Although Qi Long's choice of words were not the most optimal for a speech, those words were real and from the heart. When combined with his expression, it was quite easy for him to affect the people among the representatives who were neutral. After that question, the question and answer round had finished. The host of the conference announced that after 10 minutes, they would enter the final voting stage to finally determine the final candidate for the commander of Ling Tian Independent Army. Qi Long slowly walked back to his seat. Yang Mingji, Lu Furong and his other comrades all stood up to welcome him back. They didn't say anything and only bumped their fists against his fist to show that they supported Qi Long all the way. After sitting down, Qi Long saw Lan Luofeng, who was sitting in front of him, slowly nodded at him. Her expression was warm and her eyes had a hint of encouragement. Just that look almost made someone as strong-willed as Qi Long burst into tears. Boss's mother also acknowledged him. This acknowledgement was much more treasured by Qi Long than those from others. After 10 minutes, the host announced that the final voting would begin. No matter if it was Zhou Lirong, Luo Jichuan, or Qi Long, they all had serious expressions on their faces. Waiting for the result was the most anxious thing that could happen to someone. Qi Long took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he turned extremely calm. Just as Boss had said, if he did everything he could do well, then he shouldn't be afraid of anything. The change in presence from Qi Long made the many people, who were focused their attention on him, smirk slightly. No matter what the final outcome was going to be, Qi Long had made an impression on these people so they would remember him in the future. This was definitely good for Qi Long's future development. In order for a person to get what they wanted in the military world, their own capabilities were the most important. However, it was similarly important if that person could make an impression on these people. In the most important moment, someone with a good impression would instantly let the scales tilt towards them when they were at a disadvantage. Soon, the final result was counted and then sent to the host of the conference. The host saw the final name and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at Qi Long and then smiled as he announced, the position of commander for the Ling Tian Independent Army will be given to Major General Qi Long. After this result was publicized, everyone from Ling Tian cheered. Didn't they work so hard for so long just for this result? Qi Long's eyes teared up as he clenched his fists. Boss, are you seeing this? I did it. I will hold on to Ling Tian and wait for you to come back one day. In Qi Long's mind, Boss definitely would one day be a marshal. He would then be the sharpest blade in Ling Lan's hands and go wherever she pointed him towards. This result was somewhat surprising but not really. The people who voted all had a slight moment of surprise on their faces and then understood the reason. Those who entered the military headquarters were, although part of many factions, they were still fully loyal to the Federation. Integrated divisions were commonplace. This new type of mecha armies Qi Long mentioned did indeed make them curious. They also wanted the Federation's military to be stronger. As long as there was even a slim chance, they would want to try it. That was why when Qi Long mentioned a possibility of becoming stronger, they had already been won over by him. In addition to the full support of the third faction, the neutral factions and those, who were somewhat neutral from the other two factions, were all willing to give Qi Long this opportunity. That was why Qi Long was the top voted candidate. However, this was only just an appetizer of sorts. Everyone knew that the real brutal competition was about to begin. A new independent army, even if it had a future, was still only in the future. On the other hand, the voting for the commander of the 23rd Division was the one that had its benefits shown in the present. When the host of the conference began speaking about selecting the next general of the 23rd Division, the first marshal, who had his eyes closed all this time, slowly opened his eyes. After he opened his eyes, the second and third marshals instantly had serious looks on their faces. The atmosphere of the conference room instantly became anxious. This was the first marshal. Just any action from him could affect the mood of everyone in the vicinity. There are also 3 candidates for the position of general in the 23rd Division. The first candidate is the 2 ND Division's Deputy General, Lieutenant General Chiao Jinyu. The second candidate is the 3 RD Division's Deputy General, Lieutenant General Yang Tai. The third candidate is Ling Tian Independent Army's commander, Lieutenant General Ling Lan. Who, after hearing Ling Lan's name as the third candidate, the entire conference room was in uproar. Ling Lan's disappearance was the reason the military headquarters had to choose a new commander for the Ling Tian Independent Army. If someone who disappeared could compete for the position of a general, then it would have been better to let him continue to have his original position. At least that way, his subordinates would still be loyal and trust him. With Lieutenant General Ling Lan having not returned, if he is to be chosen, Major General Lan Luofeng, General Ling Zhao's widow, will be acting on behalf of the general, the host calmly added. When he received the list of candidates, he was just as surprised as those seated below. After seeing the statement afterwards, he felt it made sense. As expected, after adding that statement, the uproar within the audience instantly lowered. However, at the same time, there were many discussions that began. Why did the military headquarters let someone like that be a candidate? This doesn't make sense. Doubts of the Ling Lan being a candidate of the position started sounding out loud. I heard that it was because everyone from the 23rd Division recommended him. If that's the case, then that explains it. With the 23rd Division being built from the ground up by Ling Xiao, the respect everyone in the division had for Ling Xiao was unwavering. They definitely wouldn't accept any general who didn't have any connections with the 23rd Division to take over the position. Even if that general was of the same caliber as Ling Xiao, they still wouldn't be able to accept that. Of course, if they were to choose a general from within the 23rd Division, someone like He Shuyang would be their ideal candidate. However, He Shuyang didn't have enough merits and didn't have any support from the higher-ups in the military, so he couldn't get onto the list of candidates. Moreover, the 23rd Division didn't have a deputy general, so no one was available from the 23rd Division internally to take up the position of general. However, the truth laid in front of the 23rd Division was brutal. They must accept someone else to be their general. But, all of the members of the division would still be frustrated if a general they didn't acknowledge joined. Instead of those outsiders, it would be better for General Ling Zhao's family members to take this position. In terms of their feelings, they would be able to accept it. In reality, although the 23rd Division was established only for 8 to 9 years, the entire division still had reached a perfect maturation state because of Ling Zhao's hard work. Even if there wasn't a general giving them orders, the 23rd Division still could continue to function well. Thus, the 23rd Division didn't need their next general to be amazing. They just wanted this new general to be able to take over the fighting spirit of the 23rd Division that General Ling Xiao had left them with and not mold the division into something new. They didn't want anyone to make changes and get rid of the mark General Ling Xiao had left in the hearts of those in the 23rd Division. Thus, after careful consideration, He Shuyang and the other higher-ups of the 23rd Division spoke with Lan Luofeng to push Ling Lan into the position of general. That way they would be able to protect the 23rd Division. General Ling Xiao had put all of his effort in. However, there was still a problem presented before them. That was the disappearance of Lieutenant General Ling. Although the military didn't have any regulations that restricted disappeared individuals from competing for an important military position, it still clearly stated that if an individual that had been missing in action for more than 3 months, their position would be revoked and new arrangements would take place. Even if Ling Lan was chosen for the position, his position would probably be revoked if he didn't come back to the Federation, and they would return to this problem again. If that happened, all the effort they put in doing all of this would all be for naught. However, nothing was impossible for those with a will. He Shuyang and the others from the 23rd Division studied through all of the military regulations, rules, bills and methods. In the end, they found a possible method on a document from the military headquarters. If an army unit was met with a special circumstance, such as a disappeared individual who couldn't return to the Federation for certain reasons and he or she also couldn't contact the military headquarters, and if the position had some special attribute to it which could not have anyone substitute for the position. If that was the case, they would be able to find a representative to work as a deputy of the army unit. After the said person returned to the Federation, the power of command would be returned to that person. The representative would be removed for their position automatically afterwards. The best candidate for Ling Lan's representative was Lan Luofeng. However, with Lan Luofeng's military rank, it was clearly not enough for her to be a representative. That was why Lan Luofeng needed to go find the first marshal and have him support her. The first marshal had used different methods and the connections he had to successfully rank up Lan Luofeng's military rank before the other marshals and the neutral factions had discovered this fact. He managed to raise her rank up to the lowest requirement of military rank for being a representative. Everything was ready and only a match was needed to light the fuse. Finally, on this day, the plan was unfolding. After realizing why the first marshal did what he did in the past few weeks, both the second and third marshals called the first marshal an old bastard, in their minds. That sly old fox got the better of them once again without them knowing. They were busy using that time to comfort the emotions and frustrations of the citizens, so they just approved of it willingly when asked to rank up Lan Luofeng. This was why Lan Luofeng advanced in military ranks without any issues that fast. Now that they thought about it, they really regretted it. Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng combination seemed to be ridiculous by itself, but with General Ling Zhao's death having happened recently, this combination was deadly. Many representatives would lean towards Ling Zhao's successor over the other candidates when there wasn't much difference between the three of them due to their respect towards General Ling Zhao and the feeling of sadness after his death. It was no wonder that when competing for the Lingtian Independent Army, the first marshal's faction didn't try their best to win it. Their faction's main goal was still the 23rd Division. The feeling of joy the 3rd Marshal originally had, after successfully taking Lingtian Independent Army under his wing, was instantly gone. Not to mention the 2nd Marshal, who was already defeated in the first round. Moreover, the host of this conference was also part of the 1st Marshal's faction. Otherwise, when he introduced Lan Luofeng, why did he mention that Lan Luofeng was Ling Zhao's widow? It was a clear reminder to the representatives sitting in the audience to respect General Ling Zhao's wife, Lan Luofeng. In this way, the scales within the minds of these representatives would tilt more towards Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng. After the list of names were announced, the people from Lingtian Independent Army couldn't help but clench their fists. They held back their excitement and made small fist pumps to celebrate. Those from the Lingtian Independent Army didn't have much political power. They couldn't even get close to the people who were the top brass of the military. That was why they didn't know the 23rd Division would put Boss up as a candidate. They were still thinking about how they could protect the Lingtian Independent Army. The issue with the 23rd Division was something that they could only watch unfold because they could not even get close to that position. They had discussed among themselves about who would be successor of the 23rd Division. After all, it was a division established by Boss's father, Ling Zhao. They hoped that the person who took over would continue to be generous to them and continue to work well with them. Everyone from Lingtian understood that the reason why Lingtian had developed so quickly was because of General Ling Zhao's support. Many of the weapons and equipment that were impossible to acquire by armies like Lingtian Independent Army, were taken from the 23rd Division by Boss. If they were to lose the 23 RD Division's full support, they predict that the Lingtian Independent Army would be in a difficult situation in the following years. Although Qi Long took up the position of commander and could go to the 13th Division for help, Qi Yaoyang was still only just someone who took over recently. There was still the deputy general watching over his shoulders. It was impossible for them to receive limitless aid like they did with the 23rd Division. Qi Yaoyang especially wouldn't dare to give them those restricted weapons and equipment. There were just too many people watching him and waiting for him to make a mistake. Ling Zhao on the other hand was different. He was a god-class operator. One of the 10 great generals of the Federation. A general of a division who didn't have a deputy watching over him. Without a doubt, all of his subordinates were his confidants. He could do whatever he wanted to do. Even if the military headquarters had problems with his decisions, they wouldn't dare to go find General Ling Zhao and talk to him about it. That was the power Ling Zhao had. However, it was also because of this that the higher-ups within the military headquarters were afraid of Ling Zhao. They just didn't have any method of deterring or stopping him. Once the chattering subsided, the host of the conference opened his mouth. Let's invite the 3 candidates to explain their future plans for the 23rd Division. Lan Luofeng took a deep breath and stood up. She walked up the stage slowly. This was the first time Lan Luofeng went up on stage as the main speaker. She wasn't following Ling Zhao up as she did in the past. However, her footsteps were firm just like in the past. She didn't seem nervous at all. He Shuyang finally felt at ease when he saw Lan Luofeng's confident posture. No one noticed that when Lan Luofeng got up, Ran Feiyu, Ling Zhao, who was wearing an indifferent expression all these while, suddenly straightened his body and glanced quickly at Lan Luofeng. Lan Luofeng was Ling Zhao's widow, so Qiao Jinyu and Yang Tai naturally took a step back to let Lan Luofeng speak first. Lan Luofeng politely rejected their offer, but the other two people remained firm. Thus, she nodded and went up to the center of the stage. Lan Luofeng stood on the stage and looked at the huge number of people below her. She felt that her heart was going to jump out of her throat. She had already mentally prepared herself beforehand, but when she actually faced the situation, she was still nervous. She wouldn't be worried if it was only for herself, since she didn't mind losing. However, she was fighting for Ling Lan. Hence, she was afraid that her mistake would affect Ling Lan's succession of the 23rd Division. For a moment, Lan Luofeng didn't know what to say. She remained silent. Ling Xiao clasped his hands together tightly. This was the first time Lan Luofeng left his protection and faced the public to speak. He knew that Lan Luofeng had a strong personality. At first, he started liking Lan Luofeng because of her voice. However, as he got to know her better and understood her personality more, he fell in love with her. From then onwards, he couldn't leave her anymore. That year, he left his wife a little more than a month after she got pregnant. Although he had to leave because it was a command from the military, he knew Lan Luofeng would be able to pull through it with her personality. She would find a suitable way to survive without him. Because of trust, he left her and went to the battlefield. Because of trust, he kept his vows to her for 16 years. Because of trust, he fought desperately to find a way home. Because of trust, he chose to hide his identity and protect her secretly. Ling Xiao released his right hand slowly and his gaze turned indifferent again. He believed his Luofeng. She would definitely pass this test with flying colors. Lan Luofeng started speaking. Her voice was clear and stable. She wasn't nervous even though there were so many people present. First, I would like to thank all the members of the 23rd Division for their love for Ling Xiao. They were willing to give all their trust to his judgment that Ling Lan would be the best candidate for the position as the general of the 23rd Division. They applied internally to allow Ling Lan to have this precious opportunity to become a candidate for the general's position. The war with Twilight caused me to lose Ling Xiao. At the same time, I also lost contact with Ling Lan. Hence, when he was pushed into this position, I was initially opposed to the idea. The 23rd Division was built by Ling Xiao and he had gained the respect and trust of all his soldiers. It couldn't be denied that many people labeled the 23rd Division as Ling Xiao's division. However, I would like to say that the 23rd Division is the same as the other 22 divisions of the Federation. There's nothing special or unique about it. It doesn't belong to Ling Xiao. I, Lan Luofeng, don't mind who becomes the general of the 23rd Division. I'm sure that if Ling Xiao was still alive, he would feel the same way. Lan Luofeng's speech was magnanimous. The representatives below started applauding loudly. At first, they just respected her because she was Ling Xiao's wife. Now, they realized that she was a reasonable and selfless person. Their impression of her got better and they admired her even more. The first marshal frowned slightly when he heard Lan Luofeng's speech. Lan Luofeng's words had put him at a disadvantage. If the representatives below felt that Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng didn't want the position of 23 RD Division's general, the faction of the 2nd Marshal and the 3rd Marshal would benefit. After hearing Lan Luofeng's speech, the 2nd Marshal and 3rd Marshal's expressions got gentler. The representatives from the 23rd Division all had stunned expressions. This speech was entirely different from the materials they had prepared. They didn't know what to do. He Shuyang tapped his thighs silently. He decided to watch quietly. He believed that the lady his general loved wasn't a stupid person. Major General Lan must have something up her sleeve. Only Ling Xiao closed his eyes after listening to Lan Luofeng. He looked as though he didn't care about this matter anymore, but if you look closely, you would realize that there was a tiny smile on his face. He completely understood what Lan Luofeng was doing. However, the representatives from the 23rd Division convinced me. They respected Ling Xiao. If the 23rd Division was taken over by someone else right after Ling Xiao passed away, they won't be able to accept it. They actually feel strongly against it too. They recommended Ling Lan because he's Ling Xiao's son. They hoped that he could inherit Ling Xiao's unfulfilled wish and lead the 23rd Division to glory. Since Ling Lan is missing, they requested me to be his representative to solve the problem. Lan Luofeng's eyes were filled with tears as she continued speaking. Her voice was full of emotions. I can't reject their earnest request. I have my own selfish thoughts too. I want to see the 23rd Division, which Ling Xiao regarded as his pride, becoming the 23rd Division wished it will become. He Shuyang clenched his fist tightly. Without a doubt, Lan Luofeng was starting to give more bargaining chips to Ling Lan. She pointed out the attitude of the soldiers in the 23rd Division so that the representatives below knew how much they would reject the arrival of a new general. If they didn't do it right, the new general might be just a mindless puppet. The only way the military could change the general to whoever they wanted was to sweep away all the main officers of the 23rd Division. But, this would shake the hearts of all the soldiers in the 23rd Division. If the anger of the soldiers was ignited, it might affect the other divisions too. Thus, unless there was no other way, the military wouldn't touch the 23rd Division so soon after Ling Zhao's death. But, Lan Luofeng's actions pushed the higher authorities of the 23rd Division out. These people would be blacklisted by the military and their path in the future would be heavily affected. They might have a hard time rising in rank. Many representatives from the 23rd Division had an unhappy look on their faces. Since they wanted to use young Master Lan and Mistress, they must be prepared to pay the price. He Shuyang smiled lightly. Not everyone wanted to protect the 23rd Division sincerely like him. Some people respected Ling Xiao, but as the saying goes, the tea cools down when the person is gone. Without a powerful person suppressing the majority of the people, some of them would turn greedy. However, everyone had the same thing. In that case, he would make use of them too. Once everything had settled down, he would slowly count the debt. All of you know about Ling Lan's track record. I can proudly say that Ling Lan is the #1 soldier in his generation. Even if I compared him to the previous generation of soldiers, besides Ling Xiao, no one can be compared to him. Lan Luofeng turned aggressive when she talked about her precious daughter. She wasn't polite about it at all. In the back, Ling Zhao's smile got deeper. If it was about their daughter, Lan Luofeng's aggressive personality would come out. He had suffered from it many times. Even he would succumb to her, much less all these people. Xiao Zhenyu and Yang Tai's expressions froze when they heard the shameless praise Lan Luofeng had for Ling Lan. They didn't seem too happy about it. The representatives below quickly got reminded by Lan Luofeng and they went to check Ling Lan's track records. They were instantly dumbfounded by it the moment they read it. Within a short span of around 4 years, the number of merits she had gained were equal to the number of merits an above-average soldier would gain in his entire career. This astonishing track record made them exclaim, like father, like son. Compared to Ling Lan's extraordinary track record, Xiao Zhenyu and Yang Tai's records fell short in comparison. After all their merits were gained through their time spent in the military. Their value wasn't like Ling Lan's merits, which she got using her real ability and through battles. Since Ling Lan was able to build an independent army from scratch, I believe that he will be able to lead a division properly. Although Ling Lan is young, he has his advantage too. With his youth, he would have enough time to learn and develop the 23rd Division into the division his father envisioned, and I trust that he won't disappoint his father. As for the direction of the 23rd Division, I'm sure Ling Lan knows and understands it better than anyone here. Lan Luofeng gave a knowing smile. She didn't explain herself explicitly, but everyone knew what she was saying. General Ling Xiao had definitely discussed with Ling Lan on the future of the 23rd Division. A scene slowly appeared in everyone's mind. A father and son sitting in a study room chatting about their resolve in the military. The former was talking about the 23rd Division while the latter talked about the Ling Tian Independent Army. This should have been a legendary scene, but it only invoked pity now. A lot of the audience started favoring Ling Lan. In their minds, it made more sense to have the son continue his father's dream. Lan Luofeng's gaze turned sharp. Based on what I've mentioned above, Ling Lan is the most suitable person to take over the 23rd Division. I can't think of a reason to reject his candidacy. For myself, I can't stop the most suitable candidate from getting the position just because I want to avoid arousing suspicion. I can't be selfish. Thus, I agreed to be Ling Lan's representative. Both times, Lan Luofeng spoke about being selfish. The way she said it was different, but the content was the same. The image of a righteous wife of a soldier who cared about the nation, its people, and her family was imprinted deeply in everyone's mind. While they admired her, they felt sad for her too. They were completely convinced to let this virtuous lady be the representative of Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng's speech gave Ling Lan more bargaining chips, and at the same time, she managed to portray herself perfectly. She indirectly gave her daughter more support. He Shuyang forcefully calmed his turbulent emotions. Major General Lan's speech seemed normal, but it was actually brilliant to anyone who understood her underlying intentions. She laid out the advantages of having Ling Lan as the general of the 23rd Division from many different perspectives. The wife of General Ling Xiao and the mother of young Master Lan was truly not an ordinary woman. They had underestimated Major General Lan. Everyone underestimated Major General Lan. They deserved to be fooled by Major General Lan. Thank you for your willingness to listen to me. Lan Luofeng saluted. She looked very handsome in her current image. The representatives from the Lingtian Independent Army started applauding enthusiastically. Their enthusiasm also affected the other representatives who respected Lan Luofeng. The first marshal clapped happily too. Only the expressions of the second marshal and the third marshal were sour. However, they could only unwillingly clap. Ling Xiao only started smiling and clapping after he saw his wife's beautiful performance. Since the three great marshals and the commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces acknowledged her, those with impure intentions didn't dare speak up. Soon, a loud roar of applause echoed through the venue. It lasted for a very long time. Seeing Lan Luofeng already earning a standing ovation at the beginning of the conference, Xiao Zhenyu and Yang Tai turned gloomy. They felt that they were in a dire situation. Now, they weren't as confident as before. After Lan Luofeng returned back to her seat, the two of them continued with the conference and explained their plan for the 23 RD Division's future. However, their speech didn't leave any impression in the hearts of the representatives. They were only talking about their vision, not General Ling Xiao's. Actually, Ling Xiao was always a bugged character. A lot of people in the headquarters were jealous and envious of him. However, if they were involved in a mess with Ling Xiao, they would follow his lead involuntarily. This was because they believed Ling Xiao and trusted that all the decisions he made were right. Hence, they would rather follow Ling Xiao's vision of the 23 RD Division's future and not anyone else's. This kind of mindset was contradictory. They wanted to suppress Ling Xiao but yet, they believed and respected him. We could only say that Xiao Zhenyu and Yang Tai didn't understand the representatives' true thoughts. They thought that they could reorganize the 23rd Division based on their own plans, but reality thought them wrong. Thus, more and more people began to lean towards Ling Lan. After that, it was time for the representatives to ask questions. They threw some standard questions at Xiao Zhenyu and Yang Tai before focusing all their attention on Lan Luofeng. The range of the questions was very broad. Some even asked Lan Luofeng what she liked to do in her free time. Although the questions they asked were strange, they had a valid reason for doing so. Lan Luofeng didn't have any management experience in the military, so they could only use her hobbies and habits to analyze and understand Lan Luofeng better before they could make a decision to see if she was a suitable representative for Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng didn't mind their weird questions. She smiled and replied to all the questions at face value. Her natural and graceful attitude gained even more approval. Ling Xiao's face turned dark. Damn it, what do they think they are doing? Are they trying to flirt with my wife right in front of me? Are they looking for death? Soon, the final voting would be held. The second marshal and third marshal noticed that the majority of the votes weren't on their side, so they secretly signaled to their confidants. Before the host could announce that it was time to start the voting process, the general of the 6th Division suddenly stood up from his seat and said, "I don't have any opinion against Ling Lan being the general of the 23rd Division. However, I've one question that I must ask." Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy of a road. The host looked at the first marshal instinctively. The first marshal lowered his head when he heard the general of the 6th Division talking. He didn't say anything. The host understood what he meant by that, so he looked directly at him and said, "General Yuan, please come up and speak." General Yuan stepped onto the stage and spoke calmly to representatives seated before him. The 23rd Division is an official division of the Federation. It's not a small mecha clan with only a few thousand soldiers. It's not an independent army either. It's a standard division with the proper number of members. One single order from the general could affect the lives of millions of soldiers. In times of war, the general has to be responsible for the safety of all his soldiers. In the end, Major General Lan still doesn't have any experience in management or commanding. During peaceful times, the 23rd Division could still function as a division with such a general. But, with the Federation's current troubled state, Major General Lan is not suitable to be the representative of the general. Caesar and its alliance nations are still eyeing us like vultures, and no one knows when the next war will occur. As an official division, once a war starts, it'll need to go to the battlefield. May I ask how Major General Lan is going to command the 23rd Division during a war? We shouldn't let our emotions take over our thoughts and ignore the lives of millions of soldiers in the 23rd Division which are at stake here. General Yuan glanced at the representatives below sharply. The people who were moved by Lan Luofeng's speech felt as though cold water was poured over their heads. They started wondering if they were being too emotional. Lan Luofeng pursed her lips when she heard his dismissive attitude about her. But, what he said was truly her fatal weakness. Moreover, there was no way she could refute what he said, as what he said was all true. If she wasn't Ling Xiao's widow, she might not even have the right to enter this conference room, much less prove her ability. The host glanced at the first marshal again. The first marshal seemed to sense the gaze and opened his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to look at someone. It was Zhang Wuolin, one of the 10 great generals of the Federation. He was the commander-in-chief of the military zone of the Northeast Planetary Sector. Most of the time, a general would hold the position of commander-in-chief of a planetary sector. This was a different commanding system from being a general of a division. In theory, the commander-in-chief and the general of a division would garner equal power in the military. However, with commander-in-chiefs being mostly great generals, generals of division would usually have to bow their heads down before a great general, as they were still of a higher rank than normal generals. This arrangement was to prevent conflict over the position of the commander-in-chief when a division worked together with a planetary sector during a war. About this arrangement, Ling Xiao was an oddball. He was the general of a division while being one of the great generals. However, the military didn't find a problem with it because this had to do with the location of the 23rd Division. It was stationed at the South Pole Planetary Sector. The South Pole Planetary Sector was a new planetary sector that the Federation was developing, so there wasn't any official commander-in-chief placed there yet. There was no official appointment, but the entire military recognized Ling Xiao as the commander-in-chief of the South Pole Planetary Sector. Besides the support from the generals and regiment commanders from his faction, the first marshal had the support of these powerful people too. That was how he could sit in his position stably. Zhang Wuolin was one of those people supporting him. General Yuan makes sense. We can't lose our rationality because of our emotions. However, we mustn't be too logical until we ignore our emotions. Zhang Wuolin suddenly broke the silence. You must understand that our soldiers have emotions too. They're not war machines. It's understandable that they want to find mental support. It's alright to agree with them sometimes. The representatives who were still wondering whether they were too emotional immediately felt understood when they heard General Zhang's words. They looked at him gratefully. If they could, they wanted to give in to their emotions to comfort General Ling Xiao's spirit. They hoped that he could see his 23rd Division shining brightly under the lead of his son. General Zhang, what do you mean? General Yuan narrowed his gaze. He didn't expect this great general to step forward and suppress the presence he made just now. Don't reprimand them. We should solve this problem while caring about their emotions. Zhang Wuolin looked at General Yuan with a sharp gaze. The invisible pressure caused General Yuan to frown. He couldn't think of a reply. How should we solve it? Please explain clearly. The general of the 11th Division suddenly interrupted them. He belonged to the 3rd Marshal's faction. The situation was already against them, so the 2nd Marshal and the 3rd Marshal's factions decided to work together. That will require the help of everyone here. There are so many people here. I'm sure that we can solve this insignificant problem. Zhang Wuolin immediately pushed the question back to everyone. As a sly old fox with many years of experience in the military, he wasn't stupid to become the center of attention now. The people from the 2nd and 3rd faction felt frustrated when they saw Zhang Wuolin backing out naturally. They couldn't tackle the 1st faction because there were too many sly old foxes there. They wouldn't let anyone get hold of their tails no matter what they say or do. After Zhang Wuolin spoke, the representatives below started discussing. They started thinking about how they would solve this problem if Ling Lan became the general of the 23rd Division. Actually, Lieutenant General He Shuyang from the 23rd Division is not too bad of an option. When General Ling Xiao wasn't present, he led the 23rd Division and won the fight against 2 armies from the Twilight. He can be the commanding officer during a war. Someone suggested a workable option. Many people agreed with him. There were many outstanding commanders in the 23rd Division. They were just overshadowed by Ling Xiao in the past, so no one noticed them. How can you make sure of that without the general suppressing them? Are you sure the people below won't become greedy? Some coldly doubted. Moreover, we don't know if the soldiers are willing to listen to He Shuyang. When General Ling Xiao was alive, the people below had nothing against He Shuyang commanding them. They cooperated with him fully. But, now, General Ling Xiao wasn't present to suppress these people. He Shuyang was just a chief of staff with the rank of lieutenant general. There were many soldiers with the same rank as him. Would these people be willing to listen to someone with the same rank? Everyone turned dead silent. If He Shuyang wasn't an option, no one else would be able to take the position. No one was able to think of any solutions. The people from the second and third faction watched them from the sidelines quietly. They weren't so kind as to solve this problem for Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan. As long as Lan Luofeng couldn't solve her fatal weakness, Ling Lan wouldn't be able to sit in that position. That meant that their candidates would be able to get the position. At this moment, a cough broke the silence. Everyone looked up. The commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Ren Feiyu, was covering his lips and coughing. He gave a helpless smile when he saw everyone looking at him. He seemed to be thinking that he coughed at a bad time. General Ren, you seem to have poor health recently. The first marshal opened his eyes and asked in concern. I think so, Ling Xiao smiled and replied. At the same time, he turned to everyone and said apologetically, I'm sorry that I interrupted your thoughts. To make up for it, let me provide a suggestion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Ling Xiao continued, actually, I feel that there's no need to be so complicated. Aren't there 3 candidates for the position of the general of the 23rd Division? I remember that the 23rd Division still doesn't have a deputy. Ling Xiao looked at the host with uncertainty as if he was asking if his statement was true. The host quickly nodded. Yes, General Ren is right. From the founding of the 23rd Division, there hasn't been a deputy. Lieutenant General clapped his hands and smiled instantly. That's great. The person with the highest number of votes will be the general while the other 2 will be the deputies. That way, even when Lieutenant General Ling becomes the general, the 2 deputy generals can command the division during war times. The first marshal immediately smiled. General Ren's suggestion is not bad. It's worth considering. The second marshal and the third marshal were enlightened. No matter what the result was, they managed to successfully put their men into the 23rd Division. Moreover, the position wasn't finalized yet. Their men might become the general of the 23rd Division. This is good too. Whatever the result is, everyone will be satisfied emotionally, even if Ling Lan is just a deputy general. The second marshal smiled. He chose his words carefully. He hinted to everyone that Ling Lan didn't need to be the general. The position of deputy general was enough for him. I agree. The third marshal smiled and nodded. This was a good solution for everyone. At the same time, he felt that his man might have a chance to become the general too. Since the 3 great marshals had already agreed with General Ren, the people from their factions wouldn't disagree. The neutral parties didn't want to see one faction taking control of the 23rd Division, so they happily accepted this decision. Thus, very soon, this suggestion was accepted. Lan Luofeng heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this solution. No matter what, Ling Lan would at least be a deputy general of the 23rd Division. She believed that as long as Ling Lan had a position, she would be able to take complete control of the 23rd Division using her own methods. She was extremely confident in her daughter. Lan Luofeng looked at Ren Feiyu gratefully. His suggestion saved Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng knew that if her fatal weakness wasn't solved, it was almost impossible for Ling Lan to get the general's position. Yet, this suggestion pushed the focus away from her weakness while making sure that Ling Lan had a position in the 23rd Division. This suggestion was beneficial to Ling Lan from all directions. Ren Feiyu lowered his hands and placed them on the handrails after he finished speaking. He didn't care about what happened in the conference room anymore. It seemed like he only gave the suggestion because he disturbed everyone a minute ago. Lan Luofeng retracted her gaze. She silently remembered this favor. The other person might have done it unconsciously, but she wouldn't forget his help. No one knew that Ren Feiyu was holding the handrail tightly with his other hand when Lan Luofeng looked over. Then he slowly released it. After that, he remained indifferent. The results came quickly. Everyone had no worries anymore, so they decided to go with their emotions. Thus, unsurprisingly, Ling Lan won the voting with a high amount of votes. The result caused Lan Luofeng to cry in joy. The representatives from the 23rd Division started clapping too. They had 2 more deputy generals now, but at least their general was Ling Lan. They just needed to last until Ling Lan came back. Ling Zhao's confidence, which was led by He Shuyang, believed that Ling Lan would definitely be able to come back and control the 23rd Division. Ling Xiao smiled secretly after hearing the results. He won this match. The second marshal and the third marshal weren't really satisfied with the results. However, on the positive side, Ling Lan was still missing. Their men were only deputy generals, but in actual fact, their power was the same as the general. In order to control the 23rd Division, there would definitely be a fight between the two deputy generals. No one knew who would be the winner. The second marshal and the third marshal exchanged glances with each other. The atmosphere between them was tense. The fight between their factions was imminent. Both of them completely forgot about Lon Luophone. The conference ended. On the third day after the conference ended, a celebration was held. It was a carnival for the soldiers. The entire planet general was locked up. Only soldiers and their family members could enter. As the special guest for this celebration, Li Yinfei had reached planet general a long time ago. She was rehearsing diligently for her performance. Her performance was able to start. Li Yinfei changed into her performing attire and forcefully pushed down her excitement. Yinfei, if you perform well this time, you'll be able to enter the military. You'll get a rank and become an officer. The manager looked at the beautiful stage from the backstage with bright eyes. He couldn't hide his ambition. The performance department of the military had told them that if Li Yinfei performed well in this event while gaining the approval of the powerful people in the military, she would be given a military rank. He probed the person from the performance department continuously before he finally managed to open his mouth. He was told that the lowest rank they would give Li Yinfei was a major rank. If she performed well, the rank would be even higher. He was extremely excited when he heard this. It should be known that he was tied to Li Yinfei. As long as Li Yinfei entered the military, he would enter too. He would be able to get the military rank he had always dreamt of. Many people felt that Li Yinfei had a glamorous life, but that was only in the eyes of the normal citizens. If someone powerful really wanted to do something to her, Li Yinfei wouldn't be able to protect herself. The reason why she was able to stay safe in the entertainment industry for so long was because the Li family was protecting her. However, there were still problematic matters that the Li family didn't care about, so Li Yinfei had to deal with those small matters personally. She suffered many times, so she really wanted to have the power to protect herself. Thus, this idea of entering the military came into her mind. Once she gained the recognition of the military and obtained a military rank, she would be able to rise above everyone else. Although she would have no real power, she would still be protected by the military. It meant that she wasn't an ordinary singer anymore. She would be a soldier who everyone respected. Li Yinfei lacked a powerful identity. Once she got the military rank, she would have an identity. She would finally have a say in the matters of the Li family too. She would also be able to obtain more resources from the Li family. Don't worry. I'll definitely succeed. Li Yinfei's ambition was as strong, or maybe even stronger than her manager. Major? She wasn't satisfied with this rank. She wanted to be a colonel or a senior colonel if she could. That was the only way she could leave the Li family and become the real Li Yinfei. That's good. The manager was elated at Li Yinfei's reply. He gambled his entire future on Li Yinfei. If Li Yinfei succeeded, he succeeded. If she failed, he would fail too. They were on the same boat. Okay. It's time for your performance. The manager prompted Li Yinfei when he saw the last performer coming down from the stage. Li Yinfei took a deep breath to calm herself. She knew that there would be no problem with her performance, but the number of participants for this ceremony was still nerve-wracking. She even heard that some of the most influential people in the military would appear in the audience too. Thus, it wasn't just about not making mistakes. It was about being perfect. The automatic platform rose slowly. The stage was dark. Li Yinfei's dreamlike voice echoed in the darkness. It was like a voice from heaven consoling the souls of everyone present. Tranquil night. Once the familiar tune was heard, everyone watching the performance, whether they were watching it live or from the virtual world, knew who the performer was. This was the song that turned Li Yinfei into a nationwide star. It was a song to console the sorrow on the battlefield. The first key made everyone quiet. They listened to the song silently. When it entered the intermezzo, the stage lit up, and Li Yinfei's beautiful face appeared in everyone's gaze. They almost forgot to breathe. Goddess Li, Goddess Li. All the soldiers started cheering crazily. They weren't strict and rule-abiding soldiers at this moment. They were just die-hard fans of Li Yinfei. They wanted to use their cheers to portray their love for her. Li Yinfei smiled lightly when she saw the people below going crazy because of her. Her smile was elegant, dignified, and a little distant, as though she was beyond their reach. Soon, Li Yinfei ended her remarkable performance. She waved at the audience as the platform lowered her to the ground. She returned to the backstage. That performance was amazing, my princess. Her manager welcomed her back excitedly. He wanted to hug her to express his happiness. Lin Fei frowned and raised her right hand to stop her manager. Her manager felt that he was being too excited, so he stopped in his tracks and didn't dare to get close to her. What do you think? Lin Fei walked over and whispered. That was your most perfect performance. I believe that everyone is mesmerized by you, the manager replied exaggeratedly. That's good. Lin Fei's smile got brighter. We just need to wait for the notification from the performance department now. She had done everything she could. She hoped that the military would give her a satisfactory answer. Lin Fei lowered her hands and clenched them tightly. This was her only chance of breaking free from the Li family's control. She mustn't miss it. We have to wait for a few days. The military is currently busy with the rewards for the divisions. The military would only care about them once they finished dealing with their own people. Let's wait. I can afford to wait, Lin Fei said coldly. She wouldn't leave Planet General until she got her military rank. But, you have a performance scheduled soon. The manager gave a bitter smile. Lin Fei turned her head immediately and stared coldly at the manager. Didn't I ask you to cancel all my performances in this period of time? I wasn't the one who accepted this performance. The manager looked helpless. He couldn't decide on Lin Fei's activities solely, as some activities were still arranged by the Li family. The Li family? Lin Fei gritted her teeth. I knew that those old fogies won't let go of me that easily. Yes. The manager nodded. In reality, he was controlled by the Li family too. When is it? What event is it? Lin Fei was helpless. She just hoped that the event was at a later date so that she could stay on Planet General longer. She would be anxious if she didn't get her military rank. She felt that once she left Planet General, she would have a harder time getting her rank. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of Sherlin on planet Huzhou. There wasn't much time left. Based on the flight time, they needed to leave by 10 p.m. tomorrow night. If not, they wouldn't be able to reach in time. Fortunately, they had their own starship. If they took normal passenger ships, they would need to leave now. Damn it. Lin Fei cursed softly. She only had 1 day left. There was no way she would be able to receive her military rank within 1 day. She could only contact the performance department again after the performance and arrange for a time to take her rank. Just as she was feeling frustrated, she thought of something. Planet General has been on lockdown recently. Will they accept our application to leave? If they rejected her application, she would have a valid reason for staying here. The Li family couldn't do much about it. The manager's eyes brightened. He understood Lin Fei's thoughts. Okay, I'll go and apply first. If we can't leave, I'll contact the Li family and ask them to reject the performance invitation. The manager quickly left to apply to leave Planet General. The reason was because Lin Fei had other performances to attend to. Lin Fei wasn't the only one who applied to leave Planet General. Many representatives from the various divisions were preparing to leave within the next 2 days too. The military had always been monitoring the spaceport with scrutiny. When they received all the endless applications, they started wondering if they should accept them. Ling Lan would mostly make use of this opportunity to leave Planet General. The military wanted to prevent her from mingling into the crowd. Limit the number of starships leaving every day. Take special notice of those that have a good relationship with the Ling family. But there are so many starships. If we limit them, we will need a month before everyone leaves. They are all important figures of the various divisions and independent armies. They can't leave their positions for too long. We can limit for the first few days. Only allow 1 to 2 suspicious starships to leave every day. We'll focus on monitoring the suspicious ones. Report. We just received a new application to leave Planet General. It's from Goddess Lin Fei. Someone saw the new application and quickly reported to his senior officer. Why does she need to leave so early? The senior officer was surprised. They have a performance scheduled 3 days later on planet Huzhou. When was the performance arranged? 3 months ago, the staff member looked at the time stated on the schedule and replied. Troublesome, the senior officer replied in frustration. Do we accept it? How many people are there? Besides Lin Fei and her manager, there are 3 staff members and 8 bodyguards. 13 people in total. That's quite little. It'll be easy for us to check them. Let them leave. The senior officer felt that this wasn't a huge problem since they had very little people and everyone's identity was already recorded. There was almost no chance for them to sneak someone out. Yes. We succeeded. Li Lanfeng had been watching over these people for a long time. After getting what he wanted, he silently left the virtual world and returned to the real world. Li Yinfei was sitting on a sofa while holding a cup of coffee elegantly. She was patiently waiting for her assistant to check if her luggage was all ready. "Miss, it's all here." Her assistant was sweating profusely as she pushed out various sizes of luggage bags out of the room. "Okay." Li Yinfei continued sipping her coffee as she looked at the luggage getting piled up over the corner. After finishing her coffee, she slowly got up from the sofa and walked towards the door in her high heels. Li Yinfei, who would usually have no problems walking in heels, suddenly had her heels caught on the carpet. She couldn't react in time, so she fell to the floor with her knees receiving the full brunt of the fall. Her assistant ran to her terrified as she tried to help her up. However, as she pulled on her arms, Li Yinfei began to cry out in agony even more. "Don't touch me. You idiot." Seeing her assistant getting so close to her, Li Yinfei angrily slapped her assistant in the face and shoved her away. "Miss?" The assistant held her face and fell to the floor. Her face had a mix of anger and shock. Li Yinfei didn't pay her any mind. She was already being patient enough to not insult her assistant. She looked towards her other two terrified assistants angrily. "Why aren't you calling elder brother Kun to come here yet?" Elder brother Kun was the manager the Li family had set up for Li Yinfei. The two assistants woke up from their stupor and ran to call for elder brother Kun immediately. With what happened just now, they didn't dare to get close to Li Yinfei. They were afraid they would get a slap in the face like their colleague. Elder brother Kun quickly rushed through the door. After seeing the red-faced Li Yinfei lying on the floor, he angrily yelled, "Are you people idiots? Why aren't you helping Miss Li up?" "No, Miss said to not help her up," explained the two assistants who were hiding behind the manager. "What happened?" Elder brother Kun walked up beside Li Yinfei and asked sympathetically. Li Yinfei looked at the assistant who was sobbing on the floor and said coldly, "When we get back to planet Huzhou, get rid of that idiot and find a replacement." When the assistant pulled on her arms, she made the injury on her knees worse rather than helping her. "Did she hurt you?" Elder brother Kun narrowed his eyes when he saw Li Yinfei's swollen knee. He sent his deadly glare to the crying assistant on the floor. If something happened to Li Yinfei's flawless body, he would definitely skin that assistant alive. The gaze terrified the assistant to the core. She didn't know what she could do to salvage the situation and could only mindlessly shake her head. "I did nothing. It wasn't me." Her fear caused her tears to uncontrollably flow out from her eyes. "I'll deal with you later." Elder brother Kun glared at her ruthlessly. At that moment, he didn't have the patience to listen to the assistant's explanation. He was more worried about whether Li Yinfei was injured or not and whether it would affect her plans. He immediately contacted the military headquarters and told them about Li Yinfei's injury. He hoped that the military headquarters would send a military doctor to them. Soon, the military sent over a military doctor. He examined her knee carefully and concluded that it was just a minor injury. She just strained her knee, and just needed a few days of rest. After hearing the diagnosis, Li Yinfei and elder brother Kun were both relieved and disappointed. They were relieved because she was fine, but also disappointed because if there was nothing wrong, they wouldn't have an excuse to stay. However, even if it was such a minor injury, Li Yinfei couldn't even walk due to the immense pain from her knee. The military doctor was helpless about her pain. He could only just spray some painkiller on her knee. He suggested that she should buy a hover wheelchair to help lessen the burden on her injured knee. Li Yinfei would never cause herself to be in pain. So, soon after, elder brother Kun ordered the crying assistant to make up for herself by going out to buy one. The assistant could only pitifully wipe away her tears and run out to buy a hover wheelchair. Elder brother Kun then realized it was almost time for the registration. He quickly went to the spaceport to register first and told Li Yinfei to bring her 3 assistants and 8 bodyguards with her after. After a few minutes, the assistant brought back a newly bought hover wheelchair. The 8 bodyguards had already gotten to the door and were waiting for Li Yinfei and the others to come out of the room. The assistant nodded towards the bodyguards and then dragged the wheelchair into the room. She then closed the door subconsciously, or maybe it was because she didn't want them to see Li Yinfei's disheveled appearance. The 8 bodyguards didn't think much of it. Usually, they wouldn't be able to see Li Yinfei in a private setting. Every time she came out of her room, she would have been dressed well with makeup, looking like a goddess. "Humph, what did you come back so late? I thought you took the money and ran. The other two assistants would always try to bully her whenever she made a mistake. Usually, she should retreat back and meekly accept any insults coming her way. I almost did. However, this time, she replied oddly with a cold tone in her voice. You being disrespectful now. Not expecting that answer, the assistants got even more angry and glared at her. The insulted assistant smirked lightly when she saw those angry glares, relishing in their anger. After having her fill, she snapped her finger and two black-cloaked men appeared out of thin air behind her. The unexpected scene almost made the two assistants scream out in terror. The crisp clean snap stunned the two assistants to the floor. When they fell, it was as though they fell into a bed of clouds, muffling any sounds made. Lin Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, felt that the atmosphere in the room had turned odd, so she turned her head to look behind her. Seeing her two assistants getting taken out by two black-cloaked men, her eyes opened wide in shock. She wanted to scream, but her hand was faster as it pinched her thigh tightly. The rational thought given to her by immense pain made her swallow the scream that was about to come out. You are a smart one, huh? One of the black-cloaked men said after noticing what he did. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Fei steeled her expression and asked in a cold tone. Actually, you should be asking, what do you need me to do? The reply was said in a joyful tone. Alright, what do you need me to do? Lin Fei had a faint smile on her face. The stiffness from her face instantly disappeared when she showed her smile. She was able to get her way within the entertainment industry mostly because of her ability to go with the flow of things. She was now ridding of any hostility between her and the black-cloaked men in order to give herself a chance to live. What if I say you have to take us on your ship? One of the black-cloaked men flashed a devious smile. Although I'm not sure who you are, but when you came in, you only knocked out my assistants while not hurting them. I can see that you're not bad people. I don't know why you want to borrow my cruise ship, but from what you have done just now, it's possible for me to take you onto my ship. Lin Fei crossed her arms on her thighs gracefully with a huge smile on her face as if she was conversing with friends. Looks like there's a, but. The man sat down on the sofa in front of Lin Fei. It seemed he was interested in continuing the conversation with Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the man showing his willingness to have a conversation with her. When faced with kidnappers, as long as they could be discussed with, it meant that the situation hadn't gotten too bad. Moreover, she still had the possibility of turning the situation around. As long as she dragged on the time here, elder brother Kun would know something must have gone wrong when they didn't get to the spaceport in time, and also the fact that he couldn't contact her through her communicator. Lin Fei believed that as long as elder brother Kun contacted the military headquarters would definitely not let these two intruders get away. As for whether she could get away from the clutches of these two people, she wasn't worried. In the base camp of the military headquarters, there definitely was an Imperial Realm formidable warrior standing guard, even if there wasn't a God Realm individual there. As long as they sent one of them over here, saving her would be a piece of cake. Lin Fei calmed down even more and her smile became even more intoxicating. Yes. It's because the information of my entourage boarding the ship has already been sent to the military headquarters. You won't be able to get past customs. At that moment, Lin Fei's tone had a hint of disappointment in it, as if she felt pity that she couldn't help them. Well, that was unexpected. I thought you would lead us there and then expose us at the customs. The black-cloaked man smiled. He seemed to admire Lin Fei's honesty. Lin Fei replied in a mild-mannered tone, since you don't want to hurt me, then I don't want to hurt you as well. Lin Fei let the sincerity show in the face. It made it seem that she actually didn't want anyone to get hurt. The black-cloaked man raised his hands and clapped slowly. Miss Li, as expected of someone the Li family had put much effort in developing. Your words showed no flaws. If it wasn't for the fact that I know what the Li family has up their sleeves, I might have been fooled by your words. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed and her smile froze for a moment. She then said slowly, I don't know what you're talking about. The black-cloaked man took off his hood and showed a face that Lin Fei couldn't be more familiar with. Lin Fei shouted out in surprise, it's you. Li Lanfeng smiled and the entire room instantly lit up. Even Lin Fei, whose looks were 80 to 90% similar, felt that the look she was so proud of seemed less bright compared to Li Lanfeng's smile. So, you know me. Li Lanfeng smiled. Lin Fei quickly shook her head. No, I don't know you. She indeed didn't know who he was. It was just before she had become Li Yinfei, she had accidentally seen his image in a photograph. No matter whether you know me or not, I can only regrettably say that I will need to borrow your identity. The face that Li Yinfei dreamed of having, smiled towards her as he spoke those words. Li Yinfei instantly understood what he meant. She immediately stood up, ignoring the burning pain in her knees. She immediately pounced towards the door while trying her best to let out screams of fear from her throat to alert the bodyguards outside of what was happening. She knew what these people wanted to do. They wanted to use her identity and leave Planet General as Li Yinfei. At that moment, Li Yinfei was fully aware of the danger she was in. Her existence was a wrench in their plan, so they wouldn't leave her as she was. If she didn't escape, her only result would be death. However, in the next second, she felt chains were shackling her body. Her voice was also blocked at the entrance of her throat. She couldn't make a sound no matter how hard she tried. She mechanically turned her head around. She saw a face that was even more perfect than her own, slowly getting close to her with a smile. "Don't worry. I just need you to sleep for a short while." That person's voice was so warm and caring that it could make anyone weep with joy. However, the more warm and caring it sounded, the more afraid Li Yinfei was. She could no longer stand being mentally on edge anymore and instantly feel unconscious. Li Lanfeng smirked with a hint of disdain on his face as he saw Li Yinfei fall to the floor. "I thought you were going to play with her a bit more." At that moment, the other black-cloaked man appeared out of thin air. It was Ling Lan. She had long been beside Li Yinfei. The fall that hurt Li Yinfei's knee was all Ling Lan's doing. "Not fun. Kind of boring," Li Lanfeng said indifferently. He didn't like Li Yinfei. After all, Li Yinfei was using his looks in public to make a name for herself. However, after using her identity multiple times to get what he wanted, he disliked her existence less than before. If Li Yinfei was smarter with it, Li Lanfeng wouldn't mind her doing random things with his looks in public. Li Lanfeng then turned around towards the assistant who cooperated with them at the beginning. He smiled and said, "So, you still have a choice. I can knock you out and after a few hours, someone will come to save you. Then, you can say that your life was threatened so you were forced to cooperate with us. That way you can put all of this on us." The assistant gritted her teeth and then shook her head. "I'll go with you, but you have to promise that the Li family won't hurt me or my family for this matter. I hope you can promise me on this matter. Are you going to believe me or her?" Li Lanfeng pointed towards Li Yinfei, who was lying on the floor. The assistant glanced at Li Lanfeng and nodded. "I understand. I will believe you." If their two faces were seen separately, then perhaps no one would be able to see the difference. However, when put together, the difference between the real thing and a fake was easy to identify. The Li family creating a fake in the public's eye was definitely to protect the real thing. After looking at her options, she knew which one was more important to the Li family even if she was just a small insignificant assistant. After leaving, you can keep working for her. If you don't want to do that, we can also arrange a new job for you, said Li Lanfeng indifferently. Even if he left the Federation with Ling Lan, it didn't mean he lost control of the Li family. Especially when Ling Lan was still alive, the Li family didn't dare to offend Li Lanfeng. After thinking about all that, Li Lanfeng had a self-mocking smile on his face. He now had everything he wanted and would not part with Ling Lan anymore. With Ling Lan here, he got everything he wanted. If Ling Lan was no longer in this world someday. No, he definitely wouldn't let that possibility appear. A hint of killing intent flashed between Li Lanfeng's eyes. "I want to leave her. I'm disgusted just seeing her right now." The assistant looked at Li Yinfei in contempt. The slap Li Yinfei gave her made the assistant turn sides. Additionally, she now knew who the real treasure the Li family wanted to protect. That fake Li Yinfei had completely made her feel disgusted. "After we're done, you can contact the Li family. You can say that it was me who told you to find them." Li Lanfeng waved his hand and gave this problem for the Li family to handle. If they wanted to use him to acquire merits and benefits, then they must also cooperate with him to get rid of any tracks he was going to leave behind. Li Lanfeng trusted that with Li family's power, they definitely would be able to handle this situation. "Now, we will see how you will perform." Li Lanfeng's black cloak slowly disappeared. He then put on one of the dress Li Yinfei liked and then sat on the hover wheelchair. "If we can't get past the customs, then the promises I made with you will be nulled." The assistant took out a blanket and softly placed it over Li Lanfeng's legs. After hearing those words, her hands that were holding the blanket instantly trembled. However, not long after, she calmed down. Yes, I understand. On the other side of the room, Ling Lan and Luo Lang dragged the unconscious Li Yinfei and the other two assistants into the washroom. After that, they changed into assistant uniforms, turning into Li Yinfei's other two assistants. Ling Lan walked over and gestured for the actual assistant to leave. She was going to man the wheelchair. The assistant immediately let go and backed up a few steps. Luo Lang then obediently stood beside Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng then nodded towards the assistant. The assistant took a deep breath and walked to the door. She turned her head and looked at the three people, all with unique auras. The three different auras all drew people's attention. Even beside Li Lanfeng's otherworldly beauty, the other two people didn't seem much less breathtaking. She quickly shook her head to get rid of that image in her head, and not long after, the aura around Ling Lan and Luo Lang turned ordinary. She then realized he could no longer see what they looked like. It was as though the scene before her was covered by a layer of fog. The assistant quickly slapped her cheeks to wake herself up. She then steeled herself and opened the door. Hearing the door opening, the 8 bodyguards turned their gaze towards them. Ling Lan was pushing Li Lanfeng and walked out. The 8 bodyguards were stunned the moment they saw Li Lanfeng's face. They felt that Miss Li's charm seemed to increase by quite a lot. Even though they were used to seeing her face, they still couldn't help but stare. What are you all looking at? Come here and help us load the luggage. The assistant saw that the 8 bodyguards were all staring at Li Yinfei, so she instantly shouted out coldly with an annoyed look on her face. Oh, yes, the 8 bodyguards also didn't know what they were doing. After being yelled at by the assistant, they took the luggage as if they were drunk and walked down the stairs with wobbly steps. As they left, the rotating surveillance camera finally returned to normal. It was just no one had discovered that had happened. Li Lanfeng got out of the hotel. Right as they were about to get into the hover car, a white blur was seen flashing past their door. It was so fast that the bodyguards didn't even react to it. Ling Lan, who was sitting beside Li Lanfeng, had a look of shock as she stared at Little White, who became flattened because of how fast it was going. She wasn't worried when Little White stayed with Ling Tian. Moreover, it could also protect her friends. In Ling Lan's mind, by not taking Little White, she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, she didn't want to take Little White with her. She didn't think that after not seeing it for so long, Little White actually came to find her. It was looking at her with its sad big round eyes. Little White knew this wasn't a safe place. Other than burying itself in Ling Lan's arms, it didn't make any sound. Li Lanfeng looked at how Little White was rubbing against Ling Lan and felt his teeth itch. He was just about to grab Little White out of Ling Lan's arms. However, he saw Ling Lan give him a look that told him, just let it be. Li Lanfeng could only helplessly take back his hand. He made up his mind. When they get to safety, he will ruthlessly beat some sense into that little white ball. He also suspected Little White was female. Otherwise, why would it keep on clinging to Ling Lan? Little White, how you get past customs will depend on yourself. Ling Lan used spiritual power to communicate with Little White. The reason they borrowed the identity of Li Yinfei was because they predicted that the customs would definitely have those domain concept detectors. What was even worse was that there perhaps might be an Imperial Realm formidable warrior waiting for them to get caught. Little White nodded to show that it understood. It didn't want to be left by its master again. As for a disguise, he wasn't afraid. I could use a cushion for my back. Li Lanfeng suddenly gave a suggestion for Little White's disguise. Little White grit its teeth towards Li Lanfeng to show that it was angry. It knew that jerk was definitely trying to get back at it for what it did. That is an interesting idea. Ling Lan smirked. This was the first time Li Lanfeng saw Ling Lan smile without her disguise. He was dumbfounded by it. Little White discovered Li Lanfeng's odd behavior and showed a ruthless expression towards Li Lanfeng. A small tentacle rose up as it gave him a standard middle finger. Li Lanfeng smiled like spring had arrived. He put out his finger and began to rub Little White. As expected, just as before, Little White quickly surrendered to the finger and became cute and adorable in the next second. This scene, along with that smile that could instantly bring colors to the world, changed into warmth that slowly reached the depth of Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan's mood became much better. It was no wonder that the kings of history liked to see beautiful women when they were in a bad mood. It was definitely a great way of changing one's mood. After elder brother Kun finished registering their identities, he waited at the customs. Just as he was about to be somewhat impatient from waiting, he saw 3 hover cars flying over quickly. He didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely his family's goddess Li. The staff members at the customs had already known that Li Yinfei would go past the customs today. Those who didn't have work on their hand were all crammed near this area. They were waiting to get a close-up of the goddess in their dreams, goddess Li Yinfei. The 8 bodyguards walked out of the cars first. 2 of them went to the trunks to get the luggage. The other 6 spread out near the hover car at the very front and waited for Li Yinfei to come out. The 3 assistants then got out of the cars. Ling Lan took out the hover wheelchair from the trunk and flattened Little White into a cushion, putting it on the back of the chair. Little White used its little tentacles to fix itself onto the chair and waited for that despicable jerk Li Lanfeng to lean on it. Every time Little White returned to its usual fierce self, it would be annoyed at the things Li Lanfeng did towards him. It hadn't been truly done in by that jerk's one finger. Li Lanfeng must have definitely used some despicable means to turn it meek. It was probably spiritual power interference. Little White knew about it because it was also adept at using spiritual power. Ling Lan pushed the hover wheelchair to the car door. She then saw Li Lanfeng smile at her with his hand out of the door. That pose. He wanted her to hold him in her arms. A drop of cold sweat dropped from Ling Lan's forehead. Although she was pretending to be a man. No, she was now pretending to be a woman. Ling Lan felt confused for a moment. No matter if she was a man or woman, Li Lanfeng was actually a man. Although they were all pretending to be women, wouldn't Li Lanfeng feel uncomfortable in that kind of position? Was his acting too over the top? Ling Lan could only think of this reason. Thus, she helplessly brought out Li Lanfeng from the car in her arms. Her movements were very skilled. Li Lanfeng also cooperated with her and locked onto her neck as he buried himself in her arms. Yes, Ling Lan remembered. It seemed it wasn't the first time she held him like a princess. In the place no one could see, Li Lanfeng, who was buried in Ling Lan's arms, had a satisfied smirk on his face. He could only think of many devious ways to have Ling Lan be used to being in physical contact with him. Li Lanfeng knew very well that Ling Lan didn't like coming into contact with people. Even if it was the friends he grew up with couldn't get past that restriction. Li Lanfeng didn't hope to enter Ling Lan's heart in such a short amount of time. He just hoped that the body that Ling Lan was willing to have physical contact with was his body. Ling Lan gently placed Li Lanfeng on the hover wheelchair and then slowly pushed him forward. At the customs entrance, a crowd had already gathered around there. Li Lanfeng showed off an elegant and standard smile that Li Yinfei would do. Many of the staff members shout out in joy uncontrollably when they saw that smile. They felt that no matter how beautiful and perfect the person they see in the virtual screens was, it was still much less comparable to the real thing. In the videos, she was already more beautiful than humanly possible, but it was still within limits of humans. However, now, they actually felt that a goddess had descended down from the heavens, gracing them with her presence. Elder brother Kun walked up and was also stunned by Li Lanfeng's smile. He felt Li Yinfei's smile was much warmer and more intoxicating than usual. What has happened to her? Elder brother Kun felt Li Yinfei's charm was different from before. It was even stronger now. He believed that as long as Li Yinfei continued to have such charm, no one in the world would be immune to her. She would be able to have anything she wanted in the world with that amount of charm. Elder brother Kun looked at Li Yinfei with joy once again. Li Yinfei's expression and habits were the same as before. However, it was only today that her level of charm had changed drastically. Li Lanfeng didn't know about elder brother Kun's reactions. This time, in order to disguise as Li Yinfei, he had carefully studied some of Li Yinfei's expressions and habits. He had copied all of them perfectly. Even elder brother Kun, who had been with Li Yinfei all this time, didn't see any flaws. Goddess Li, can you sign an autograph for me? A staff member finally couldn't hold it in and gave up on maintaining professionalism. He changed to an idle fan and ran up to Li Yinfei asking for an autograph. Li Lanfeng nodded warmly. Sure, but only this time. Next time, don't forget about doing your duties. The staff member blushed and nodded furiously. He felt that the goddess Li he admired was the kindest person in the world. Li Lanfeng signed his autograph with elegance. Autographing was also a required skill for an idol. Li Lanfeng didn't forget to level up this skill to max. The staff member satisfyingly held the autograph and returned to his post. Those who were slower than him, all looked at him with jealousy. However, they were already warned against by Li Yinfei, so they couldn't rush up and ask for an autograph too. Li Lanfeng and his entourage arrived at the entrance to customs. Li Lanfeng then smiled at the surveillance camera. At that moment, the surveillance room was busy comparing the names of members leaving on starships for the day. The staff member responsible for Li Yinfei's area saw Li Yinfei's warm smile. He felt as if his heart was struck by a great force. In a short while, he didn't know what he should be doing. After a short while, Li Lanfeng discovered that there wasn't any response showing that they got past customs. Cold sweat formed in his palms. He then raised his eyebrows and said with saddened expression, "Is there something wrong?" A staff member couldn't endure seeing Li Yinfei's sad expression, so he immediately contacted the surveillance room and woke up the staff member responsible for their area. That staff member also saw Li Yinfei's sad expression. He was instantly angry at himself for losing focus and making Goddess Li sad. He immediately let her pass through customs. With a face like Goddess Li's, do I need to check it numerous times? The staff member trusted that there definitely wasn't a second face that was as beautiful as Goddess Li in this world. Thank you. We're short on time and need to board as soon as possible. We might have to trouble you. Li Lanfeng had a bashful smile on his face. Goddess Li, the information of the members in your group is simple and clear. We won't waste too much of your time. Please don't worry, replied one of the staff members beside them. Li Lanfeng nodded and gestured to Ling Lan to push him into the starship. The surveillance room didn't dare to waste any more Goddess Li's time and only hurriedly glanced past Ling Lan. He didn't see any issues and quickly let Ling Lan pass. The staff member didn't want to make Goddess Li wait for too long. The assistant walked up. At that moment, she saw that the blanket in Luo Lang's hands was actually not covering Li Yinfei's legs. She instantly said anxiously, "Oh my, our young Mrs. knee was hurt. Why are you standing there and not covering it on our young Miss knees?" Luo Lang then seemed to awaken from his dream and muttered, "Oh," many times. Then he immediately walked up to the inspection entrance with a face full of anxiety as he watched the two people who had already passed the customs. Luo Lang's anxious expression was too pronounced. Additionally, the staff member in the surveillance room was worried about Goddess Li's injuries, so he didn't compare Luo Lang with the data carefully. He only looked at it twice and then let him pass. After hearing that he had passed customs, Luo Lang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately put his head down with the blanket in his hand and ran towards the other two. The assistant's originally nervous expression also instantly loosened. She walked up to the inspection entrance and waited for the examination of her face. Without the Goddess Li clouding his mind, the staff member immediately changed his mentality and carefully compared the data of the assistant. After seeing that everything was correct and met requirements, he let her pass. Then it was elder brother Kuan and the 8 bodyguards. After comparing them many times over, they also passed through. At that moment, the person in charge of the surveillance room came to check up on his work. The person in charge nodded in satisfaction when he saw his staff members carefully examining the last bodyguard's information along with the 3-dimensional image of that bodyguard's face. He then asked the staff member, "These people don't seem to be soldiers." "Yes, it's Li Yinfei, her staff members and bodyguards," replied the staff member immediately. "Ah, it's Goddess Li. Did you carefully examine all of them?" Li Yinfei was considered to be the best-known singer across the Federation. This person in charge was although not a crazy fan like those younger soldiers, he still knew about her. "Yes, I've carefully examined them. There are no issues," replied the staff member. In order to not waste Li Yinfei's time, he didn't carefully compare the two assistants and let them through. However, those who could serve Goddess Li so closely definitely didn't have any issues. The staff member comforted himself just like that. It was because no matter if it was Goddess Li, her assistants, elder brother Kuan or the 8 bodyguards, all of their information was correct without any mistakes. He was very sure there were no issues. Plus, the higher-ups had told them to be on the lookout for 3 people trying to smuggle themselves on board a starship. He only didn't carefully examine 2 people. Just the numbers he didn't carefully examine was different from what was told to them. The staff member thought about it and believed he was right. He didn't think any problems could come from his work. Seeing the staff member with a face full of certainty, the person in charge didn't suspect anything. He walked over to the next staff member and began examining that staff member's work. Ling Lan slowly pushed Li Lanfeng on board Li Yinfei's cruise ship. "Let's go to the control room to take a look." While they were going through the corridors of the ship, Li Lanfeng suddenly broke the silence. Luckily, he was well versed in imitating, so he imitated Li Yinfei's voice to near perfection. If you didn't listen to it carefully, you might not be able to notice the difference. Elder brother Kuan looked at Li Yinfei in surprise. In the past, Li Yinfei never liked to interact with the crew members of the ship. She felt that they were all savages, and secretly looked down on them because of so. They've been guarding the ship for many days. It must have been hard for them. I should express my thanks to them. Li Lanfeng flashed a sincere smile as she spoke gently. It looked like Li Yinfei finally realized that she needed to maintain a good relationship with the crew members. Elder brother Kun was elated by the fact that Li Yinfei seemed to have turned over a new leaf. It should be known that frequent travelers like them were most afraid of offending the crew members that defended the safety of cruise ships. In the past, Li Yinfei despised these rogues and always acted arrogantly in front of them, infuriating them to no end. Li Yinfei was able to disguise her real self perfectly in front of outsiders, always appearing amiable and gentle to the public. However, she couldn't hide her deep-seated arrogance from the people who worked closely with her. This was her weakness. Some might say that she was just being her real self, but if she acted arrogantly all the time, it was very easy to dislike her. As her manager, elder brother Kun took care of many conflicts for her. His conflict management was the only reason why the team was still able to work together. Just like that, elder brother Kun led Li Lanfeng and her group into the control room. The moment they entered, the lively atmosphere in the control room turned cold. The captain of the ship noticed the change in atmosphere. He turned around and saw elder brother Kun. He also saw Li Yinfei and the other people behind elder brother Kun. He frowned instantly. Old Kun, why are you here? He forced himself to smile as he got up and welcomed the group. While he was welcoming the group, he sent an inquisitive gaze at elder brother Kun. He seemed to be asking why he brought the mess of a person to the control room. Elder brother Kun laughed. Old Lin, young miss heard that you're having a hard time, so she came to visit you to express her gratitude. Old Lin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard such an unbelievable statement. He looked at the lady who was smiling gently, and weirdly enough, she didn't have the arrogant aura around her anymore. Did the military teach this proud young miss how to be polite and grateful? Li Lanfeng didn't seem to notice old Lin's astonishment. He just continued maintaining his perfect and amiable smile. He was used to wearing this smiling mask. No matter how close the person in front of him was, even if it was the family head of the Li family, his grandfather, his facade wouldn't disappear. When he saw Li Yinfei continuing to smile even under his questioning gaze, the captain finally started to believe that Li Yinfei was here to thank them. She didn't come here because old Kun persuaded her to come. She also didn't seem forced to smile at them. Her smile looked really genuine to him. The captain's expression gradually softened. In reality, it was hard to hate someone with such a pretty face. However, Li Yinfei's personality was really bad to even have a good impression of her even under the guise of her beautiful appearance. Her horrendous personality slowly corroded the beautiful image they had of this goddess. In the end, they completely forgot about her beauty and only remembered her irritating personality. The captain was used to seeing many beautiful ladies in the world, but after Li Yinfei changed her personality, he started to feel that she wasn't so loathing anymore. Ling Lan quickly glanced at Li Lanfeng and smiled secretly. This fellow actually activated his innate talent, Bewitch, to gain favor with the captain and the crew members. It must be hard on you recently. Li Lanfeng bowed to thank them while being seated in the wheelchair. Whether it was his voice or his expression, they were all filled with sincerity. The sincerity was clearly delivered to everyone through their eyes, and ears, and eventually, to their hearts. The crew members, who had a stiff expression on their face, finally smiled in a relaxed manner after hearing Li Yinfei's calming voice. Their gaze turned friendly as they looked at her. Elder brother Kun was satisfied with Li Yinfei's performance. He shouted loudly, "That's right. All of you had to stay on the ship while we were gone, so you didn't have a chance to walk around the planet, General. It must have been hard on all of you. Thank you for your efforts." Captain Old Lin laughed out loud when he heard him. He patted elder brother Kun's back and replied, "Why are you being so polite? We're all in this together. Don't worry. We'll be in charge of the safety of the flight." Li Yinfei smiled and nodded gratefully at him. She looked curiously at the crew members who were preparing for flight. Then, she asked shyly, "Captain Lin, can I take a look at how you prepare for a flight?" The captain no longer loathed Li Yinfei, so he wouldn't reject such a small request. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "Sure. Miss Li, you are free to roam around. If there's anything you are curious about, just ask them." Li Yinfei pushed herself to the pilot excitedly after the captain agreed to her request. A pilot's skill was very important in ensuring that the cruise ship was able to leave its secured dock quickly and take off perfectly. Luo Lang's calm personality also took over the main body, and he walked towards the crew member who was controlling the engine. As for Ling Lan, she continued to stand behind elder brother Kun, which also meant that she was standing behind the captain. If the takeoff was smooth, the three of them wouldn't act. However, Ling Lan would never leave her life to luck. This was the reason why they found an opportunity to come to the control station. If any unexpected problems arised, they would snatch over the control of the starship and personally drive the starship out of Planet General. Report. Captain, the engine is ready. Ship Anmi is prepared to depart. After waiting for 3 minutes, they finally received the report that the engine was ready. Li Lanfeng clenched his fist instinctively. Old Kun, are we leaving now or do we have to wait longer? Old Lin asked elder brother Kun, who was beside him. He didn't know if there was any other request for them. There's no need to wait. Let's take off now. I want to see the scene when the cruise ship takes off. Before elder brother Kun could reply, Li Yinfei answered the question for him excitedly. Her face was slightly red due to her excitement, making her seem even more mesmerizing. The crew members who were looking at her felt that their souls were being sucked away. Old Lin coughed and regained his composure. He said, in that case, let's prepare to leave. Musi, contact the control tower and tell them that we're leaving. Ask them to arrange a lane for us and a time for takeoff. Yes, Captain. The crew member called Musi quickly contacted the control tower of Planet General. Soon, the control tower gave them their schedule. Time in departure is in 15 seconds through lane HKL 93. Musi immediately reported what he heard to his captain. Okay. All crew members. Be in your positions. Old Lin's gaze turned serious. Taking off seemed very simple, but if it wasn't done correctly, problems could arise easily. If the error was serious, it might even cause the cruise ship to collide with the gates on the lanes, which would result in a huge loss. Suddenly, the control tower suddenly made an emergency call. They demanded the ship to stop their takeoff. Captain Old Lin got a shock, but before he could give an order to stop, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Then, he fainted. What are you doing? Elder brother Kun exclaimed in shock and anger when he saw his subordinate knocking the captain unconscious. Ling Lan sent a bone-chilling glare at him, and elder brother Kun immediately felt as if a large sledgehammer was slammed across his chest. He flew off his feet and landed heavily on the ground, denting it. He fainted due to the impact. The pilot subconsciously wanted to stop the takeoff, but a beautiful fair hand suddenly touched his hand. It was so soft it felt as though there were no bones in the hand. The pilot was stunned for a moment. However, he regained his senses immediately, and just as he wanted to stop the takeoff, he realized that his hand couldn't move. The beautiful hand was suddenly like a metal claw clutching his hand. It didn't feel like the soft hand from before. Who are you? The pilot suddenly thought of an unlikely possibility. He looked at Li Yinfei in shock. This strength wasn't something their arrogant and weak young miss should have. You're very smart. Have a good rest. Li Lanfeng didn't have the patience to answer his doubts. He replied to the pilot in an indifferent tone before releasing his spiritual power, knocking the pilot and the other crew members around him unconscious. In the blink of an eye, only Ling Lan and her 2 comrades were left awake. Oh, and the assistant who had pledged her allegiance a while ago. When Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan acted, Luo Lang acted too. He took care of the remaining crew members. Those people that were a hindrance were knocked unconscious by the 3 of them. After that, the 3 of them sat in their positions. As someone who graduated from the military academy, they knew how to operate a military vessel. It was a subject they had to learn. Luckily, a cruise ship was less complicated than a military vessel, so after glancing around at the controls, they managed to understand the basic operations of the ship. They were also lucky that the basic operations were all done by the mainframe. They only needed to steer the ship and prepare for the takeoff. The cruise ship started speeding quickly on its lane. Once its speed reached a certain point, they would be able to take off into space. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Did you hear me? I request you to stop your takeoff. The yelling voice of a JMC from the control tower was heard from the channel. Li Lanfeng answered the call and replied with a pouting face, I'm sorry, I accidentally started the ship just now. It's too late to stop it now. Miss Li, the angry expression on the JMC's face disappeared instantly when he saw Li Yinfei. He hurriedly advised her, quickly asked the pilot to use the emergency stop button. Li Lanfeng asked curiously, why do we have to stop? We have already started taking off. Plus, I have already handed in my application to leave the port. We detected unknown energy on your cruise ship. We need to inspect your ship. Suddenly, a stern senior colonel appeared in the video feed. If you don't stop now, we'll block the lane. Don't blame us for not reminding you if something unfortunate happens to you. How troublesome. Ling Lan pouted unhappily, revealing his princess temper. But, he seemed to not want to offend the military, so she replied helplessly, "Forget it, I'll ask them to stop." The senior colonel's expression softened when he heard this. However, in the next second, his face turned grave. He shouted to the person beside him. "Seal the lane." Ling Fei's cruise ship didn't stop. Instead, its speed turned up a notch. It was obvious that Ling Fei didn't want to listen to them. She was just being perfunctory. The spaceport quickly sealed the lane in front of the cruise ship. Ling Lan looked somber as he stared at the sealed gate in front of the cruise ship. His face was slightly pale. He gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his hands trembled a little. But, he still decisively increased the speed of the ship. The cruise ship moved at extreme speed towards the sealed gate. If it wasn't able to take off before it reached the sealed gate, it would collide with it forcefully. They might not be injured or killed, but they would never have another chance to leave Planet General again. "Come on, fly up." Ling Lan pulled the lever until it almost snapped in half. The support that was connected to the lane was released. The bow of the cruise ship lifted abruptly. It scrapped the sealed gate slightly and flew into space. It was a very close call. "Do we attack it?" The sergeant in charge of the safety in the control tower asked his superior. "Attack what?" The officer looked at the cruise ship in the sky and questioned the soldier calmly. "They just left without permission, right?" The sergeant asked with uncertainty. If they didn't follow orders, he could attack the cruise ship without asking for approval. Are their documents not complete? Did the higher authorities stop them from leaving? The senior officer shook his head. He was speechless at how dull his subordinate was. But those people asked them to stop for inspection, right? The sergeant pointed at the soldier who was jumping on his feet angrily. That soldier didn't belong to the ground service team at the spaceport. He isn't our superior. Moreover, the documents he provided are not complete. Yet, he still asked us to cooperate with him. The senior officer scoffed. Those people always acted arrogantly in front of their ground service team just because they were from a special department in the military. They treated them very badly. Finally, he managed to catch them without the proper documents, so of course, he had to make things difficult for them. So what if Ling Fei smuggled those people out? These people illegally entered Planet General, but the military didn't dare to openly search for them. Instead, they send the people from the special teams to search for them secretly. That meant that these people were the victims of the fight for political power. As long as they were not traitors of the country, he didn't mind helping them once. Why didn't you attack them? The senior officer didn't want to bother about the angry senior colonel, but the other party wasn't planning to let him off. He ran over angrily and questioned the senior officer. Why must we attack them? The senior officer raised his eyebrows and asked. I said that there's suspicious energy detected on the ship. The senior colonel gritted his teeth furiously as he looked at the spaceship flying further and further away. Now, he just wanted to vent his frustration. He almost managed to catch a big fish. He almost had the chance to gain huge merit. Do you have evidence? The senior officer folded his arms in front of his chest and asked calmly. Of course. A chain dangled from his hand. There was a detector hanging on the chain. It was blinking with light. It lit up, so it means that the suspicious domain concept energy appeared here before. In order to turn their face mediocre, Ling Lan and her comrades took the risk and used very little domain concept energy to alter their appearance. The amount of domain concept energy they used was very little, so it could only be detected if the detector was very close to them. Ling Lan and her comrades were lucky. The soldiers from the special team weren't at the scene just now. They were searching around the Planet General, so Ling Lan and her comrades managed to pass the customs without being found out. Actually, Ling Lan and her comrades were discovered because one of the soldiers searching for them loved Ling Fei. Hence, when he saw someone with Ling Fei's signature, he immediately went to find the person after his work to witness the real signature of his goddess. That was how he ended up at the place where Ling Lan and her comrades walked through. The lingering domain concept energy in the air was then detected by the detector. That was why the senior colonel asked the cruise ship to stop. You could say that Ling Lan and her comrades were simultaneously lucky and unlucky. Fortunately, they still managed to leave Planet General successfully. Even with that, you still can't prove that the energy came from Li Yinfei's group. Miss Li had all the relevant documents required to leave the port. There was also no problem detected when she passed through the customs. I can't attack a ship just because you suspect it without any evidence. The owner of this ship is the dream lover of all soldiers, Miss Li Yinfei. I can't anyhow attack it, the senior officer of the ground service team replied indifferently. However, she refused to stop when we requested her to. There's obviously something amiss. The senior colonel was indignant. Maybe Miss Li lost control of the ship or she just wanted to have a thrill ride. The senior officer shrugged and continued, we can't prove that she was in the wrong so we must consider all possibilities. You're making excuses for her. The senior colonel pointed at the senior officer furiously. He didn't expect the senior officer of the ground service team to speak up for Li Yinfei so openly. First, prove that your detector didn't make a mistake. Prove that the domain concept energy you detected really came from Miss Li's group. If not, I'll report your groundless accusations to the military. This senior officer of the ground service team was the person in charge of the safety of Planet General. As someone who managed to climb to this position, he wasn't a simple person. Thus, he didn't flinch due to the senior colonel's criticism. The unyielding attitude of the other party woke the senior colonel up. He flicked his sleeve and said, I'll report to the military too. You should think about how you will explain your actions. You don't have to worry about that. I followed the regulations perfectly. I have nothing to be afraid of. The senior officer sneered. The other party had connections but he had his own connections too. He wasn't afraid of them. In the end, they ended on a sour note. The battle of justice between the two teams lasted for a long time. In the end, both parties were punished equally. As for the Li family, they received the news Li Lanfeng sent to them from the virtual world so they hid Li Yinfei. They would think of a way to release Li Yinfei after everything calmed down or find a way to fetch Li Yinfei back from Planet General. In the main house of the Li family, the family head, Li Hongji, who was the grandfather of the three brothers from the Li family, waved his hand indifferently when he heard the report of what happened on Planet General. He allowed his men to carry on with their plans. This was the main study room of the Li family household. It was filled with books of all subjects from all eras. The Li family could proudly say that, besides the National Library, no other place had as many books as them. You could not see the end of the massive number of bookcases and books at one glance. Only members of the main Li family were able to enter the main study room. This was because the genealogical tree of the Li family was hidden there. There were more than 1 million books on the genealogical tree of the Li family. Of course, ever since the mainframe was invented, everything was recorded in the mainframe. However, the Li family still left a written record of it. This habit lasted until today. There was only one person in the huge study room so it was extremely quiet. In actual fact, besides Li Hongji, none of the people from his generation or the younger generations liked this place. They felt that this place was lifeless. Li Hongji sat on a sofa beside a bookcase silently for a few minutes. Suddenly, he laughed. It was a gut-wrenching laugh. Li Mulan, Li Mulan. As expected of the inheritor I have high hopes of. You schemed against the Li family outrightly so that I have to clean up the spilled milk for you. Li Hongji smiled lightly. Unfortunately, you're still too young. Your schemes are too simple. There's no standard to them. I'm really disappointed. The Supreme Commander Fate, it looks like I expected too much. Li Hongji closed his eyes and when he opened them after a while, his gaze turned sharp. I'll give you one more chance. I hope that after you escape with Ling Lan, you'll grow smarter. Suddenly, malicious intent appeared on his face. He gave a look of contempt. But, soon, the look disappeared. Li Hongji returned back into the calm and composed family head of the Li family. After leaving Planet General, Ling Lan and her comrades passed through many abandoned wormholes. In the past, Little Four liked to find wormholes that had been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. He would record all the wormholes on a map. It was a hobby of his in the past but now, it helped Ling Lan and her comrades to escape. They managed to evade the tracking from the Federation and left the planetary sector of the Federation at the least expected moment, entering the public planetary sector. Then they went to the space station where the 7th bugle call was undergoing maintenance. The trip took around 1 month. Tian Fan, who was waiting agitatedly for their return, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the three of them safe and sound. Ling Lan and her comrades returned the cruise ship to Captain Old Lin and his crew. After Ling Lan left Planet General, elder brother Kun, Old Lin, and the other people slowly regained their consciousness. Of course, there was nothing they could do too. The cruise ship was controlled by Ling Lan. They could only cooperate with her obediently. When Ling Lan returned the cruise ship to them, Old Lin and his crew were stunned by the kind gesture. However, they felt that it was understandable too. This was because they saw the seventh bugle call. The seventh bugle call had changed its looks completely. The characteristic of the destruction devil couldn't be seen, but under the meticulous transformation by the commander of the space station, it looked extremely beautiful. A single glance was enough to know that this was a powerful starship. There were numerous holes around its body. They were all covered up, but at a close distance, the holes could still be seen faintly. When elder brother Kun and Old Lin thought about the cannons hidden within all these holes, they felt a chill down their spine. One round of firing was enough to turn their cruise ship into a ball of fireworks. And that was just the side missiles. If the side missiles were already so powerful, the main cannons must be even stronger. Based on the size of the starship, there were at least 50 main cannons. The main cannons were hidden very well, so they couldn't gauge the number. The price of these weapons was enough to buy at least 3 of their cruise ships. The equipment inside and the number of crew must be 10 times, or even more than 100 times as numerous compared to them. Someone with such an impressive starship wouldn't care about their shabby cruise ship. Under elder brother Kun and Old Lin's reluctant gaze, the seventh bugle call took off. It flew towards a new world none of them had been to before. It was a place filled with powerful people fighting for power. It was a messy place that had no peace. It was a place filled with dangers. However, likewise, it was a place full of opportunities. Lawless lands, here we come. Lawless lands was the furthest and poorest area in the human universe. It consisted of around 1,300 planets. Most of them were barren planets with powerful radiations, inhibiting any normal humans to survive there, so it left around 100 habitable planets. Even in those habitable planets, they still required a protective shield to optimize the atmosphere for humans. None of the prosperous nations in the central region wanted to develop this area due to the lack of resources, the lack of humans living on these planets, and its long distance from them. The number of people living in the lawless lands was probably less than all their third-rate planets combined. If they wanted to control this area, they needed to supply soldiers and resources here continuously. Moreover, the fruits of their labor wouldn't appear instantly too. Due to the bad environment, the locals here were all naturally very strong. It could be said that they were born fighters and mecha operators. An ordinary-looking youngster might be a Chi-Jin master or a special-class mecha operator. There were some nations that wanted to build a base here and groom these talented locals, but after some time, they realized that it wasn't worth the effort. Firstly, the locals here were very stubborn. They would rather die than bow down to someone else. If they continued to struggle for power with the locals, all they would get was a useless planet. Secondly, they kidnapped a powerful local back for research, but the results were disappointing. The average life expectancy of the people was around 70 years due to the bad environment they were living in and the powerful radiation constantly phasing over them as they lived their normal life. What was worse was that 70 years was already an optimistic guess. A more accurate number might be 50 years old. Mind you, the life expectancy of the people in the center of the human universe was 150 to 180 years. No matter how good the combat abilities of these people were, their lifespan restricted their progress. So what if they were able to advance to the domain realm or become an ace mecha master at a young age? They wouldn't have long to live after reaching that level or stage. After finding out this fact, no nations had any interest in this area anymore. In actuality, they also didn't have the time, energy, or money to control this area, so as time went by, this area became the haven of criminals who were exiled from their own nations. This was the only place they were able to have a chance to live a comfortable life. But, the arrival of these criminals made the chaotic planets even messier. Soon, the area turned into an uncontrollable battlefield. In the end, the Intergalactic United Nations named this area, the Lawless Lands, a befitting title for an ungoverned zone. However, if you have the strength, you would be able to live a pretty good life. But, there was one prerequisite. You mustn't offend the 13 lords of the Lawless Lands. There was only one wormhole leading to the Lawless Lands. Sadly, this tunnel was frequently unstable and dangerous. Many criminals overcame numerous obstacles to reach the wormhole, but due to their lack of luck, they met a star tidal wave and died in the wormhole. Normally, ordinary merchant ships wouldn't enter the Lawless Lands. The journey was dangerous and their safety couldn't be ensured even after reaching their destination. They didn't know if the poor people would be crazy enough to lock them up. However, if enough profit could be made, there would always be brave merchants willing to take the risk. As long as enough profit was present, bold merchants would fly to the lawless lands to earn enough profit that could last them for a lifetime. That day, one of the merchant ships entered the wormhole leading to the lawless lands while carrying the criminals exiled from their nations. "Uncle, is the lawless lands really suitable for us?" A youngster blinked innocently as he looked at the stern middle-aged man in front of him. Ever since he could remember, he had been following his uncle, living a life of hiding and fear. They would stay in one place and work there for a period of time before moving on to the next planet. They roamed around like this in the universe for 10 years. At the end of those TWN years, his uncle finally earned enough money to board this ship which was heading to the safest location his uncle felt, the lawless lands. The middle-aged man turned to look at the youngster and sighed. "I don't know. But, I know that this is the only place they couldn't reach us. You'll be able to live more freely too." The lawless lands was a dangerous place where only the fittest would survive, but anywhere else they stayed at were dangerous too. If that was the case, why not come here and escape from that person's control? Without him, they would be able to live quietly and, maybe, more smoothly and freely. The middle-aged man didn't know if coming to the lawless lands was the right decision. However, he knew that there was no place for him or his nephew in any other parts of the universe. As long as they were alive, they would be caught by that person one day. At first, he thought that the money he saved was only enough for him to sit on a shabby and damaged starship. Fortunately, a pirate spaceship, which was heading towards the lawless lands, passed by the area he was at. The people on the ship probably wanted to earn some extra cash, so they allowed guests to come on board the ship at a cheap price. The middle-aged man couldn't help but complimented the room they were living in. It was small but not suffocating. They didn't need to squeeze with the other passenger. It was a 6-person room, but there were 3 bunk beds, so it was still quite comfortable. On top of that, he still remembered his astonishment when he entered the ship. It looked old and dilapidated on the surface with many holes, but its huge size proved that it was once a dominating presence. This wasn't an ordinary pirate ship. The middle-aged man looked at the crew members that were patrolling outside the door. They had an imposing aura around them. They must be a brutal and frightening pirate crew. The middle-aged man was frightened, but for some reason, he felt a sense of safety. The journey that was said to be dangerous seemed like nothing to him. "Bastard!" A clear voice echoed in the corridor outside. The familiar voice woke the youngster up from his thoughts. Before the middle-aged man could stop him, the youngster had already dashed out with a pale face. "Luo Luo, are you all right?" The youngster saw a beautiful man puffing his cheeks angrily in the corridor. He was looking furiously at the pervert who blocked his path. The pervert was flashing an evil smile. The youngster hurriedly ran over and pulled the beautiful man behind him. "Hey, do you think that a small little brat like you can save the beauty?" The pervert retracted his smile when he saw the youngster interfering with his affair. The sleazy aura around him disappeared and his expression turned sinister. The youngster shrunk his body in fear, but in order to protect his friend, he stood firm and forced a sentence out of his mouth. "Luo Luo is a man." Requiring such an embarrassing statement to protect himself, the beautiful man felt his face heat up from embarrassment. He wanted to kick this nosy youngster away from him. So what if he's a man? If a man can look like that, it's even better for us. The sleazy man gave a devilish smile. In actual fact, he already knew that this beautiful person in front of him was a man. However, since they were going to the lawless lands, this pretty and weak little vixen would become someone's food sooner or later. In that case, why not let him take advantage of him first? After all, it would bring him some happiness in this otherwise boring journey. He was focusing all his attention on the beautiful young man and the youngster, so he didn't notice that when he started talking, the guards were already closing in on them. Once he did anything that they deemed dangerous to the safety of the journey, they would fill him with bullet holes. You should be more aware of your situation. If not, you won't know how you died. 5 of the pervert's friends started mocking and blasting the youngster. The middle-aged uncle of the youngster turned pale when he thought about the eventual outcome of this tussle if he didn't intervene in this. He hurriedly ran over and continuously bowed down as he apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My nephew is still ignorant of the real world. I'll bring him back immediately." After he finished speaking, he pulled on his nephew's arm. The youngster looked weak, but he was actually quite strong. He flung his arm, breaking free from his uncle's tight grip, and shouted, "I'm not leaving. Luo Luo is my friend. I must protect him. The uncle's eyes dilated as he fumed in anger. He forcefully slapped the youngster across his face. Have I not taught you anything? What the hell are you talking about protecting someone? The youngster looked at his uncle in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the uncle who always doted on him from birth would slap him. When he saw the shocked face of his nephew, the uncle immediately felt immense regret in his heart. He truly regretted protecting and doting on his nephew so much until he turned into this ignorant and dumb self-idolized hero. He wouldn't be able to survive in the lawless lands with this kind of personality. Come back. His immense regret immediately turned into burning rage, as he forcefully grabbed the youngster's collar and dragged him towards him. Compassion was unnecessary in this land where only the fittest survived. If you didn't have enough strength, this kind of act would only attract unnecessary problems. Even though he felt pain in his heart, he still had to teach his nephew this lesson. Luo Luo. Luo Luo. The youngster furiously tried to struggle out of his uncle's grip. However, he was unable to break free from the tight grip again. He could only turn around and looked apologetically at Luo Luo. Ever since he was young, he roamed about the different nations with his uncle. They constantly had to change their homes and identities, so he never really had the chance to make any friends. But, everything changed when he met Luo Luo in this starship, who was as lonely as him. When they first met, they were just exchanging small talk, and after a few days of the same routine, he started to see himself as Luo Luo's best friend. The youngster was filled with deep regret. He was a totally useless best friend to Luo Luo. If he was stronger, if he was just half as strong as his uncle, he might have been able to protect Luo Luo personally. The uncle forcefully dragged his struggling nephew across the floor back to their room. The pervert's friends wanted to stop him, but their leader, a grim-looking man, signaled with his hand to urge them to stop. He allowed the uncle to drag the youngster away. The uncle outwardly acted like a coward, but he gave him a dangerous feeling. They were criminals who committed much evil, and their hands were stained with the blood of many. To do so much crime without getting caught, they needed keen instincts and a sharp mind to trust in those instincts. Once something or someone pinged their instincts, we would want to stay as far away as possible. After the uncle disappeared back into his room, the leader with the grim expression retracted his gaze and looked at the abandoned beautiful man. Are you going to follow us obediently to our rooms, or do you want me to invite you personally? The leader of the perverts asked coldly. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of all the other passengers. However, these people felt that it was none of their business, so they just continued looking at the good show. An intriguing idea flashed past Luo Luo's head. After thinking about it for a while, he revealed a mesmerizing smile. At first, he looked pretty and elegant, but now, seductiveness oozed out of his actions. The pervert's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but dryly smack his lips. Initially, he just wanted to vent his restlessness on this young man because he was pretty, and from the looks of it, he got really lucky with his choice. This man was some top-class good. He must be a charming rare beauty in bed. You're so enthusiastic. I can't reject you. His enchanting eyes made the pervert feel warm all over. His friends were also swallowing their salivas too. In the captain's room, the stern Tian Fong looked at the resting young man on the sofa. There was a look of contempt on his face. Boss, do you want me to get him back? Since they were pirates now, they changed how they addressed each other. He was still the captain of the 7th bugle call, but Ling Lan was still the boss. Ling Lan opened her eyes. She looked at the screen to see what Tian Fong was talking about. Let him vent his emotions. It'll be good for him, she replied indifferently. Xia Yi's death had a huge impact on Luo Lang. They were urgently trying to flee from the Federation before this, so Luo Lang didn't have the time to dwell about Xia Yi's death. But, after they started their journey to the lawless lands, Luo Lang finally had the time to feel the loss of Xia Yi. As the journey continued, he started being more depressed, but he never revealed any signs of it on his face. Outwardly, he appeared totally normal. Even so, Ling Lan knew that this wasn't a good sign. Sometimes, letting everything out and crying loudly was much better for one's mental health. However, Luo Lang didn't want to cry, so he had to find other ways to vent his emotions. So, these perverts came at a great time. Ling Lan didn't care about the lives of these trash of the universe. Most of the people that wanted to go to the lawless lands were generally bad people. All their hands were stained with blood. In that case, she was putting their lives to good use by letting Luo Lang vent his emotions on them. Tian Fong looked at Ling Lan inquisitively. Do you think I'm too cold-blooded? Ling Lan wasn't looking at Tian Fong, but he couldn't hide his gaze from her. They are all criminals. I don't care if they die. We're just enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Tian Fong didn't think that there was anything wrong with Ling Lan's actions. Me too. Ling Lan smiled lightly. The war on Twilight has taught me many things. Maybe too many. No matter what, you're always right, Tian Fong replied calmly. He spent the past few days with Ling Lan, so he personally saw Ling Lan losing her last ounce of innocence and hot-blooded nature. She finally turned into a qualified and cold-blooded leader. It was just that he felt a little pity at Ling Lan's loss of innocence, but Tian Fong had to admit that the current Ling Lan made him feel more assured. This was the kind of leader that could lead them to conquer the lawless lands. While they were speaking, Luo Lang, who went into the room not long ago, walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. He nodded slightly at the guard patrolling in the corridor before walking to the main hall. Then, he laid on the window and stared at the dark night sky. After some time, the guard walked into the room with two of his colleagues to clean up the room. Unexpectedly, there was nothing for them to clean. He was confused. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face turned dreadfully pale. He quickly brought his colleagues out. When he passed by Luo Lang, he couldn't help but look at him with fear in his eyes. Madoga Port was the only contact the lawless lands had with the other parts of the universe, turning it into the most prosperous place available in the lawless lands. The busiest goods market could also be found here. It sold many contrabands that were banned from all the nations in the universe. These contrabands were smuggled in by unscrupulous merchants who sold to the big local merchants. These local merchants would then transport the goods to the other parts of the lawless lands. Even though it was very prosperous, every corner was fraught with danger. Everyone required a good background to deter small-time thieves from stabbing them in the back while they were shopping, and that was for normal shoppers. If you were just a small merchant that wanted to get rich overnight, the local factions here would devour you whole the moment you landed with your goods. Nothing would be left on you except for your clothes. No, they would even take your clothes away to sell. The seventh bugle call slowly docked onto the port. The news that the seventh bugle call was filled with goods soon reached the ears of all the factions at the Madoga port. They started investigating this pirate group that they had never heard of before. They wanted to know who they were. If they found that there were no powerful factions backing up the seventh bugle call, bloodshed would be inevitable. Are we being too impatient? Shouldn't we investigate the strength of the factions here before making such a rash decision? Luo Yang asked Tian Fong, who was beside him, worriedly while glancing at the two people who were playing chess. Tian Fong replied with irritation, "How am I supposed to know?" Ling Lan made sure that when their guests disembarked, they would intentionally see the warehouse full of goods. The moment Tian Fong knew about this, he knew that boss had something up his sleeve. However, he didn't know what Ling Lan wanted to do. Ling Lan maintained a cold look on her face as if she didn't realize Luo Yang's worry and puzzlement. Just as she was to place her queen piece down, she lifted her finger lightly at Li Lanfeng's direction. Li Lanfeng understood Ling Lan very well, so when he saw the finger, he smiled and turned to Luo Yang. He explained, "This is our first time in the lawless land, so we normally will need a few months in order to truly understand the different factions and their strength, but now that is a waste of time. Hence, it's better for us to beat the grass to frighten the snake. The first snake that comes to find us might not be the strongest, but it will be the most suitable working partner." Luo Yang nodded thoughtfully, but Tian Fong still didn't understand, so he asked, "Why will the first snake be the most suitable? Wouldn't the most rash and the most impulsive be the most suitable?" "Captain, you can't use the mindset of a soldier to judge people here. Anyone that was able to build a notable faction here isn't simple. After all, this is the most prosperous place in the lawless lands. It is the link connecting the lawless lands to the outside universe. Do you think the 13 lords will ignore this place and let those greedy merchants take over?" Li Lanfeng smiled. "On the surface, it looks like this place is controlled by those powerful merchants, but the real marionettes of the show are the 13 lords. Wouldn't they think that we're lone travelers without any background? They probably think they could just send people to annihilate us and take over our ship and our goods. Honestly, my ship is more attractive than the goods inside." Tian Fong felt a little pain in his heart. He took much effort to modify his ship. His majestic and scary-looking ship that was full of weapons was forcefully turned into a shabby and old-looking ship. He almost vomited blood when he first saw it in the warehouse. Fortunately, it was just a disguise. The powerful weapons were all still hidden from the surface. He did feel a little better when he thought about it. No, this time, Li Lanfeng wasn't the one who replied. It was Luo Yang. As the strategist of the 7th Bugle Call, Luo Yang recalled everything Ling Lan did on their journey and understood why Ling Lan did what she did after Li Lanfeng gave him a hint. Tian Feng looked at Luo Yang and waited for his explanation. Luo Yang quickly continued, Boss used the token of the Rainbow Raiders when we stopped at the other ports. Thus, if the 13 lords try to investigate us, they will think that we have the Rainbow Raiders behind us. Tian Feng finally understood. The lawless lands don't care about the intergalactic United Nations, but they have to mind the mercenary world. This hellhole is banned by the intergalactic United Nations. So, without the people from the mercenary world, who will bring them resources? Luo Yang smiled, thus, before they have the ability to take over the mercenary world, they won't dare to offend them. And I was still wondering why Boss acted more and more conspicuously as we got nearer to the lawless lands. So this was the reason. Tian Feng understood everything. Ling Lan had started her plan a long time ago. Modifying the 7th Bugle Call was part of her plan too. I just want to put things straight once and for all. Ling Lan's cold voice sounded at this moment. Smack. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a chess piece landing was heard. Thank you. Li Lanfeng turned his attention back to the chessboard. When he saw his white king piece being checkmated by a black queen and black rook, he smiled bitterly and said, I lost. He really mustn't get distracted when he plays chess with Ling Lan. If he just got distracted for just a moment, Ling Lan would immediately checkmate him. However, in the past, Ling Lan wasn't this aggressive. She wasn't as calculating as she was before. Before, Ling Lan would calculate all the possible moves and come up with a trap to lure her opponent in, giving them no room to escape before finally checkmating them. You think too much when you're playing chess. Ling Lan said indifferently, there are two methods to conquer new lands. The first method is to conquer steadily and safely, accumulating strength slowly before swallowing everything in a single instant. The second method is to invade forcefully and quickly to secure a position for ourselves. In our case, we don't have much time. Thus, the first method is unsuitable for us. We can only go with the more risky method. Ling Lan lifted her head and a light shone over her face. Her cold face and nonchalant gaze assured the people in the room that she had everything under her control. Tian Feng even felt like prostrating down and praying to Ling Lan. The second method is indeed very risky, but we have no choice. If we lose, we will lose everything. If we win, we'll be able to conquer the lawless lands. Ling Lan's tone was somber. Now, the first wave of probes is about to come. Call Luo Lang to prepare. Yes. The three of them stood up and accepted the order. We found their identity. They're from the Rainbow Raiders. This piece of news quickly spread to all the leaders of the various powerful factions. It looks like the Rainbow Raiders finally wants a share of the lawless lands too. One of the three kings of the mercenary world couldn't restrain themselves anymore. All the factions in the lawless lands knew that this would happen eventually, so they weren't too shocked. However, they didn't expect it to come so soon. Here's the problem. Shall we cooperate with them or kill them? This was the question in all the people's minds. Their decision would affect their future relationship with the mercenary world and the three kings. Rainbow Raiders? Are they throwing this bait to see if we'll take it? One of the leaders of a faction smiled gently. Let me see which idiot will act first. Are we going to sit back and watch the show? The person sitting beside him asked in surprise. Yes. Let's see if they are worthy enough for us to act. The leader gave a mysterious smile. If they had the ability, he didn't mind working with them. But, he needed to see if they really had the goods first. At 10 p.m. sharp, Madoga Port turned dead silent. The locals here immediately went inside their houses and barricaded themselves. People in the lawless lands would rarely go outside when it was near midnight, as the possibility of getting murdered after midnight increased by 500 times. Usually, besides the guards on duty at the port, no other living humans could be seen walking on the streets. However, it was a little different tonight as a bunch of men who looked like they were from an organized drug syndicate, blatantly barged into the port. The guards on duty saw them, but they instantly averted their gaze, pretending that they didn't. They even evaded them. The guards quickly dashed to the other side of the port. When the group of men disappeared from their sight, the head of the guards, as well as the team members, immediately relaxed. Head, is there something wrong with those people just now? The newest member of the guards team didn't understand why they were so uptight, so he asked his head in a low voice. The head immediately stopped in his tracks. He immediately dug his pocket for a pack of cigarettes and took one out with a trembling hand. His hands only stopped trembling when he placed it in his mouth. A team member came forward and hurriedly lit up the cigarette. The head took a deep breath and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. After calming himself, he said, "Little Hu, you are new here, so let me teach you your first lesson today. If you want to survive in this port, you must have good eyesight." "I understand, head." Little Hu tilted his head and looked admirably at his head. The head had a good impression of this young man, so he continued giving him advice. "Did you see the symbol on their chest?" Little Hu tried to remember the scene he saw a moment ago. He answered with uncertainty, "Head, do you mean the thing on their chest that looked like some insect?" Those people were walking too far from him, so he didn't see the symbol on their chest clearly. He could only tell that it was in the shape of an insect. "Yes. It's a black scorpion." The head's expression was gloomy. "Lord Jen." Little Hu jumped up in fright. "You might not know anyone in the lawless lands, but you must have heard of the 13 lords. Every lord had his own exclusive symbol. Everyone in the lawless lands must remember all their symbols so that they wouldn't unknowingly offend the 13 lords. If they one day accidentally offend them, they would die a gruesome death the very next day. 7-colored scorpion, Lord Jen. 4-leaf clover, Lord Kuan. Sun, moon, and star, Lord Chien. Purple lightning, Lord Zhen. Whirlpool, Lord Sun. Rain, Lord Kan. Human torch, Lord Li. Pangu's axe, Lord Dui. Clown's smile, Lord Card. Night, Lord Yu. Angel wings, Lord Holy. Poisonous bat, Lord Ghost. Medusa, Lord Demon. A scorpion of any color belonged to Lord Jen's faction. It seems like someone there must have offended Lord Jen. One of the team members sighed at the misfortune of the people who incurred Lord Jen's wrath. The head shook his head. That might not be the case. He remembered the huge starship that docked in their port today. He only glanced at it slightly, but just the slight glimpse of what he saw was already enough to tempt him. If you didn't have the ability to protect your wealth, don't expose it. Otherwise, it would be cleaned out the next day. The head took 2 deep breaths before throwing the cigarette butt to the floor and stomping it. Then, he said to his members, "Let's go back immediately. No matter what you hear later, ignore it. You must never go out in the presence of the Lord's men. Even if they accidentally saw Lord Jen's subordinates, Lord Jen would order them to be killed based on his way of doing things. Lord Jen would never let someone who knew the identity of his subordinates off." His team members immediately thought of the gruesome fate if they accidentally encountered one of Lord Jen's subordinates, and their bodies immediately tensed up as they replied, "Yes, head." They basically dashed to their base. The first thing they did after entering their base was locking the doors behind them. They had already decided that even if the port was burned or destroyed, they would ignore everything and never take a step outside. There were close to 100 men from Lord Jen's face who infiltrated the spaceport. They walked to the place where the 7th bugle call was docked and looked at its magnificent body. The greed in their eyes immediately showed, thinking as though the ship and the goods on the ship already belonged to them. Now, they just needed to take it back and split it among themselves. The hunk leading the 100-men group signaled at the subordinate behind him. The subordinate hurriedly came forward and pressed his hand on the door of the huge ship in an attempt to decode its passcode so that they could enter. Right at this moment, the closed doors suddenly opened by itself. This unexpected scene gave the crowd a huge scare. Looking through the open doors, it was nothing but pitch-black darkness, seemingly like a maw of a monster ready to swallow someone whole. The group waited for a few seconds, but they saw no movement coming from the open doors. Having no idea what to do, they looked at their head in unplanned unison. The hunk leading them just stared at the door with a serious expression. After a few more seconds, he sneered. "Since you know that we're coming, stop hiding. Come out." His voice broke the calmness of the darkness they saw, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. Suddenly, the sound of metal chains dragging across the ground echoed throughout the spaceport and pierced through their ears to their brain. The imminent noise gradually started to grow sharper and sharper. "Be careful." Their head suddenly shouted with signs of urgency written across his face. As his voice left his throat, chains after chains suddenly flew out from the darkness behind the door, aiming towards every man with perfect accuracy. Ah! Io! Pooh! Clang! Some of the evaded metal chains pierced into the solid, hard floor made out of superimposed metal sheets. Those men who were unable to evade in time got directly pierced by the metal chains right through their solar plexus. They struggled to take a breath, but every time they tried, they started to vehemently cough out blood, and with each cough, the chain wrecked through more parts of their body. They didn't even have the time to yell in pain before they died with their eyes still wide open. On the other side, the leader barely scraped away with his life from the deadly accurate chain. Just as his mind was thinking of ways to defeat these chains, the scent of blood immediately filled the air around him, and with only one whiff, his face immediately turned grim. He cursed bitterly in his heart. They hadn't even seen the outline of their unknown opponent, but many of them were already dead. Their enemy was definitely a formidable opponent. The moment the chains flew out of the door, the leader knew that he must be facing a domain realm master. But, unluckily for him, all the men he brought were in the Qi-Jin stage. Some had just barely reached the optimal peak of Qi-Jin, half a step away from the domain stage. Yet, their opponent managed to instant-kill so many of them single-handedly. Clang! Clang! The amplified sound of the chains grating against each other continued to pierce their eardrums. Everyone then realized the chains were crisscrossing against each other, as if it was trapping them in a spider web. They were like the helpless prey of a spider, not knowing when the spider would come out and sink its fang into them. Far away, a white figure suddenly appeared on top of a tall road lamp. He stood on the lamp lightly and watched the show that was happening near the seventh bugle call. "Looks like Lord Holy is interested in them, Angel Ji." A voice suddenly rang beside him. The white figure turned around and saw a young man dressed in a purple gown standing on another road lamp smiling at him. "Isn't Lord Jin the same?" Angel Ji replied nonchalantly. "It couldn't be helped. My master has some connections with the Rainbow Raiders. Since their men are here, we have to welcome them with the grandest greeting. If not, won't we look too disingenuous?" The young man in the purple gown smiled as he looked at the massacre going on in the spaceport. "But, it looks like I'm not going to be the star of the show. It is no surprise, really. Do you actually think the Rainbow Raiders would send someone incapable here, especially when they know fully well how we act around here? They're the Rainbow Raiders, for God's sake. Isn't that right, Pu Long?" The young man suddenly appeared enlightened by the lecture given by Angel Ji. However, his expression was too exaggerated, making it obvious that he was teasing Angel Ji. Pu Long then flashed a devilish smile. "You should be saying that to the people under Lord Jen. They're the ones being culled like lambs down there. Doesn't Lord Jen have an amicable relationship with Lord Holy?" Angel Ji shook his head and smiled. "How do we know who has a good relationship with who? I might be working with you today, but tomorrow, we might be enemies. I might be talking nicely with you now, but in the next second, we might start fighting for our lives. In that case, we should treasure the friendly atmosphere we have now and watch how powerful the people from the Rainbow Raiders are together." Pu Long was very interested in the person who controlled the metal chains. "I'm very interested too." Angel Ji laughed as he looked at the spiderweb formed from the metal chains. He knew that one of the 12 angels under Lord Holy could also control metal chains. He wondered of the both of them, who was stronger. By now, the surviving men under Lord Jen were staring at the door with apprehension. After waiting in complete fear, the sound of grating metal chains stopped. Instead, it was replaced by clear footsteps. "He's here!" All of them screamed in their minds. Slowly, a skinny figure walked out from the dark passage. Everyone was dumbstruck, including Angel Ji and Pu Long, who were standing far away. The reason they were dumbstruck was because the person they were looking at was just too young. He wore black clothes with a beautiful face on top of it. It was hard to tell if he was a male or female from his face, but for some reason, no one thought that he was a lady. Their first impression was that he was just a very pretty young man. Luo Lang looked at the leader of the group standing in front of him. He had a stunned look. Luo Lang said calmly, "You're not my match." He shifted his gaze and looked at the direction where Angel Ji and Pu Long were standing. "He seems to have discovered us." Pu Long smiled when he saw the intense gaze. "To look at us with such confidence, he must be a titled domain realm master," Angel Ji replied calmly. "Do you want to meet him?" Pu Long asked. "Why must I?" Angel Ji just wanted to see how strong were the people the Rainbow Raiders sent. Now that he had his answer, there was no need for him to continue to remain here. After he finished speaking, Angel Ji twisted his body and disappeared on the spot. Pu Long listened to his surroundings carefully, and after ensuring that Angel Ji had really left, he smiled and said, "It's good that you left. You might interfere with my master's business. But, He crossed his hands in front of his chest and stared intently at Luo Lang. If you want me to appear, you should kill all of Lord Zhen's men first. Luo Lang saw one of the two threats leaving, but the one left seemed to be staring at him silently. Just looking at their actions, he understood that the two of them were not from the same side as the group who tried to steal their starship. Boss did say that there would be many factions coming over to investigate them. Whether they intruded their ship or just watched from afar, his job was to finish those people that offended them. Luo Lang retracted his gaze and placed it on the leader of the intruding group. Are you planning to leave yourself or do you want to continue? Luo Lang didn't want to fight with weak people like them. To him, it was like a grown adult bully a young child. Charge! The contempt in Luo Lang's voice enraged the leader. All the men were frightened, but under their leader's order, they still rushed towards Luo Lang without any fear of death. Luo Lang frowned at their reckless decision. He lifted his right hand before tightly clenching his fist. Suddenly, the spider web of chains in the air started coiling around each other before raining down on the charging men. Ah! Pft! Ouch! Screams of pain echoed in the air. Soon, the floor of the spaceport was filled with dismembered parts of a human body. As for the leader, he retreated back while his men charged forward. Disgusting! Pu Long spat. Shameless! Luo Lang looked at the leader in contempt when he noticed his retreat. He waved his left hand and a metal chain materialized in mid-air. It shot towards the leader. Ah! Guardian G, help me! The leader immediately felt the scent of death coming near him, so he started shouting frantically. Fack! A huge hand appeared and slapped away Luo Lang's metal chain. Guardian G! The leader cried in happiness when he realized he was saved. But, in the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. Pfft! Blood spurted out of his mouth. Why? Guardian G! Guardian G slowly retracted his hand that pierced through the leader's chest. In his hand was a heart that was still pounding. Lord Zhen doesn't need someone who's afraid of death, Guardian G replied in an unchanging tone. The leader fell backward to the ground. No one knew if he heard the reply before he died. Pu Long frowned when he saw the arrival of Guardian G. I didn't expect him to come here, and he's very hard to deal with. I might not even be his match. I wonder how long the tidal domain realm formidable warrior can stand his ground. Luo Lang just looked too young, so Pu Long was under the impression that Luo Lang had just entered the tidal domain realm for a few years. Thus, his understanding of his domain concept must not be as deep as an experienced tidal domain realm formidable warrior who had been in that stage for more than 10 years like Guardian G. Since this piece of trash is dead, it's time to settle the fight between us. After killing the leader, Guardian G turned and looked at Luo Lang. Guardian G never expected the first fighter of the Rainbow Raiders to be so powerful too. Moreover, he was a tidal domain realm formidable warrior. At first, he thought that they would at most send a domain realm master out here, but from the looks of it, they underestimated the resolve of the Rainbow Raiders in taking over the lawless lands. What made Guardian G furious was how ruthless the fighter from the Rainbow Raiders was. He killed more than 100 of his men without showing any respect to Lord General. Although Qi Jin masters weren't precious in the lawless lands, they weren't grown on trees. Even Guardian G felt his heart aching over the loss over such a huge amount of Qi Jin masters. Indeed. After I'm done with you, I'll need you to give me an explanation, Luo Lang replied casually. He wasn't one bit afraid of the 13 lords. Luo Lang truly didn't believe that there was anyone who was more powerful than Boss. Boss would take care of everything that came his way. Hence, he felt very confident when he talked to the people of the 13 lords. Guardian G was surprised and irritated by how arrogant Luo Lang was acting. Even if the Rainbow Raiders was one of the kings of the mercenary world, the 13 lords were still the rulers of the lawless lands. It was still up to them to decide if the Rainbow Raiders could have a spot in this piece of land. Guardian G set his mind to teach Luo Lang that in the 13 lords' territory, even a dragon would have to curl up quietly like a snake. Suddenly, numerous beautifully designed earthen doors rose from the ground and surrounded them in a bowl-like enclosure. 8 degrees Brahmin. Pu Long, who was watching from afar, was flabbergasted by what he was. It was unexpected for Lord Zhen's guardian to use his most famous domain technique right at the start of a fight. It was an ultimate technique, capable of killing someone like him if caught off guard. Now, Pu Long was worried for Luo Lang's life. He could only hope that Guardian G still respect the Rainbow Raiders enough to not murder Luo Lang. If Garden Ji didn't even have an ounce of respect towards the Rainbow Raiders, Luo Lang would most likely be dead. Earth element. Luo Lang frowned when he sensed the dense earth element permeating around him. Seeing the earthen doors closing him in a bowl, he slightly moved his fingers as he tried to pierce through the earthen doors with his chains. The metal chains pierced into the doors, but after piercing in for close to 30 centimeters, it couldn't move anymore. The defensive strength of the earthen doors was too much for the offensive power of his metal chains. Luo Lang couldn't destroy the doors. It's useless. You're only able to tickle me with that chain of yours. Guardian Ji scoffed in derision. He waved his right hand and a door unrooted itself off the ground before flying furiously towards the spot where Luo Lang was standing. Bang! The huge impact almost caused the entire port to vibrate. Luo Lang quickly flipped backward, evading the incoming door, and while he was in mid-air, he clapped his hands together and shouted, "Disappear." The metal chains around the port turned into balls of smoke as he said that and disappeared following after. Two blurred figures jumped out of Luo Lang's body. Right after that, Luo Lang changed his hand signal and said, "Combine." Just as he said it, the blurred figures integrated into his body again. After that, Luo Lang clenched his right fist while moving his left hand over his right waist and slowly drew out a sharp knife. Luo Lang landed on the ground firmly. He swept the knife in the air and pointed it diagonally at Guardian Ji. A moment ago, he was wearing a cool black attire, but now, he had changed into a long black trench coat. The trench coat drifted slowly under the breeze at the port. Guardian Ji frowned. He waved his hands quickly and countless earthen doors rushed towards Luo Lang from all corners, leaving no room for him to escape. Pu Long was afraid for Luo Lang's life. However, before he could lend a helping hand, Luo Lang had disappeared into thin air. What's happening? Pu Long felt confused by the scene in front of him as he could no longer see Luo Lang at all. After rubbing his eyes in an attempt to clear his vision, he decisively closed his eyes and tapped his forehead with his right forefinger. Open. As he said that, he slowly opened his eyelids, and purple snakes of lightning could be seen crackling over his eyes. This was the Eye of Lightning that was very famous among all the lightning element domain masters. It was able to improve one's vision to a degree where it would allow the user to see things they sometimes shouldn't. With the help of the Eye of Lightning, Pu Long was finally able to see Luo Lang's movements clearly. Luo Lang didn't actually disappear. He was just moving at a speed that couldn't be captured by the naked eye to evade the earthen doors. This was why Pu Long had the illusion that he disappeared. That is another domain concept. Pu Long's face went through a series of emotions before his face just went numb from shock. He had never seen someone with two different domain concepts before. Moreover, these domain concepts weren't ordinary domain concepts either. From the way the young man handled his second domain concept, it was a titled domain concept too. F***K, who is he? What kind of monster is he? Pu Long himself was considered a genius in the lawless lands too. He was a talented individual who had entered the domain realm at a relatively young age. He felt that he wouldn't lose to anyone besides the other two prodigies in his generation. However, this young man sent by the Rainbow Raiders was not only younger than him but also stronger than him. Just looking at the two different domain concepts, he knew he wouldn't be able to win the young man in a straight-up fight. Luo Lang maneuvered left and right, evading every earthen door that came his way. Soon, he appeared in front of Guardian Ji and slashed his knife at him. Bang! Just as the knife was about to slash Guardian Ji, he immediately substituted his place with an earthen door to evade the deadly knife. When Luo Lang saw the substitution, he snorted and punched out with his fist an inch away from the door. Swish! After the punch destroyed the integrity of the door, the knife chopped the thick earthen door into two like butter. The Bangan doors, which had an abnormally powerful defensive strength, weren't able to withstand the combination of Luo Lang's 1-inch punch and the edge of Luo Lang's knife. More than 10 meters away from the place where Luo Lang chopped the earth door, one of the earth doors slowly morphed into Guardian Ji. He didn't expect that after Luo Lang changed his domain concept, he would be able to split his earthen door in half. This was the first time he saw someone splitting his earth door into two that effortlessly. But, what scared him the most was the change in Luo Lang's speed. Only when he was on the brink of death, he could see Luo Lang's afterimages. Fortunately, he was able to move between his earthen doors so he didn't get hit by the knife. You have my respect. Guardian Ji's expression changed many times. In the end, he smiled and cupped his hands. Luo Lang didn't reply to him. He just stared silently at Guardian Ji. His cold attitude slightly irritated Guardian G, but he quickly remembered that he was alone while Luo Lang had his entire team behind him. Although he didn't know if there was someone as strong as Luo Lang on board, he never put his life at risk, especially after living for so long. He controlled his anger and continued smiling. My name is Ji Ming and I'm from Lord Zhen's faction. My men seem to have mistakenly offended you. To express our apology, we will officially pay a visit tomorrow. Luo Lang scoffed. I won't send you off. Guardian G's expression turned dull. In the end, he flicked his sleeve and disappeared. Pu Long touched his chin and smiled. It looks like I have to report this to Lord Zhen as soon as possible. There might be a good show coming soon. Ji Ming was a narrow-minded person, so he wouldn't let Luo Lang go that easily after he chided him like that. Thus, he would most definitely come back for revenge tomorrow. His master, Lord Zhen's relationship with Lord Zhen was okay. Well, he was being polite when he said that their relationship was okay. In actual fact, the relationship between them was really poor. If Lord Qian and Lord Kun didn't persuade his master, he would never have worked with Lord Zhen to handle that upcoming faction leader. However, that was the only collaboration they would ever do. Pu Long understood his master well, so he knew that even if his master didn't have a good relationship with the leader of the Rainbow Raiders, he would willingly help the other party in order to create more trouble for Lord Zhen. Pu Long disappeared after he finished his thoughts. A few minutes later, he reappeared on top of the same road lamp. He scanned the area around him with scrutiny, and saw there was no one present. He shook his head. Is my mind playing tricks on me? He came back again because he felt a gaze looking over him. However, after looking around carefully, he couldn't find the source of that gaze, and that feeling was gone too. It really did seem his mind was playing tricks on him. But, as someone who had reached quite high in physical skills, he wouldn't ignore his instincts when it signaled to him. Unfortunately, he didn't find anyone. Reality told him that it was really his illusion. Forget it. Pu Long sighed regretfully. So what if someone was peeping at him? They would only know that Lord Zhen knew what happened here. It really wouldn't affect them. After Pu Long reassured himself, he disappeared again. This time, he really left. As a member of the 13 Lords faction, he didn't need to be so careful. A few minutes passed by again, a black figure slowly appeared under a road lamp. The person raised his head slightly, revealing a face that was covered with a silver mask. The people of the lawless lands are really impressive. I used the aura restraining technique Rabbit taught me, but he still detected my presence. Lord Zhen. Li Lanfeng smiled. Maybe he is a good partner to work with. Li Lanfeng's figure slowly disappeared. He left too. Soon, the news about Lord Zhen failing and Ji Ming losing to a young brat was known by the other 12 lords as well as the leaders of the other factions. Rainbow Raiders. It looks like they're serious this time. One of the representatives sent by Rainbow Raiders was already on par with Ji Ming. If they still thought that the Rainbow Raiders was just casually passing by, they should just leave the lawless lands. They formed a grudge with Lord Zhen the moment they arrived. Their journey on the lawless lands will be difficult. I don't know about that. There are just too many conflicts between the 13 lords to know what their intentions are. Even if they offended Lord Zhen, the other lords might not be unhappy. So it's hard to say for now. That'll depend on the attitude of the other 12 lords. If most of them chose to drive out the Rainbow Raiders will be unable to do anything too, even if they are a top-class mercenary team. We'll know the results tomorrow. What we know now is that Lord Zhen won't forgive them easily. If other lords step out to help the Rainbow Raiders, it'll be more fun. Do you think Lord Zhen will help them? After all, he has been at odds with Lord Zhen for a long time. That'll depend on the other lords too. If they support Lord Zhen won't move. It's hard to determine anything. We must wait for the 13 lords to give their final say. We mustn't be implicated by this and give the 13 lords a reason to take us down. On the surface, the most powerful people in the lawless lands were the 13 lords, but there were many strong factions below them who wanted to become the 14th lord. To prevent their grip over the lawless lands from loosening, the 13 lords scrutinized these factions carefully. A few days ago, Lord Zhen and Lord Zhen worked together to wipe out a new faction that was developing rapidly. It had many capable people under its wings and its strength was formidable too. A lot of people really thought that the leader of this rapidly growing faction would become a new lord. But, Lord Zhen and Lord Zhen, who used to be at loggerheads with each other, suddenly cooperated and uprooted the new faction in a blink of an eye. After that, they quickly segregated the faction's territory. Of course, it was impossible for them to destroy a faction entirely within such a short period of them. So, there must be other lords helping them. These were all secrets that outsiders wouldn't be privy of. However, no matter what, Lord Jen and Lord Jin's swift uproot still stunned all the factions. Those that were planning for some grand scheme decided to keep low for the time being and bide for some time first. All of them were afraid that they would be the next target. The guard team of the port locked their rooms and went to bed after they returned to their rooms. None of them could actually sleep a wink that night. The next morning, their leader woke them up to continue patrolling the area. Unconsciously, they walked to the area where the 7th bugle call was docked at. It must be because they were all subconsciously thinking about this ship. They thought that the ship would have been taken over by Lord Jen, but surprisingly, the people from the 7th bugle call were still there maintaining the ship and cleaning their area. The ground around their ship was surprisingly very clean, but the leader still saw bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned on the floor. Instinctively, he led his men over and talked to the nearest crew member of the 7th bugle call. "Brother, what happened last night? Why are you cleaning the port so bright and early in the morning?" The leader pretended to be oblivious to what happened last night and asked with a curious face. He even passed a cigarette over to the man. Cigarettes were a luxury item in the lawless lands. High-class tobacco couldn't be grown here, so if they wanted pure tobacco, they needed to rely on the smugglers. Normally, only those with a certain status had high-class cigarettes. Normal people could only smoke on low-quality local tobacco. Even so, the price of local tobacco was still expensive. Nothing. Some bold thieves tried to steal our goods. Aren't they looking for death? The crew member's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarette. He smiled happily as he took it. The leader took out his lighter and lit the cigarette for the crew member. He continued asking, "From the bloodstains, it looked like there were quite a number of thieves." The crew member took a deep breath and enjoyed the cigarette. After satisfying his craving, he replied, "That's right. There were close to 100 people. 100 people? That's a lot. How many people did you send to fight them?" The leader appeared to be frightened by the huge number. "One person from our team 05 is enough to tackle those nobodies," the crew member gave a look of disdain. The leader chatted with the crew member for a while longer before parting ways. After they walked out of the vicinity, the leader heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and reminded his team members, "You should stay as far away from the 7th bugle call as possible in the future." "Why?" one of the team members asked. When their leader was chatting, they went to chat with the other crew members too. They found the other party very friendly, so they had a good impression of them. Someone who can kill Lord Jen's men and still appear nonchalant must either be ignorant or very confident in themselves. "Do you think that the people on the 7th bugle call are ignorant?" the leader asked. Everyone shook their heads. The crew member they talked to didn't seem like frogs in the well. They weren't arrogant either. The 7th bugle call isn't simple. However, Lord Jen isn't simple either. Small fries like us don't have the right to watch their battle. We should just stay away from them. Don't die without knowing how you did. The leader sighed loudly. He turned back and looked at the 7th bugle call fearfully. Yesterday night, he was afraid of Lord General. Today, he was scared of the 7th bugle call. It was no surprise to the leader that soon the 13 lords immediately gave out an order to close off the area where the 7th bugle call docked at. In the afternoon, swarms of people could be seen to and fro the 7th bugle call continuously. The 7th bugle call seemed to have already made preparations for these uninvited guests. On the deck of the starship, they had prepared a banquet with many types of food and drinks on the side. Although there weren't any flamboyant decorations or classy displays of antiques, it was still luxurious and elegant enough to accommodate these guests. They probably hold high positions in their ranks, thought the chief manager of the spaceport after seeing the display of dishes in front of him. He raised his opinion on the people from the Rainbow Raiders in his mind once again. Determining a person's position and power didn't require them to be there in person. It was possible to see some of it through the arrangements that person made. However, he no longer had the time to keep guessing the position held by the captain of the 7th bugle call. That was because out of the 13 lords, 5 of them actually sent representatives to attend the banquet, which was quite a shocker to the crowd. It should be known that newly arrived factions who wanted to make a name for themselves in the lawless lands, no matter how good their reputation was, the 13 lords would only send 1 or 2 representatives to scout them. There had never been a time when there were more than 3 representatives. Thus, with 5 representatives coming all of a sudden, the chief manager of the spaceport was so stunned that his mind was all jumbled up on all the theories on why they would send 5 representatives. It was no surprise that Lord Zhen, who the 7th bugle call had a bone to pick with, sent Guardian Ji Ming and Guardian Yu Shangfei here. Alongside them, they brought 3 domain realm masters who rose to fame recently. It was clear with their entourage that they were looking for trouble. Everyone also guessed that Lord Zhen's eternal rival, Lord Zhen, would send representatives as well. Maybe it was a coincidence, but a few minutes after Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei arrived, out of the 12 of Lord Zhen's Thunder and Lightning Enforcers, the 9th Enforcer, by Noah, appeared with 2 of his subordinates. However, everyone was shocked by the following appearances of Lord Holy's Angel Ji, Lord Li's Magistrate Shadow Flame, and Midnight Rider. They were shocked because they didn't know whether the 13 lords had reached a consensus to make such arrangements or not. However, everyone knew the answer to their questions would be known soon, as the captain of the 7th bugle call was about to come out. In the banquet area, all the guests had more or less arrived. However, even after 10 minutes of waiting, the 7th bugle call as the host, had only sent out servers and crew members to entertain them. There wasn't a single authoritative figure from the 7th bugle call's side on the deck. That included the titled domain realm formidable warrior who was rumored to be someone that even Lord Zhen's guardian, Ji Ming, couldn't go against. However, the situation was only temporary. The captain of the 7th bugle call would definitely show up. It was just unknown whether it was that titled domain realm master who already had a name for himself, or was it someone else. All of the guests who came were all extremely looking forward to knowing the answer. Right at that moment, they heard some footsteps coming towards the deck. Everyone turned towards the large door that led to the deck, and 3 people were revealed under the glistening sun. The middle-aged man walking at the front of the group had a rugged face, but he soon revealed that he also had a piercing voice. His voice reached those on the deck before he even arrived, ahaha. I'm sorry everyone. We were too busy counting our supplies. Sorry for making you wait. Out of the 2 people behind him was a man who was around the same age as the middle-aged man who spoke, but he looked more charming. The other one was a handsome young man. Despite the 3 of them walking in one after the other, everyone's attention was completely drawn in by the young man after glancing over the middle-aged man. They couldn't stop looking at him. It's him, Ji Ming said as he gritted his teeth. That kid killed 100 of our men. He looks too young. Yu Shangfei couldn't help but frown. According to the way the young man stood, he didn't give an impression that he was the captain of the ship. If a deputy was already that strong, then just how strong was that leading middle-aged man? Thinking up to that point, Yu Shangfei couldn't help but be more cautious. Although he was stronger than Ji Ming, even if by a little, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to them if the middle-aged man was stronger than the young man. Luckily, in order to make sure everything went well, Lord Zhen had another ace up his sleeve. Yu Shangfei admired his master because he could always think deeper and more clearly about matters like these. The 3 from 7th bugle call walked onto the deck. A lot of the crowd were closely paying attention to Ji Ming's face. When they saw him looking at the young man with a hateful look, they guessed that the young man was definitely the titled domain realm formidable warrior Ji Ming couldn't do anything against. Everyone was shocked by their guess. Just how old was that young man? It looked as though he was 17 or 18 years old or at most in his early 20s. If he was a titled domain realm master at such a young age, then at what age did he become a domain realm master? Although the lawless lands provided their citizens an optimal environment for them to enter the domain stage and to become mecha pilots at a young age, there still weren't many people who have reached titled domain realm master at such a young age. Those who did, had already been taken in by the 13 lords to nurture and develop into their strongest killers. Let me introduce myself first. I am James, the captain of the 7th bugle call. This is my deputy, Fedoran, and our 5th team leader, Luo Tianhua. Tian Fong irresponsibly and randomly created a few fake names. Luo Yang looked at Tian Fong helplessly. He knew that when there was the matter of fake names, Tian Fong would easily go off on a tangent. Luo Lang on the other hand was carefully thinking about the fake name, Luo Tianhua. His final thought was that it was much nicer than his real name, so he was extremely satisfied with it. Who knew he would actually hate his name, Luo Lang? That was something unexpected. We don't actually need to tell you where we are from, right? Everyone probably already knows, and we don't plan on hiding it either. Tian Fong continued to use their built impression of them to deceive them. Of course, if the Real Rainbow Raiders came and interrogated them, he wouldn't be afraid. When did they say they were from the Rainbow Raiders? I mean, who asked them to jump into conclusions before confirming with them first? Tian Fang's dismissive statement about their origin was very successful. Everyone nodded slightly after hearing his statement. With his words, everyone was certain that the seventh bugle call was a part of the Rainbow Raiders. Of course, they were already extremely certain of that fact, but Tian Fang's word cemented that fact. Our objective coming here is to open up a business route, so I would like to ask everyone to help us and cooperate with us. Tian Fang smiled as he put his hand out and bowed. His calm and respectful demeanor left a really good impression on everyone. However, even if they had a good impression on James, they didn't have the authority to accept their request. Everyone looked at the representatives sent by the five lords in unplanned unison as they waited for them to answer. Lord Holy, Lord Li, and Lord Yu's representatives pretended to not hear anything as they looked forward calmly while swirling their wine glasses. The scene suddenly became silent and the atmosphere turned awkward. Ji Ming smirked coldly. The Rainbow Raiders shouldn't think so highly of themselves and get involved in the lawless lands. They should be given this cold shoulder treatment. Right as he was relishing in the awkward atmosphere, a sharp voice pierced their ears. Lord Zhen's enforcer, by Noah, spoke up, no problem. With an extra business route, the lawless lands will receive much more resources. Why not? Ji Ming's expression changed instantly as rage burned in his mind. He didn't think that Lord Zhen would recklessly accept the seventh bugle call's request without asking for the approval of all 13 lords. What he was doing was clearly slapping Lord Zhen in the face. Tian Fang felt the awkward atmosphere but he instantly smiled when he heard a response, "Thank you for your support, Enforcer Bai. It's a rare moment for all of us to be here together. I am very happy at everyone's arrival. Please, everyone sit down and discuss our future plans." Tian Fang gestured to everyone to sit and talk. Everyone sat down on the nearest seats beside them. Before Tian Fang could open his mouth again, Ji Ming angrily spoke up, "Captain James, your men killed all of our innocent subordinates who passed by this area yesterday night. We came here today to ask you how you plan on rectifying this issue. Is the Rainbow Raiders inciting a war with the 13 lords of the lawless lands?" Just one sentence from Ji Ming turned this entire banquet into a public hearing. It was clear that he planned on taking the newcomers down a notch, showing the Rainbow Raiders who was the boss here. The representatives of the other lords all watched calmly after hearing those words. Some even half-smiled at Tian Fang. Even Bai Noah, who was being kind at the beginning, only focused his attention elsewhere and pretended to not know what was happening. The smile on Tian Fang's face slowly vanished. He looked at Ji Ming with a sharp glare and said in an unchanging tone, "Yesterday, we cleaned up a group of no-good thieves who tried to rob us of our supplies. So they were your men?" This insult disguised as a question made Ji Ming's face red-hot with anger. Ji Ming's anger instantly rose even more when he saw Bai Noah looking at him with a clear look of mockery. Yu Shangfei, who sat beside Ji Ming, held down Ji Ming's body that was about to jump out from his seat and smiled lightly towards Tian Fang. "We heard Luo Tianhua had taken some forbidden medicine and went rogue in the middle of the night." Tian Fang raised his eyebrows. "So? Our men were unlucky to have encountered him when he lost control." Yu Shangfei smiled as he looked towards Luo Lang, who was leaning on the wall behind Tian Fang. In the lawless lands, dangerous individuals who cannot control themselves need to be eradicated even if he is a titled domain realm master. All of that Yu Shangfei had just said was fake. However, did that even matter? In the lawless lands, if the 13 lords wanted to erase someone, they just needed to brand them with a crime. No one would dare object if they valued their lives. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei's goal was quite clear. It was to completely erase this monstrous individual who could grow to become their strongest opponent in the future. How come I don't know Luo Tianhua has this problem?" Tian Fang smiled coldly. "Do you think we're children? Trying to fool us with those words?" Ji Ming then said, "In the lawless lands, other than the 13 lords, no one has the power to refuse anything." Tian Fang forcefully slapped the armrest of his chair and stood up. A gleam flashed between his eyes. "Are you showing us up?" Ji Ming looked up and said proudly, "You can assume so." Tian Fang slowly leaned back onto his chair with a cold expression on his face. The entire deck's atmosphere became oddly heavy. Everyone was just watching Ji Ming and Tian Fang's battle of words. If the Rainbow Raiders couldn't bring out strength that would satisfy them, these people would just lean back and watch Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei teach Tian Fang's group a lesson in blood. As for the Rainbow Raiders, they were indeed one of the 3 largest factions in the mercenary world. Their regiment commander was also one of the 3 kings who could rock the entire mercenary world just by stomping his feet. However, they were only part of the mercenary underworld, so no matter how strong he was, he couldn't affect the lawless lands. Additionally, if the Rainbow Raiders were to come and seek justice, Lord Jen would come out and deal with it. They wouldn't be blamed for anything, so they didn't feel any responsibility to help them, so they were just watching it unfold. Tian Fong slammed on his armrest again. That's fine. Let me see just how strong the people working under the 13 lords are. After all, we don't want to do business with a bunch of weaklings. Tian Fong's answer wasn't anything that Ji Ming and the others hadn't predicted. In reality, the goal of the series of words and conversations they went through was to make the opposition challenge them to the battle. A battle of domains is difficult to control, so everyone will be responsible for their own lives, Ji Ming coldly stated. A gleam in Tian Fong's eyes turned colder. He slowly said, Guardian Ji, I hope you won't regret what you said. Ji Ming smiled coldly. I have never regretted anything in my life. I also hope you won't regret anything, Captain James. The two of them stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds with killing intent in their eyes. Tian Fong then suddenly smiled. Then, let us see who will be regretting their words. Go ahead. Tell me, how do you want to fight? Ji Ming looked at Tian Fong and then snorted coldly as he continued, although this is the lawless lands, we won't bully you with numbers. We will fight fair and square. Swa Ming. Here. A young man in his early 20s, who came with Ji Ming earlier, walked into the spotlight. He will fight with your 5th team leader, said Ji Ming. Tian Fong looked at Swa Ming curiously. He didn't know where Swa Ming came from. Lord Jen actually placed such a large amount of hope onto him to fight with 5th team leader, Major General Luo Lang, who had already shown that he was a titled domain realm master. Oh yes, I forgot to mention. Although Luo Lang is deemed as MIA after the battle at the Twilight Empire, the merits he earned in that battle were still not forgotten. It was also because of Luo Lang's disappearance that made the military headquarters give him the rank of Major General to comfort the Luo family, and thus the Lingtian Independent Army has another Major General in its ranks. Are you not going to introduce him? Our 5th team leader isn't someone that is willing to fight a random nobody. Tian Fong was very cautious, so didn't let Luo Lang fight right away. Instead, he wanted to know more about Swa Ming. What's wrong? Scared? Ji Ming wouldn't satisfy Tian Fong's request. He loved seeing his opponent's suspecting and second-guessing expressions. It made him feel like he succeeded. Tian Fong wanted to say something else, but Luo Lang stood up straight and said coldly, forget it, I don't need to know a dead man. Luo Lang's words caused Swa Ming's eyes to burn up with anger while also freezing Ji Ming's joyful expression in place. Luo Lang slowly walked out. Swa Ming looked towards Ji Ming and then walked into the middle as well. Without being given any reminders, those who were spectating on the sides, scooched backwards with their chairs. In the blink of an eye, an empty area with a diameter of 100 meters was cleared out. Luo Lang raised his head and looked towards his opponent. At that moment, Luo Lang's eyes became oddly calm. His calm personality had already taken over of him. The calm personality frowned slightly. From one look, Swa Ming actually gave off a very faint presence. It was as though Swa Ming was not standing before him. Right at that moment, his opponent suddenly exploded upwards. Many of those watching from the side instantly cheer in shock. Luo Lang somersaulted and backed up by more than 10 meters, evading everything Swa Ming flung towards him. Ah! What is that? Luo Lang landed on the ground firmly. He frowned and his squinted eyes couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. The spot where he was originally standing, as well as the spot where Swa Ming was standing on, was now densely covered with countless squirming black beetles. The beetles all squirming against each other created a revolting sight to the eyes of anyone with trypophobia. It's insects. Seeing the sight, Bai Noa frowned as he took a sip of his wine. The scene in front of him reminded him of Lord Jen and his ability to control the 5 poisons of the world. Just thinking about it, he could already feel his hair standing on end. No wonder Ji Ming dares to send him out. There's a high possibility Swa Ming is the legendary beloved disciple of Lord Jen, the representative of Lord Holy, Angel Ji, thought as he raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Is he finally revealing his disciple? The other 2 representatives' eyes lit up when they saw the mass amount of beetles. Every lord had secret disciples whom they groomed carefully and diligently. Rumors about them spread across the lawless lands, but none had ever seen these disciples before. Normally, they would have to wait for a few more years before the new wave of disciples would surface from the shadow of their masters, but the appearance of the Rainbow Raiders caused Lord Gen to reveal his disciple earlier than normal. This was good news to them. Luo Lang flicked his right wrist and a long knife that looked Tang Dao appeared from thin air. Can you deduce his domain concept? Ji Ming asked Yu Shangfei quietly. He's able to make knives appear from thin air, so he might have a metal element concept. Yu Shangfei frowned as he racked his brain for some logical explanations. You also said he could create metal chains out of thin air. That could be done if he had a metal element domain concept. But his speed is problematic. Yu Shangfei seemed uncertain. In the arena, the overwhelming number of black beetles suddenly swarmed towards Luo Lang in a giant wave. Even if the scene was revolting to him, Luo Lang wasn't flustered in the slightest. In response, he waved his knife while flickering in and out of everyone's vision. None of the bugs could even touch the edges of his clothes. His speed has exceeded the speed capable by a domain realm master. He might have a speed domain concept, Ji Ming said grimly. Double domain concept. Who knew we would see one here? Out of the 13 lords, only Lord Qian managed to control 2 domain concepts. However, Lord Qian's second concept is derived from his first domain concept. It is a domain concept that complemented his first domain concept. It is not an entirely unique concept like what Luo Tianhua has. Yu Shangfei was confused by what he saw. Let's continue watching. We'll get an answer soon, Ji Ming said coldly. Even if Luo Lang exceeded the speed domain realm master could theoretically achieve, he was still only passively dodging and not attacking. Out of all these beetles, there was only one life bug. No matter how many of the other beetles he killed, it was useless unless he killed the life bug, as it could just reproduce more beetles than he could kill, and once his domain energy got depleted after slashing waves and waves of them, he would become a feast for these beetles. Lord Gen had a strong and oppressive personality, but the other 12 lords put up with him because he had the ability to control the 5 poisons in the world. If they couldn't find the life bug of Lord Gen, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lord General. Moreover, no one knew how many life bugs Lord Gen had, so realistically, he was semi-immortal. Thus, the other lords had to put up with his irritating attitude as they were too lazy to use all their manpower to maybe have a chance to end him. We can't carry on like this. The calm personality realized this problem after realizing he would never win being this passive. We need something else. They were able to evade the beetles with their high speed, but ultimately, they were forced into this passive position. Moreover, signs of corrosion began to show on the knife. All in all, there was a time limit to the amount of time they could dodge passively like this. Lightning and fire would be the best to roast these bugs alive, but how unfortunate. Luo Lang was able to interchange with his other personalities freely, but the abilities he could use were restricted by his innate element. His innate talent was the metal element, with the water and earth element complementing it. There was a lack of lightning and fire element. Thus, no matter how he combined his personalities, he wouldn't be able to use lightning and fire elements. Damn it, why don't I have boss's ice element? If I just have it, I can use ice blockade and freeze all these beetles. The primary personality, Luo Lang, grumbled in frustration. Even if you have it, you won't even be able to use it, the calm personality replied indifferently. There were many elements found in Luo Lang's body, and thus the concentration of any particular element wasn't as pure as someone who had only one element, making the complementary domain energy he could supply to his domain concept lower than those with only one element. So, even if he had the ice element, he wouldn't be able to use Ling Lan's ultimate move, Ice Blockade. He would at most be able to materialize an ice sword for fun. In actual fact, creating the spider web made from metal chains yesterday night was already the limit for his metal element domain energy. He wouldn't be able to do anything more powerful. Little Lang, you're so heartless. Can't you let me fantasize? Luo Lang asked in frustration. If you continue fantasizing, I'll be rude to Ling Lan in front of him, the calm personality threatened. The slow Luo Lang usually didn't have any sense of urgency, but when he heard the threat, he could almost feel boss Ling Lan's cold stare piercing through his back mercilessly. Oh my god. Hurry up and choose someone. I still want to live. The primary personality felt a chill down his spine as he shuddered. Arg. I don't care anymore. I'll choose you. The calm personality gritted his teeth and pulled out someone he never wanted to see. Ha ha ha, are you finally begging me? The evil personality smiled mysteriously at the calm personality. Stop your bullshit. The calm personality rarely looked so furious. Don't forget my condition. The evil personality suddenly leaned closely towards the calm personality until he was just a hair away from his face, then he blew right into his ears. "Get off!" The calm personality shouted loudly while he pushed the evil personality away. The primary personality, Luo Lang, was stunned. What was happening? "Hurry up and come over." The calm personality quickly hugged the primary personality. F***K, why are all of them so hard to deal with? I have such a difficult time controlling all these irritating personalities. For the first time, the calm personality felt that his life was miserable. If he had a choice, he wanted to push his responsibilities away. Okay. The primary personality listened to the calm personality obediently. Looking at the obedient primary personality, the calm personality felt that without him, this stupid fellow would be devoured by all the other personalities. During that instant when they merged, the calm personality and the primary personality, who were hugging each other, didn't notice that the dark aura around the evil personality had gotten thicker. In the arena, Luo Lang suddenly stopped moving. The numerous beetles took the opportunity and pounced on him without any hesitation. Just as Luo Lang was about to be engulfed by the beetles, a frightening aura started to spread throughout the deck. What's going on? Everyone felt an unprecedented chill on their spines. Ling Lan, who was hiding among the crowd and watching the fight, suddenly became serious. What is this? Li Lanfeng stared at the fighting scene in shock. His domain energy activated automatically due to this aura. Ling Lan pressed Li Lanfeng's shoulder and a warm stream energy flowed into his body. The restless domain energy quietened down instantly. It stopped fidgeting. Boom! All the black beetles were suddenly blown away before imploding in the air. Their blood and body parts splattered all over the deck, staining the deck black with a hint of red tint. Luo Lang, who hadn't moved for a while, raised his head slowly. The corners of his lips slowly lifted before fully unfolding into a seductive smile. With that tempting smile, he exuded the charm of a seductress, but everyone who saw the smile felt their sphincter loosening. A vicious beauty, everyone thought internally. What made everyone almost commit a very embarrassing act was the dangerous aura Luo Lang was exuding. They could imagine that if they got nearer to Luo Lang, they would be devoured by the aura, eternally trapped in that depressing aura. This is very fun. Luo Lang lifted his fair and small hand and opened his palm, revealing a black beetle that was trying furiously to run away from his palm. However, just as it was on the edge of his palm, it twitched and stopped moving. Liquid started to flow out of the black beetle's body. It was the poisonous venom of the beetle. It was supposed to be a devastating biochemical weapon. Yet now, the venom didn't have any effects on the fair hand. But, some of the spectators could see that there was actually a layer of energy protecting and segregating the beetle and the venom from the hand. However, it's too irritating. I don't like it, Luo Lang said seriously. Then, he clenched his fist, crushing the black beetle into tiny bits. Then, he flicked his finger, throwing the bug away. So, I also don't like who created this. The Tangdao in Luo Lang's hand, which had many holes in it because of the corrosive venom, suddenly exploded into mist and disappeared. Everyone thought that Luo Lang was going to form a new weapon, but the mist didn't form into a new weapon nor did it dissipate. Instead, it started to grow thicker as it spreaded throughout the deck. The charging black beetles suddenly seemed frightened and agitated when the mist approached them. Their orderly formation broke, and they started moving about messily. They started retreating in a large tide, stepping all over each other just to get away at the fastest speed possible. What is happening? Ji Ming, who was feeling confident, suddenly leaped up from his seat. This was the first time he saw the black beetles ignoring the command of the life bug. Was the mist such a lethal threat to the bugs? Was that why they went out of control? The ongoing spectators had a similar thought too. Suddenly, someone from the crowd, who was either very bold or very dumb, walked to the edge of the mist and touched it with his finger in an attempt to deduce the reason why the bugs were so deathly afraid of it. In the next second, the very idiotic person screamed in pain, "Help!" Following his scream, his finger started turning gooey. Slowly, his arm basically melted away like ice under the hot sun. His face was filled with despair. He realized that he couldn't stop this frightening energy that was literally melting him. If no one could save him within a few seconds, he would end up as a puddle of blood and water. Shing! A black light flashed past everyone's eyes. And after they recovered their vision, they saw the melting arm getting chopped off. But, before the arm could fall to the ground, it completely melted into a mixture of blood and water. The person clutched his now empty shoulder. His face turned pale from the excruciating pain as he retreated 2 steps back weakly. His friends quickly came to hold him and carried him back for treatment. The leader of them looked at someone gratefully. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Midnight Rider." Midnight Rider, who was sitting at the side, returned his sword back to its sheath slowly. Then, he replied in an even tone, "You're welcome." Midnight Rider's decisive act saved the life of the dumb man. However, the man's tragic condition scared everyone. They didn't expect the Rainbow Raiders to send such a vicious man here. The mist was obviously poisonous. It was the kind of poison that was incurable the moment you touched it. Compared to the mist, Swa Ming's black beetles seemed almost friendly. Ji Ming's expression was gloomy. By now, he had already realized that Swa Ming was the one in danger, not Luo Tianhua. Yet, he already said that they would be responsible for their own deaths at the start of this fight. If Swa Ming really died, their master would skin them alive. What made them the most miserable was the fact that they still didn't know what Luo Tianhua's domain concept was. At first, they thought that he had the metal element domain concept. Now, they felt that it was a special domain concept. There were no other ways of explaining why his single-target technique, the sword, became a territorial technique, the mist. Is this a new combination? Impressive. I've never seen it before, Li Lanfeng complimented. On the other hand, Ling Lan's expression remained serious. She stared at Luo Lang's eyes intently. She had already noticed that this combination was different from other combinations. She realized this time, the person in control wasn't the calm personality whom she trusted. It was a personality that never appeared before. Ling Lan's profound insight told her that this wasn't a good sign. Luo Lang looked at the Midnight Rider slowly and smiled. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. "You're a busybody." The moment he stopped talking, the thick mist formed into a line and shot towards the Midnight Rider. The Midnight Rider frowned at the incoming mist. He slashed his sword instantly and a black sword aura shot out of the black blade, colliding with the line of mist. Bang! The entire deck started vibrating. No matter how sturdy or strong a ship was, it couldn't withstand the battle of 2 domain realm masters, so it started audibly cracking. Ling Lan stomped her feet and energy flowed from her legs into the ground. It counteracted the shock caused by the collision of the 2 energies, and the 7th bugle call became stable again. "Your opponent isn't me." The Midnight Rider glared at Luo Lang coldly before putting his sword back in its sheath. "Okay. I'll take care of this annoying bug before playing with you." Luo Lang gave a devilish smile. This was a rare opportunity for him. He finally managed to come out, and moreover, he was lucky enough to meet such interesting opponents. He couldn't control his restless heart. He really wanted to kill everyone here and turn this place into a sea of blood. What a strong killing intent. Everyone felt Luo Lang's killing intent. Was this the bright and beautiful young man just now? He was like a homicidal maniac now. They couldn't help but look at Tian Fong. Tian Fong was still smiling and his expression was calm. No one knew that deep down inside, he was agitated too. He had never seen Major General Luo act like this before too. But, when he remembered that there was still Ling Lan monitoring the scene, he felt more at ease. Tian Fong had only followed Ling Lan for a short time, so he never experienced any dangerous situation with her before. Hence, it was normal for him to feel anxious since he didn't know how powerful she was. But, as an experienced soldier, he wouldn't let his opponent see his real thoughts until the last second. Luo Lang looked at the black beetles that were running away in a flurry and smiled gently. He didn't care which one was Swa Ming's life bug. All he needed to do was to kill all these black beetles. He stretched his hand and the mist around him immediately flew towards the black beetles. The black beetles started escaping frantically. Their primal instinct told them that the mist would kill them in an instant. The entire situation took a turn. At first, Luo Lang was the one being chased by the black beetles. Now, the black beetles were the ones running away. What is this poisonous mist made up of? Angel Ji, who was sitting beside Midnight Rider, asked. Among all of them, only the Midnight Rider had exchanged blows with Luo Tianhua, which meant that he was the only one who could provide some explanation. Midnight Rider glanced at him before pulling a small section of his sword out of its sheath, revealing the black blade. Angel Ji's expression changed when he saw the holes in Midnight Rider's sword. It was corroded and the corrosion was still continuing. It hadn't stopped. But, the Midnight Rider's sword never came into contact with the mist directly. He just used sword aura to clash with the mist, not the main body of the sword. If so, why was the sword corroding? It's water molecules, Midnight Rider explained. As someone who exchanged blows with Luo Lang before, he knew where the corrosion came from. So his domain concept is the water element. The water element domain concept was indeed able to create poisonous liquid. This would explain the mist. Did this mean that Luo Tianhua had two domain concepts that could interchange freely? No. Poisonous liquid alone is not enough to corrode my sword. My master, Lord Yu, strengthened this sword with his domain concept. Midnight Rider shook his head. What else is there? Angel Ji asked. I don't know. I'll have to report to Lord Yu and hope that he'll have an answer. A thought went through Midnight Rider's mind as he replied. Angel Ji stopped probing Midnight Rider when he heard this, as he was prepared to ask his Lord Holy about this matter too. Zhuo Ming's technique, insect creation, was indeed very powerful. When a huge number of them were created, they were an invincible presence. But, when they met their rival, for instance, Luo Lang's poisonous mist, the insects could do nothing but run away. The black beetles ran away quickly, but they couldn't escape the inevitable poisonous mist that was spreading everywhere. When a black beetle came into contact with mist, it turned into a puddle of blood. As time went by, the number of black beetles got lesser and lesser. Just as they were about to be annihilated by Luo Lang, Ji Ming, who couldn't remain calm anymore, raised his hands and shouted, "Stop. We admit defeat." Although it might be embarrassing and although he might get punished severely by his master for endangering his beloved disciple, he mustn't let anything happen to Zhuo Ming. Luo Lang only gave an evil smile as a response. He continued controlling the mist with his hands towards the direction of the last batch of beetles. Once these beetles were dead, Zhuo Ming would be dead too. Although the evil personality took control of Luo Lang's main body halfway through the fight, he felt Zhuo Ming's desire to kill him the moment he took over. As someone who loved killing, how could he forgive an enemy that wanted to murder him? To the evil personality, killing one person wasn't enough. He must kill them all. He wouldn't let anyone go, including these people who were here to watch a good show and wanted him dead. The devil blood aura in his eyes seeped out, along with a malicious smile. This was the real him. Since the calm personality released him, he must kill as many people as he could. He needed to answer to the boring years of being locked in a little black room. As the black mist got nearer, the black beetles suddenly disappeared and a figure in their place. It was Zhuo Ming. Fear was written all over his face. He quickly rushed towards Ji Ming in hopes that Ji Ming would be able to help him. Too late. Luo Lang flicked his finger and two balls of mist flew towards Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei, with the rest rushing towards Zhuo Ming. These two balls of mist were to prevent Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei from helping Zhuo Ming. The evil personality truly wanted to kill Zhuo Ming. This was the person who teased him with his little bugs during the first half of the fight. In this world, no one dared to tease him like this. He must kill him. Just as Zhuo Ming was about to die under Luo Lang's mist, Luo Lang heard a huge roar. How dare you! Pfft, blood spurted out of Luo Lang's mouth. The sudden roar slowed down his mist. A figure appeared in front of Zhuo Ming. Zhuo Ming was elated and surprised as he shouted, "Master." Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei turned serious. They quickly kneeled down. "Welcome, Lord Zhen." At the same time, everyone stood up from their seats and bowed. Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen was a sinister-looking old man with graying temples. He wore a black gown and was staring coldly at Luo Lang, who got injured due to his roar. He said calmly, "How dare you try to kill my disciple with your subpar party tricks? Pay with your life." He waved his hand and a huge snake appeared out of the air. It opened its mouth and shot towards Luo Lang. Luo Lang waved his hand to shift the mist in front of him. The snake didn't seem scared by the mist as it swallowed the mist, which scared the hell out of the black beetles. It even burped in satisfaction. Luo Lang's expression changed. He didn't know that his invincible mist was useless in front of Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen glanced at Luo Lang indifferently. The giant snake seemed to have received a command as it opened its maw to take a bite out of Luo Lang. Luo Lang retreated back quickly. However, he wasn't as fast as the giant snake. Just as he was about to get swallowed by the giant snake, Bai Noa wanted to move. However, he was advised to not interfere with the matter of the lords by his subordinates. If Lord Zhen didn't appear, they might be able to help. However, now that he appeared, if they actually helped the young man, they would be being disrespectful. Only their Lord Zhen was able to stop Lord Zhen. Bai Noa couldn't help but look at Tian Fong. The only person who could save this young man was his captain. Of course, the captain must have the ability to block Lord Zhen's attack. If not, there would be 2 deaths, not 1. Bang! Suddenly, the giant snake got pressed to the ground by a huge force, throwing the dust into the air. Lord Zhen looked up calmly in a certain direction. The spectator in this direction suddenly felt an invisible force shifting them to the side. Finally, 2 young men in black trenchcoats appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One of them looked very handsome, but the oppressive aura around him made his looks forgettable. The force of presence of this young man couldn't be underestimated. The other was wearing a mask that covered half of his face. His gentle aura left a good impression with everyone. These 2 people had 2 entirely different styles, but they seemed very compatible. While everyone was guessing who these 2 people were, Tian Fong and Luo Yang stood up and bowed respectfully. Boss! Everyone was stunned. They thought that the person in charge of the 7th bugle call was the middle-aged captain, but instead, it was an extremely young youth. The young man with a domineering aura took a step forward first and walked over. The young man wearing the mask walked behind him. Everyone immediately understood who the boss was. Ling Lan stopped around 5 meters in front of Lord General. She cupped her hands and said, "I've heard many things about you, Lord Zhen." Lord Zhen arrogantly scanned Ling Lan from head to toe indifferently before asking coldly, "Who are you?" As one of the 13 lords of the lawless lands, he didn't think much of these younger generations. "I'm the head of this ship. I hope that Lord Zhen can give me some face." Ling Lan didn't mind Lord Zhen's attitude. She just put down her hand and spoke calmly. "If White Monarch comes personally, I might give him some face. You, however, you don't have the right." Lord Zhen flicked his coat and sat on the chair Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei brought over. Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng. Seeing the glance sent by Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng rushed out and picked up Luo Lang, who was vomiting blood on the ground. He prepared to bring him back for treatment. Lord Zhen glared at them when he saw them disregarding his presence. He scoffed. "Who allowed you to take him away?" The space around Li Lanfeng suddenly became distorted. However, in the next second, it went back to normal. He didn't seem to have heard what Lord Zhen said as he continued pulling Luo Lang away. He calmly took 1 step at a time towards the exit. Impudent! Lord Zhen was infuriated when he saw his words being ignored. He waved his hand in Li Lanfeng's direction and a huge 2-tailed scorpion appeared near Li Lanfeng. It struck its black and beautiful tails at Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang. Seeing the scorpion, Ling Lan lifted her hand in the direction of the huge scorpion before tightly clenching her fist. The giant scorpion seemed to be crushed by a huge force. It started rolling on the ground in pain. This move allowed Li Lanfeng to leave successfully with Luo Lang. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's vision. "Lord Zhen, you should let the younger generations deal with their own fights. It isn't right for people like us to step in." Ling Lan released her hand slowly and the giant scorpion fell down. Before it landed on the ground, it turned into black smoke and disappeared into thin air. Ling Lan's sentence placed her on the same status as Lord General. The people around her gasped. Where did this arrogant young man come from? How dare he say that he was of the same status as Lord Zhen? Even if the leader of the Rainbow Raiders, White Monarch, came, he would be polite to the 13 lords. Even a mighty dragon won't attack a snake in its own territory. Lord Zhen squinted at Ling Lan's words. A dangerous expression appeared on his face, turning the atmosphere on the deck tense. Everyone felt a huge force of presence pressing down on them. Those that were less powerful couldn't withstand it and kneeled on the ground with a hideous expression on their faces. Some even vomited blood as they laid on the ground. Lord Zhen just released his domain concept and a portion of the spectators couldn't handle it already. Even the representatives of the other lords activated their domain to resist the force of presence. "Lord Zhen, there are normal people on my ship too." Ling Lan released her force of presence to block Lord Zhen's aura. Those people that were hurt by Lord Zhen's force of presence suddenly felt the pressure on them being lifted. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them looked at Ling Lan gratefully, including those who brought their families to watch this confrontation. "It looks like the Rainbow Raiders have decided to go to war with us." Lord Zhen narrowed his eyes. Ling Lan's actions were challenging his authority. He didn't like the Rainbow Raiders from the start, but now, he had the intention of eradicating them. The killing intent was well hidden, but the powerful representatives of the other lords detected it immediately. Bai Noah's face turned pale as he looked in a certain direction. The other representatives complained silently too. They asked their men to move back so that there was more space for Lord Jen. Once Lord Jen got angry, there would be blood. Every time he unleashed himself, not even bones would be left behind. They needed to think how they should protect themselves from Lord Jen's rage. After all, those bugs would attack anyone in their way, and they didn't want to become food for the bugs. "You're the one that decides if there'll be a war between us," Ling Lan replied calmly as she placed her hands behind her back. She had already expected this inevitable fight between Lord Jen and her. If she wanted to have a spot in the lawless lands, she must let everyone know about her strength, and the best way to do this was to earn her name through a fight. At first, she thought that this fight would come later. After all, the people who came were all representatives of the lords. Ling Lan just wanted to heighten the conflict between one faction and her team by attempting to kill some of their more important men. That way, the other party would be enraged and their lord would come to find her for revenge. Surprisingly, things went very smoothly. One of their important disciples came to fight with them, forcing Lord Jen to appear. This was a chance given by heaven. Why would Ling Lan let go of this opportunity? She decisively revealed her arrogance, which successfully offended Lord General. Logically, a fight would ensue. "Ha, good, good. They who know nothing fear nothing. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of White Monarch." Lord Jen opened his arms as he laughed coldly. An endless amount of poisonous bugs began to fall down from his body. There was no end to it. "It's here." The other representatives felt their hearts dropping. They had seen how Lord Jen fought before, and it was frightening. Everywhere they looked, there were poisonous bugs. They were like locusts flying through a farm. Nothing could survive their ravage feasting. Everyone frantically began to squeeze themselves in the corners. Those who were stronger all their domain to protect their subordinates. They could only hope that Lord Jen wouldn't lose his mind and implicate innocent bystanders like them. Most of the people in charge started regretting coming to the deck. If they knew that Lord Jen would appear and be provoked, they would never have came. "I'm not sure how to answer to Lord Jen," Bai Noah mumbled. "It can't be helped. The young man is powerful but too arrogant. He doesn't know his position. This is the lawless lands. This is a place where the 13 lords can kill anyone they want. No one can save him. Even if he dies, he deserves it." The assistant beside him gritted his teeth. This stupid brat was the one who placed their lives at risk. What an irritating fellow. Even if he didn't die, he would suggest to Lord Jen that they mustn't work with the reckless Rainbow Raiders. Just as everyone thought the 7th bugle call would turn into a ghost ship, an anomaly happened that blew everyone's mind. What they saw was a huge swirling black hole appearing behind Ling Lan's back. The black hole could be seen getting bigger and bigger. As it became bigger, a strong suction force began to come out of the black hole. In the end, the entire space behind Ling Lan warped into the shape of a funnel. "What's that?" everyone exclaimed in surprise. Bai Noah was closest to Ling Lan, so he had a clear look of how strong the suction force was. If his domain concept didn't cement him to the ground, he suspected that he might be sucked into that hole. Angel Ji looked at the weird scene behind Ling Lan intently. His golden eyes started shining. He seemed to be looking at something. After trying to inspect the black hole, his expression turned twisted as he shut his eyes in pain. A drop of blood began to flow down from the corners of his eyes. Midnight Rider, who was standing beside him, asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" "I wanted to see what his domain concept is, but I failed. Not only that, I even received a backlash." Angel Ji smiled bitterly as he used his domain concept to heal the broken capillaries in his eyes. After healing it, he opened his eyelids slowly, revealing the now dull golden eyes. It looked like this backlash wasn't as simple as he said. "Are you alright now?" the Midnight Rider asked in concern. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Angel Ji wouldn't answer him honestly. His relationship with Midnight Rider might seem good on the surface, but no one knew if they would draw their sword against each other the next second. They might be friends today and enemies tomorrow. Thus, Angel Ji was used to being vigilant. "We can confirm that the man isn't simple. He has the right to be arrogant," Angel Ji continued. The strange domain concept was enough to earn him a position in the lawless lands. It feels like the space domain concept. On the other side, Bai Noah made his prediction out loud. "That's impossible. Besides that person from the central region, I've never heard of another person having the space domain concept." Someone beside him refuted instantly. He didn't believe that this irritating fellow was such a powerful person. Not hearing it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If White Monarch dared to assign him here, he must have some outstanding ability. Manhwa felt that his analysis was right. Without this heaven-defying domain concept, he wouldn't have the guts to fight with Lord Jen. Everyone in the lawless lands knew that all the 13 lords were very close to reaching the Imperial Realm. No, they might already be an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. They just didn't want to be noticed by the various nations, so they didn't reveal their true might. As an Imperial Realm formidable warrior, White Monarch definitely knew this too. Hence, he wouldn't send this young man if he wasn't capable enough to fight on par with the 13 lords. Well, unless he wanted to kill this young man using someone else's hands. But, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like the case. White Monarch was someone with a high status in the mercenary world. Was there a need for him to send him here to get killed? The answer was obvious. This young man was a truly powerful person. He wasn't an ignorant young man who came to seek death in the lawless lands. Lord Jen frowned slightly when he saw this swirling black hole. He commanded his poisonous bugs to get close to Ling Lan to deduce what her domain concept was. When they reached around 3 meters away from Ling Lan, his poisonous bugs got sucked into the hole behind her. Space domain concept. Compared to the uncertain crowd, Lord Jen immediately knew what Ling Lan's domain concept was. It was actually this troublesome domain concept. Lord Jen complained secretly about his bad luck. He wasn't able to deal with this legendary heaven-defying domain concept within a short period of time unless he revealed his ultimate trump card. Otherwise, he would be helpless here. Lord Jen was a decisive person. When he realized that he couldn't kill Ling Lan, he clenched his fist and the poisonous bugs obediently climbed back into his body. In a blink of an eye, the insects had all disappeared from the deck. It seemed as though they never appeared before. Ha ha ha, what a promising youth. A bright and clear voice was heard. Manhwa's eyes lit up. He retracted his domain concept and kneeled down respectfully. Lord Jen. Lord Jen. Everyone except Lord Jen and Ling Lan kneeled down to welcome Lord Jen too. A middle-aged man with long silver hair in a purple gown appeared in front of everyone. The smile on his face lightened the tense atmosphere. Lord Jen sneered when he saw Lord Jen. He flicked his coat unhappily and said, "What is a lazy bum like you doing here? If you took the effort to come here, then I should be here too, right?" Lord Jen's bad attitude didn't affect Lord Jen's mood. He continued smiling as he talked. Lord Jen turned to look at Ling Lan. He said gently, "Are you the person sent by Brother White Monarch? What a promising youth. It looks like White Monarch groomed an amazing disciple." Lord Jen, a thought flashed through Ling Lan's mind and the black hole behind her disappeared instantly as she kneeled down on one knee and cupped her hands together. Her attitude was vastly different from when she was greeting Lord General. Her posture was that of a junior greeting his elder. This difference in treatment made Lord Jen even more furious. However, he couldn't do anything to Ling Lan as Ling Lan's space domain concept was hard to deal with, and with Lord Jen here too, he was even more helpless. Lord Jen was treating Ling Lan as his junior, so he had to give Lord Jen some face. The feeling of not being able to kill the person he wanted made him frustrated. He turned and glared at Ji Ming before shouting, "What a bunch of trash. Hurry up and go back, you disgrace." Ji Ming was quite a famous old man in the world of the lawless lands. So, when he heard his lord scolding him in public, his face turned red from embarrassment. However, he didn't dare to show any signs of anger, so he just put down his head and agreed obediently. Soon, he brought everyone from Lord Jen's faction, including Sui Ming, out of this place. "You're lucky this time. Don't let me see you again." After giving the warning, Lord Jen left without a trace. Lord Jen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ignore him, Lord Jen's personality is just that irritating. Fortunately, intent to kill you was not set in stone. If not, it will be hard to clear up the situation because of your brash attitude just now. Lan Xiao acted rashly this time. Ling Lan lowered her head and accepted the scolding. "So you're from the Blue lineage," Lord Jen was enlightened. "But, Queen Blue has always been calm and thorough." Forget it. Things already happened. There's no use talking about it now. But, you must be careful in the future. Don't visit Lord Jen's territory. He's a narrow-minded person. Blue lineage. Queen Blue. Ling Lan felt that she had accidentally struck the jackpot. She just wanted to use her mother's surname and her father's name as a last remembrance of them. This was an unexpected surprise. After reminding Ling Lan out of goodwill, Lord Jin turned and told the leaders of the other factions, "This is my brother, White Monarch's beloved disciple, Lan Xiao. Please take care of him in the future." "Don't worry, Lord Jin. We will. We welcome brother Lan Xiao anytime." Everyone made their promise to Lord Jin. Since Lord Jin had already spoken, everyone was willing to give him some face. After the guests and hosts had their fill of excitement, Lord Jin took his men and left. When everyone left the seventh bugle call, the smile Ling Lan originally had on her face, instantly vanished. "Boss, is something wrong?" Tian Fang, who was originally happy that they had successfully gotten into the lawless lands, felt his heart sink, so he immediately asked Ling Lan. "You think Lord Jin is actually going to help us?" Ling Lan half smiled. "You're saying they have other plans?" After all, Tian Fang was someone who had been in the mercenary world for many years, so he understood something was off instantly when he heard Ling Lan's insinuating words. In the lawless lands, the 13 lords have always deemed this place as their territory. How could they just kindly let a new faction join their ranks? Especially when that faction clearly has the muscle to keep themselves there. Ling Lan slowly closed her eyes. The battle had only just begun. Not only did they have to face the pressure given to them by the 13 lords, they also have to be careful of plots against them. It was going to be more difficult than being in the Federation's military. However, what did that matter? Ling Lan quickly opened her eyes and a sharp gleam flashed past her eyes. No matter how difficult the path ahead was going to be, she was still going to dominate this place and become the only king. Only then, would they be qualified to go against the Federation's military and take revenge for her father. "I'll leave this place to you," said Ling Lan. "Boss, you're leaving?" Tian Fang asked in surprise. "Our window of opportunity is closing. I need to make every second count." Ling Lan looked towards a distant land. Perhaps there was where her opportunity laid. However, it might also be her death. "Little White." Ling Lan called indifferently. Suddenly, in the space behind her, a white little ball suddenly jumped out and into Ling Lan's arms. Ling Lan caressed Little White's head and said softly, "I'll have to trouble you in a bit." "Rawr, don't worry master, I will definitely help you fight." Little White used his tentacles to bump into its chest as if it was signaling to Ling Lan to leave it all to it. "No matter what happens, try your best to keep them at bay until I return." Ling Lan left those words and then disappeared from sight. Two people were already waiting for her in the plaza of the spaceport below the seventh bugle call. Ling Lan looked at Luo Lang indifferently. "Are you good?" Luo Lang kept his head down and replied softly, "I already took the second-generation UI agent. There aren't any big issues." "I'm not asking about that. I'm asking whether you can suppress the issue with creating the poisonous mist," said Ling Lan plainly. Luo Lang's issue with his new combination could fool others, but could not fool her. Luo Lang had a struggling look on his face. I will try my best. If you ever need help, just ask." Ling Lan looked directly at Luo Lang as if she was looking right through him. The penetrative look made Luo Lang put down his head involuntarily. "Let's go." Seeing Luo Lang's reluctance to tell her, Ling Lan looked away and said those words. Then, she disappeared from their sights. Li Lanfeng smiled as he looked towards Luo Lang with a knowing look. "If you don't deal with it soon, it's going to bite you in the ass in the future." After saying that, he also disappeared. Luo Lang's expression wavered for a moment before turning completely calm. Then, he followed in Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's footsteps and disappeared too. On the deck, Tian Fang looked at the place where Ling Lan had disappeared for a short while. Then, he suddenly smiled bitterly. "Luo Yang, I feel pretty useless. We can only sit and watch as the young men rush towards the front lines and fight for their lives. Us, on the other hand, just stay in the back and do nothing." Luo Yang sighed. "I just feel that I've lived 50-some years for nothing." Tian Fang turned around and walked towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Luo Yang immediately followed him and asked loudly. "The training room to train. I can't be left behind by too much. Otherwise, I won't be able to have the face to stand on the same floor as them," replied Tian Fang without even turning his head. "You've already trained enough recently," Luo Yang said helplessly. Ever since they knew about Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng's strength, Tian Fang's training showed signs of being somewhat masochistic. "That's not enough. I already asked Luo Lang." When Boss finished training them, they were all sprawling on the floor half dead, requiring Boss to pull them back to their beds. When Tian Fong heard it in the past, he felt these children were masochists. Training shouldn't be done like that. Did they not understand what it meant by moderation? However, now, Tian Fong realized that only such brutal training could make them reach such heights. Only after training until they were half dead would they be able to not lose against those heaven-defying individuals from the lawless lands. He always dreamed of being a figure that could shake a city just by a step of his foot. In the past, he believed his training philosophy of training in moderation. However, now, he felt that he had wasted his youth doing nothing. He was also frustrated at himself for not knowing someone like Ling Lan sooner. If he had met Ling Lan earlier, perhaps he could have done more in his past. However, it wasn't too late to realize it. Boss just said that the battle had just begun. There were more brutal battles waiting for them ahead. So, he must quickly increase his strength until he was the one protecting, not the other way around. Tian Fong just headed directly into the training room and tossed Luo Yang the responsibility of keeping the 7th bugle call running. Luo Yang had no qualms about that as he understood Tian Fong's concerns. After all, Tian Fong was already a domain realm master, it was just that he wasn't a titled one yet. If he could somehow become a titled domain realm warrior, he would definitely be of use to boss. Thus, he didn't say anything and took over all the responsibility required to be looked over on the 7th bugle call. After returning to his own palace, before Lord Jin could sit, a servant, who served him, came to greet him. "Lord Jin, the other lords have been waiting for you on the line." "Troublesome," Lord Jin said helplessly. In the next second, he appeared behind the desk in his home office. Lord Jin sat down and pushed down on his table to turn on his optical supercomputer. A virtual screen appeared in front of him. These technologies were quite commonly used to communicate in the center area of the lawless lands. However, only the higher-ups of the factions could have such things and they were very expensive. Despite all the factions hating the fact that the nations closed themselves off from the lawless lands, these factions in the lawless lands still couldn't do anything about it. After all, the lawless lands didn't have the capability or resources to manufacturing such devices. If they wanted one, they could only get ripped off by those nations who put sky-high prices. They also had to split a portion of money to the mercenary world that helps in the procurement of these devices. The 13 lords and factions in the lawless lands had complicated feelings towards the mercenary world. Although they were grateful for the mercenary world for creating a door to the outside world for them, at the same time, they also hate the mercenary world. That was because when the mercenary world helped them procure abundant and advanced supplies from the outside world, they were also sucking their wealth dry. In reality, the relationship between the 13 lords of the lawless lands and the 3 kings of the mercenary underworld wasn't on good terms. Soon, 7 or 8 silhouettes appeared on the screen in front of him. If anyone saw who was on the screen, they would definitely gasp in fear. It was because they were looking at the lords of the 13 lords. One elderly man with a head full of white hair and a long flowing beard was the first to speak. He asked, "Lord Jin, what do you think about the person the Rainbow Raiders sent this time?" This was Lord Kun of the 13 lords. "His strength isn't bad. He has the space domain concept and can fight above his stage," Lord Jin said in a serious tone. "But, he's too young and a bit hasty. Space domain concept is a little troublesome." A golden-haired middle-aged man frowned slightly. He was Lord Holy. With their abundant strength, they knew what kind of monster the space domain concept was. Even they would have a headache if they met an opponent who had this domain concept. It wasn't because they couldn't defeat him. It was because if he wanted to escape, no one could keep him back. It could be said that a space domain realm master couldn't be killed. If he was a lone traveler, they could attack him together. Even if they failed, it wouldn't be a huge matter. However, this young man was from the Rainbow Raiders. Once they failed, the Rainbow Raiders would use this chance to step into the lawless lands. The 3 kings of the mercenary world had been eyeing the lawless lands for a long time. They just needed a valid reason to settle in, and the 13 lords didn't want to give them this opportunity. "Where is Lord Jen?" Lord Kun looked around him and frowned. "He was just humiliated so he might not be willing to interact with us," Lord Jen replied dispassionately. There was a sneer on his face too. Everyone knew that he was at odds with Lord General, thus, he didn't hide his thoughts. I still want to ask him for his opinion. After all, he's the only one who fought with that space domain realm master. He might know more than us." A lady with heavy makeup covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. "Lord Demon, I don't want to hear that disgusting laughter of yours or else my knife will go through your skull." A man with clown makeup suddenly revealed the dagger in his hand and looked savagely at the woman. You'll need to have the ability to do that first. Lord Card, I'll be waiting for you in bed. Lord Demon suddenly laid down sexily on her and looked at Lord Card with a seductive gaze. Slam. Lord Card's image suddenly disappeared. After some time, Lord Demon's screen also went black too. They're fighting again. The person who spoke had huge eye bags and a grim face. He seemed as though he exerted himself too much. This was Lord Ghost. Don't mind them. How should we deal with the people from the Rainbow Raiders? A handsome young man with long blue hair raised his eyebrows as he asked. He was Lord Kansas. He looked young, but he was around the same age as the other lords. He just had some secret techniques which allowed him to retain his youthful appearance. We have to deal with them sooner or later. However, we mustn't let the Rainbow Raiders discover what we are doing, Lord Holy said calmly. The Lawless Lands isn't a place that the mercenary world can control. They will soon be trading with the other factions, Lord Jin reminded them. It's time to use the secret factions that we have been nurturing, Lord Kun said. Understood, the other lords nodded and replied. After this sentence, the virtual screen in front of Lord Jin turned black again. To the public, the 13 lords acted on their own and would start a fight whenever they had a conflict. Today, you would fight him, but tomorrow, he would fight with me. Some even became arch-enemies and bit each other whenever they were unhappy. An instance of this was Lord Jen and Lord Jin, and Lord Demon and Lord Card. But, in actual fact, this wasn't the case. The 13 lords didn't hate each other like how everyone thought. No matter how much they didn't like each other, once they needed to discuss something, they would put down their grudges and sit down for a discussion. The 13 lords were able to command the Lawless Lands for more than 10 years because they worked together secretly to control this entire place, successfully preventing the appearance of the 14th lord and stabilizing their power and position. Lord Jen went back to his Rainbow Palace. The moment he sat down, he remembered the humiliation he received on the 7th bugle call. He instantly slapped the handle of the chair furiously. Boom! The stone chair handle shattered into pieces. The two maids standing at the two sides shrunk back in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. I must kill that brat, Lord Jen said coldly. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. He could imagine that tomorrow, news about him not being able to handle Lan Shao would spread throughout the entire Lawless Lands. That brat made his name known to everyone while throwing his name to the mud. Gather all the guardians that are left in the palace. Lord Jen was someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. So, how was he able to swallow this defeat? He immediately asked his men to gather the guardians and prepared to attack the 7th bugle call. Yes. His personal assistants answered before hurrying out. After some time, 5 men of different ages and different body shapes walked in. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei were among them. Lord Jen, the 5 of them kneeled down respectfully and waited for their master's order. Choose the best elites from your team. You must kill everyone on the 7th bugle call within 3 days. Every single one of them, Lord Jen said coldly. Yes, Lord Jen, the 5 of them accepted the order. But, before they could get up, Lord Jen's gaze turned sharp. He looked behind them and shouted furiously, "Who's there?" The 5 of them turned around in fright. There was no one behind. Just as they were feeling lost, the space behind them became distorted and a line appeared in thin air. The line got bigger slowly before separating into a large black hole. A pair of military boots stepped out from the hold. It made a clear tapping sound when it stepped on the pure white floor made from white onyx. The hole got bigger. Finally, the face of the owner of the boot was revealed. It was a very young, fair, and handsome face. At first glance, he seemed around 23 years old. However, when you looked at him again, he seemed to be only 17 years old. The childish look on his face had not disappeared completely. He was at the prime of his youth. Tap! Another boot stepped out of the hole. The black cloak floated behind the person. His attire was simple, but it couldn't hide his glory. One look and you would remember him for life. It's you, Lan Shao. Lord Jen stared at Ling Lan furiously. Very good. There's a path to heaven, but you choose to come to hell. From the moment we started fighting, there's no possibility of reconciling, Ling Lan replied calmly. In that case, why not end it once and for all to prevent future trouble? Ha ha ha, Lord Jen suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Lan Shao, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that your space domain concept is invincible? However, I'm very satisfied with your arrogant behavior. Lord Jen grabbed the side of the armrest that hadn't been broken. Crack. The armrest got crushed by his hand. This place will be your grave. Following this sound, the 5 guardians shot up and pounced towards Ling Lan. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in their way. A black light was seen as well as numerous metal chains dancing in the air. Cling. Clang. The 5 guardians were forced back. Your opponents are us. Don't disturb boss. Li Lanfeng held his scythe in one hand and smiled as he spoke. Luo Lang curled his fingers to knock the metal chains into each other. Suddenly, a flash of red gleam passed his eyes. Hearing the piercing sound, Li Lanfeng turned back to glance at Luo Lang, and saw Luo Lang raising his right hand before pointing at 3 people with 3 of his metal chains. Luo Lang was telling him that he would take care of those 3 people. Li Lanfeng frowned slightly. However, he still nodded and agreed. Ji Ming, Yu Shangfei, and the other guardians were infuriated when he saw Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng distributing them so casually. The 3 people who got chosen by Luo Lang, including Ji Ming, rushed towards Luo Lang in unplanned unison. On the other side, Yu Shangfei and another guardian attacked Li Lanfeng. 2 fights were on the verge of erupting. But, no matter how violent or frightening their fights were, they didn't affect Ling Lan and Lord Jen who were standing at the front. There was an invisible barrier behind Ling Lan which blocked all the domain concept energy. Ling Lan slowly raised her head and said in an even tone, "It's our turn." Lord Jen slowly stood up from his throne and replied coldly, "Talk while you can. You might not have a chance later." Ling Lan smiled gently. "Sure. I'll also give you some time to say what you want later when I smack you down." Lord Jen's expression turned grim. "You're looking for death." After this shout, everything around Lord Jen, including the Rainbow Palace, turned into the 5 poisonous insects. They crawled towards Ling Lan from all directions. Ice blockade. Extreme coldness dawned upon them. In a blink of an eye, the Rainbow Palace and all the poisonous insects turned into ice statues. The dull and sinister-looking Rainbow Palace became a crystal-clear ice palace. Lord Jen was flabbergasted. "Ice element? Isn't your element space?" Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and answered, "Who told you that?" Lord Jen's eyes narrowed. He still remembered clearly what had happened on the 7th bugle call. He really did feel the suction force from the black hole. It wasn't a mistake. Ling Lan stretched out her right hand and clenched her fist. A crystal-clear ice sword slowly congregated in her hand. "My best element has always been the ice element." Lord Jen suddenly laughed when he heard this. "I don't understand why you would expose that. If you tried to cover it up, I might still be wary of your space domain concept. But, the ice element, do you really think it can suppress my domain concept?" Lord Jen clasped his hands together and shouted, "Break!" The ice statues began exploding simultaneously. The insects that were trapped inside revealed their poisonous fangs as they attempted to bite Ling Lan. Ling Lan frowned at the sight. She quickly disappeared from her spot suddenly in a second, and appeared behind Lord Jen in the next. She stabbed the ice sword in her hand at Lord Jen without any hesitation. The ice sword pierced through Lord Jen's body. Boom! Lord Jen's body exploded unexpectedly. Before the explosion could reach her, Ling Lan leaped back more than 10 meters away from Lord Jen. However, the poisonous insects that created the illusion of Lord Jen's body still managed to come close to her body. Just as the insects were about to come close to her body, Ling Lan pushed her left hand out and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the poisonous insects. However, she wasn't safe yet as Ling Lan's gaze turned somber. It was because she could see those poisonous insects poking into the ice wall and then slowly crawling through it before reaching her side. They were not afraid of the cold. As expected, her opponent was an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. Ling Lan had already guessed that the 13 lords of the lawless lands were all Imperial Realm formidable warriors. Imagine this, the locals in the lawless lands were all very talented in terms of their physical skills and their mecha piloting. If it wasn't because of the restriction in their age, which prevented the lawless lands from grooming more formidable warriors and mecha operators, this world might be entirely different. It would be a joke if the 13 lords, who were the most powerful people in the lawless lands, hadn't reached the imperial stage. From the information Ling Lan had gathered in the past and during this period of time, she felt that someone among the 13 lords might have entered God Realm, or was half a step into God Realm. Now, there was evidence to back up her hypothesis. She had released her titled domain concept, but the ice wall she congregated had a tinge of imperial stage domain concept in it. It wasn't purely formed with her titled domain concept. Only imperial realm formidable warriors were able to break through her ice wall. Because of this finding, Ling Lan decided to end this fight as soon as possible. She must take care of one lord before all of them reach a consensus to suppress her. After taking him down, she would take over his territory so that the other lords would have to accept her as the successor in order to maintain the balance in the lawless lands. This was Ling Lan's first step in her overall plan. She must quickly find a position in the lawless lands before she could make any other moves. Once the 13 lords decided to work together to chase her away, she wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of all the 13 lords no matter how powerful she was. If that happened, she would either have to leave dejectedly or die under their pressure. Anyway, she couldn't accept either of these results. That was why she decided to take the risk to come to Lord Gen's territory to find him. Although an imperial stage battle wasn't as earth-shattering as a god realm battle, it would still affect the fluctuations of the domain concept energies in the surroundings. Anyone who reached the domain realm would be able to detect this fluctuation within a certain distance. The people who reached the imperial stage would be able to detect it almost instantly. They would only need a little more effort to find out where this fluctuation came from. Ling Lan calculated the distance of all the 13 lords' territory. Based on this, the person who would arrive the fastest was Lord Gen. He would need at least 20 minutes. Hence, there wasn't much time left for her. She must kill Lord Gen within 20 minutes. Once Lord Gen arrived, she would be surrounded. She might not even be able to escape unscathed with Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang by her side. There's no path of retreat. I can only fight with my life. A determined expression appeared on her face. Unseal. A snowflake symbol appeared on top of Ling Lan's forehead and her short black hair grew exponentially longer. The color of her hair slowly turned into silver as it danced in the air. Lord Gen exclaimed in surprise, "That is impossible." But, he managed to calm down in the next second. He quickly unsealed his imperial stage domain concept and clapped his hands together. A colorful tattoo poisonous scorpion appeared on the back of his palm. In the next second, a huge scorpion appeared behind him. This scorpion was slightly different as it had 7 tails instead of 1. Imperial stage. Who are you? Lord Gen stared intently at the young man whose expression was so frosty that he didn't seem human. Based on what he knew, the 3 kings of the mercenary world were at most imperial realm formidable warriors just like him. It was only because of their limited strength that they never dared to come to the lawless lands openly, and could resort to using devious means to involve themselves here. There could never be 2 imperial realm formidable warriors in a mercenary team. If there were, the team would either be split into 2, forming the 4th king's mercenary team, or the 2 imperial realm formidable warriors would fight over the position of king, which would ultimately end when one of the parties was dead. Yet, Lord Gen was unable to link Lan Shao with the White Monarch from the Rainbow Raiders, the Casanova from the Flirtatious Raiders, or King Border from Tai Chi Yin Yang. Based on the information he had, the domain concept and age of this young man didn't align with any of the 3 kings of the mercenary world. Seeing the stunned Lord Gen, Ling Lan raised her right hand above her head, and snowing started falling heavily in the Rainbow Palace. Within a few seconds, a thick layer of snow densely covered the luminous tiles of the palace, hiding their glimmer. However, even when a snowstorm was going on, Lord Gen wasn't the least bit affected. In the area where the giant scorpion and he stood, the snow seemed to be wary of the giant scorpion's 7 tails. You're not from the Rainbow Raiders. This was the only possible explanation for the events that occurred before him. As someone who was able to climb up a mountain of bones and corpses to become a lord of the lawless lands, Lord Gen wasn't a dumb person who would ignore the clues of the truth right before him. In the past, he was indeed fooled by Lan Zhao's perfect disguise. However, once he noticed the facts didn't line up right, he quickly deduced the truth. Ling Lan didn't reply to him. However, the smile on her face told Lord Gen that his deduction was right. Who are you? Who had the guts to use the Rainbow Raiders' name to intrude the lawless lands? This was the first time Lord Gen felt a sense of apprehension ever since he reached the imperial stage. This was why he insisted on finding out Lan Zhao's true identity. Let's fight. Ling Lan clenched her right fist and the snowflakes falling from the air congregated into sharp ice blades. They flew straight towards Lord Gen with deadly precision. To Ling Lan, she had to win or die trying. If she won, there was no point in telling her opponent her real identity. If she lost, then it was even more unnecessary to say it. Go. Lord Jen waved his hand, and numerous poisonous insects crawled out from the ground. They went head-on with the ice blades. A battle between Imperial Realm formidable warriors was frightening, whether it was the ice blades that could pierce through anything or the savage poisonous bugs that rose from the ground. They were both using area of effect techniques, and their domain concept energy supplementing those techniques were both very powerful. The final winner would be determined by the pureness of their domain concept energy. At this aspect, Lord Jen was confident in himself. With him being at the Imperial stage for so many years, his understanding of his domain concept was solid as a rock. He was sure that he wouldn't lose to a young man like Lan Xiao. Moreover, Lan Xiao was on a time limit while he was not. Hence, there was no way he would lose to Lan Xiao. Physical appearance could be maintained using many various techniques, but aura on the other hand, would change according to his age. When someone reached the Imperial stage, they would be able to detect said aura, and the aura of Lan Xiao was too youthful. He was definitely younger than 30 years old. No matter how talented he was, he could only enter the domain realm between 10 years old to 20 years old. Fine, for the sake of the argument, let's say that he advanced to the domain stage when he was 10 years old. That meant that he would have less than 20 years of experience in the Imperial stage, right? How could he be compared with old men like them who had spent more than 50 years in the Imperial stage? Lord Jen believed that if they continued battling with their domain concept, he would win. As the two energies continued trying to devour one another, blood, water and ice crystals dropped from the sky. The thick layer of snow on the ground quickly got stained with blood. Finally, the ice blades were all destroyed and there weren't many poisonous insects left. Lord Jen snorted as he waved his hands again. Countless more poisonous insects emerged from the ground again. Come. Let's see how long you can last. Lord Jen laughed arrogantly. The reason for his arrogance was for the fact that he was in his palace. In his palace, he was able to recover his lost domain energy quicker. The base of the 13 lords all had this unique feature. This was why they were invincible in their territory. Even if other lords came to fight them head-on, they would never beat the owner of the land. In response to his arrogance, Ling Lan simply smiled brightly at him. Then, her fingers started moving in a unique rhythm and soon a few rays of light appeared on her empty, fair, and smooth hand. Lord Jen's expression hardened when he looked at the beaming light. He could faintly see 10 crystal-clear threads that extended from Lan Zhao's hands to the air in front of him. Not good. This was Lord Jen's first reaction. As Lan Xiao started twirling around his fingers, many semi-transparent lines started to glimmer in the shining line in the empty space in front of him. They filled up the air densely, enclosing him in a giant dome. They were like spiderwebs that were winded around him. Now, Lord Jen finally understood that while Lan Xiao was directing the blades at him, he was also lining the threads around them, forming his ultimate blockade. He felt that this technique sounded a little familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that Ji Ming told him that Luo Tianhua used a similar technique when he was fighting him. Humph, do you think you can trap me with just this? You're dreaming, Lord Jen scolded. He waved his right hand and all the poisonous insects on the ground rushed towards the threads and started biting, spitting venom, scratching, and damaging Ling Lan's ultimate blockade. Lord Jen wanted to attack Ling Lan directly, but before he could do that, he must destroy this web. His poisonous bugs wouldn't be able to reach Ling Lan if the web was there. It could be said that from the start, Lord Jen miscalculated. He allowed Ling Lan to carry out her plan successfully. Lord Jen was like a prey in her web, and breaking the web was his only option. Ling Lan remained calm and unconcerned when the swarming bugs came towards her. Her hands moved again. Her movements were extremely elegant. If she wasn't fighting, people would have thought that she was dancing. As Ling Lan's arms danced around, the semi-transparent threads in the air started dancing too. The slackened threads in the air moved along with Ling Lan's finger. The bugs that attempted to bite it failed due to its rapid movement. The threads also managed to dodge the spitted venom. Even if it accidentally touched the venom, a new thread would take over its position and merge with the broken thread. At this moment, Ling Lan looked like a fairy from heaven dancing elegantly in the air. Her long silver hair floated in the wind. If she still had contact with the learning space, number 4 would have warm tears in her eyes as she finally saw the chance for her to come out. Divine destruction. Following this sound, the dancing threads went taut. Layers and layers of it moved towards the domain formed by Lord Jen's giant scorpion. The threads cut into the domain from all angles. Lord Jen could feel that his domain was getting sliced open by the invisible thread. It was on the edge of falling apart. With no choice, he forced out a determined expression on his face as he started to wave his arms at a 3-second interval. Poisonous bugs immediately poked out of the ground and crawled out in massive waves, while the gigantic scorpion that was holding his domain together, began to crazily flail around its 7 stingers. It cut through the layers of threads that were wrapping around its body. The two of them were in a fierce tussle once again. One was trying to destroy while the other was quickly repairing. Just like that, the two of them fought for more than 10 minutes. Lord Jen saw that the threads that covered his domain were getting lesser and lesser. Moreover, he still had a good amount of energy left to sustain him for a much longer fight. Right as Lord Jen believed he was going to win this battle, the large scorpion that was originally moving around its 7 tails with great force, seemed to turn somewhat tired. The speed at which it was moving its tails decreased. "Come on, put in more effort just one more time. When I take care of him, I will give him to you as your dinner and let you have a good meal." Lord Jen encouraged the somewhat tired scorpion. The body of an Imperial Realm formidable warrior was definitely a wondrous elixir for a poisonous bug to grow quickly. If it was lucky, his Imperial stage gigantic scorpion would be able to advance to the God Realm. If that happened, the time for him to advance into the God Realm wouldn't be too far either. He thought his words of encouragement would fire up the scorpion to work harder. However, the large scorpion seemed to be too tired or maybe had indigestion. It actually wasn't even one bit excited. The speed at which it was flailing not only didn't become quicker, it actually gone even slower. Lord Jen created another wave of poisonous bugs to clear out the threads that were getting too close. After doing that, he finally had the time to look at his large scorpion. After looking at it, Lord Jen was completely surprised. It was because he noticed the large scorpion's own domain concept energy was actually quickly disappearing, causing it to become weaker. However, this situation didn't make any sense to him. The Rainbow Palace was not only replenishing his domain concept energy, but also doing that for the large scorpion. However, even while being replenished by the Rainbow Palace, it was still not enough to compensate for the speed of the depletion. What was happening? Lord Jen knew there was something amiss. He looked closely and immediately discovered the reason. Although he and his scorpion were breaking the overwhelming threads Ling Lan had put out, many of the broken threads were still hanging off the scorpion's legs and stingers. These threads were originally transparent, but now, there was actually a dark shine coming from them. The aura those threads gave off had a familiar yet unfamiliar domain concept energy attached to them. It was as though he had encountered it or seen it before. It was that mysterious domain concept energy that was devouring their energies. The more energy they used, the more that dark light devoured. A thought came to mind and Lord Jen audibly gasped. Space concept. He was right. This domain concept energy was the space domain concept Lan Xiao used in the battle on the 7th bugle call. He didn't expect his opponent to actually manage to successfully combine the space concept and ice element concept together. These two concepts were completely different. How could they be combined together? According to Lord Qian's theory, it was possible if two concepts came from the same root. However, no one has ever been able to successfully combine two completely unrelated concepts. Forcing them to combine would create backlash that would devastate or implode the body. Too late. Ling Lan looked at Lord Jen coldly when she noticed him realizing the threads were sucking his scorpion's energy. Double limit release. After those words were spoken, the white snowflake mark on Ling Lan's forehead began to expand. The color instantly turned black while covering her entire forehead. The pattern slowly morphed into an image of a bloodied flower, making Ling Lan seem very demonic and evil. At the same time, the now pitch-black threads on the scorpion cracked up like tears in a fabric. It was as though there were countless large mouths ready to devour the scorpion whole. Get away! Lord Jen roared out loud, exploding his domain concept energy outwards. He wanted to close the dimensional tears that were being opened. Lord Jen knew clearly that once those tears combined into a line, the large scorpion in the middle would definitely be sucked in. If it was just a normal scorpion, he wouldn't care if he lost it. But, as luck would have it, this large scorpion was the bug he was born with. Once he lost it, it wouldn't put his life in peril, but his strength would drop immensely. He might not even be able to maintain the strength of a titled domain realm master, not to mention still being an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. Once he lost the strength of an Imperial Realm formidable warrior, his position as Lord Jen would definitely be taken away by the other lords. Without the designation of being Lord Jen and no Imperial stage strength, the people and factions he had offended in the past would definitely take that chance to take him out, even his own subordinates might find opportunities to make a move on his life. Lord Gen's methods had always been cruel and brutal. He knew that out of the guardians working under him, some of them deeply hated him. As long as they were given the chance, they would definitely kill him. Right as Lord Gen was holding back the dimension tier from opening, Ling Lan suddenly shouted, "Little White." A little ball suddenly jumped out of a pile of snow closest to Lord Gen. That little ball was too small and fast. Moreover, it easily broke through Lord Gen's domain territory. When Lord Gen realized it, that little ball had already arrived in front of him. Die! Lord Gen flung his left arm ruthlessly. Right as the arm was about to touch Little White, Lord Gen suddenly felt everything go black. In the next second, he was pulled into a large black hole. At the same time, his seven-stinger scorpion was also pulled in with him. Little White closed its large mouth and burped in satisfaction. That large scorpion was too big, so Little White felt a little bloated. Luckily, its stomach was very big. In the stomach, the scorpion was tossed aside to the ends of its stomach. Little White would one day find time to slowly devour it in the future. Little White. You're squishing me to death. Ling Lan was currently pinned to the wall by Little White. Hearing that demonic voice, Little White quickly turned around to look for Ling Lan, but while doing so, Ling Lan was rolled under Little White's butt. She had only one free hand that was trying its best to push aside Little White's butt in order to save herself from flattening into a pancake. Roar! Little White put its tentacles over its head in fear. Oh my god, I sat on my master. I'm definitely going to die. Wah wah wah, who's going to save me? I don't want to get fried, boiled and eaten by my master. Little White, who was in shock, turned back into its smaller body right after realizing what it had done. It held its head on the floor and trembled in fear. It was waiting for its master to punish it. It seems I'm not the only one. Ling Lan looked around the place and instantly laughed. Little White, can you tell us before turning into your real form next time? Luo Lang held his head that was smashed by Little White's body. He sat on the floor and looked at Little White, who was now shaking and looking pitiful. Little White's butt squished him quite hard. He even thought he was going to become a pancake. Li Lanfeng touched his forehead with an agonized expression as he struggled to stand up from the ground. When Little White suddenly turned big, he was fighting with the two guardians with his back facing it, so he didn't have time to react before he got squashed. His face was slammed so hard into the marble that he could still see stars spinning around him. He felt dizzy. When he finally managed to stand up, his head spun and he staggered before falling down on the ground again. He stood up again, but he could feel that he was going to slam onto the ground again. He prepared himself to face the incoming pain. However, the pain never came, instead he fell into a pair of warm arms. Ling Lan hugged Li Lanfeng lightly and asked in concern, "Are you injured?" Ling Lan didn't forget that Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang were fighting with more than one opponent, so the pressure they were under was greater than her. Thus, they might be injured. But, still, they were quite lucky that everyone managed to pull through. Li Lanfeng raised his head and looked at Ling Lan. He wanted to reply that he was alright, but when he saw Ling Lan's cold and demonic appearance, which he never saw before, it struck his heart like a sharp arrow. One look was enough for him to remember for his entire life. Ba-dump. 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 He felt his heart palpitating furiously. It felt as though it was going to jump out of his chest soon. A hot sensation seeped out of his chest. He really wanted to hide Ling Lan in his pocket and look at him every day. What happened? Ling Lan asked curiously when she saw Li Lanfeng staring at her absent-mindedly. She didn't know that her demonic appearance had such a huge impact on Li Lanfeng because he already had feelings for her. Thus, he couldn't gather his thoughts to reply to her. Ling Lan was worried when she couldn't get a reply from Li Lanfeng. She lifted her hand and caressed Li Lanfeng's forehead. She used her concept energy to inspect Li Lanfeng's condition. Immediately, she noticed his heart, which was beating extremely fast. She got a shock. His heart condition hadn't recovered fully. Ling Lan was very worried. They only brought a batch of powerful agents created by Li Shiyu as well as the second generation of the life-saving Yuhua agent for this mission. They didn't have a professional military doctor with them. If the medical agent didn't work, they were helpless. Have some medicine. Ling Lan took out the second general Yuhua agent she brought along with her and passed it to Li Lanfeng. After touching the bottle of the agent, Li Lanfeng finally regained his senses. He saw the worry in Ling Lan's eyes and her decisive actions when she took out the Manhwa agent. Li Lanfeng felt warm in his heart. He knew that they didn't bring many bottles of Manhwa agents with them. There were only 50 of them, and each one of them was precious. Their journey to the lawless lands was just starting. As a life-saving agent, the Manhwa agent was extremely important to their goal of rooting themselves here. They wouldn't bear to use it until they were on the very edge of dying. But, in Ling Lan's eyes, this precious agent was not as important as him. She gave it to him so easily because she was worried about him. Li Lanfeng knew that if Luo Lang was injured, Ling Lan would do the same thing. Ling Lan treated them equally. However, at this moment, he wanted to deceive himself and believe that Ling Lan would only treat him like this. If he thought this way, he would feel like he was the most important person to Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng never expected that he would use this method to fool himself one day, dreaming about something that would never happen. Li Lanfeng stretched his hand and took the bottle of agent from Ling Lan's hand. Ling Lan's body temperature could still be felt on the bottle. He longed for the warmth as he clutched the bottle tightly. He couldn't bear to let it go. "Why aren't you drinking it?" Ling Lan asked curiously when she saw Li Lanfeng looking at the agent without drinking it. Li Lanfeng smiled as he said, "Let me try to bear with it. The agent is too precious after all. We should not use it if it isn't necessary." Ling Lan frowned. The agent was precious, but Li Lanfeng's heart was beating abnormally. The heart wasn't like the other organs. Once something happened to it, the person would die instantly. "I know my limit." Li Lanfeng consoled Ling Lan. He understood Ling Lan like he understood himself. He could tell what Ling Lan was thinking with just a slight change in her expression. Ling Lan wanted to say something, but she suddenly looked up and noticed that the unconscious guardians were showing signs of waking up. "I'm fine." Li Lanfeng reassured Ling Lan. Hearing that, Ling Lan finally released Li Lanfeng's body and slowly walked to the 5 guardians who were still lying on the ground but struggling to stand up. She lifted her right hand slowly and stretched her hand out. 5 threads appeared from thin air. Ling Lan shook her fingers. The empty hall suddenly became a world full of threads. When Li Lanfeng noticed that Ling Lan's attention was on the 5 guardians, he let go of himself and indulged in her looks. He looked at her as if he was in a trance. He felt the bottle in his hand and gave a dreamy smile. This bottle was a token of love that Ling Lan gave him, right? As someone who went crazy because of love, he could only use these ways to fool himself. Maybe one day, he would be dissatisfied and do crazier things to get even more. But, now, Li Lanfeng didn't have the courage to face Ling Lan's look of disdain. He could only forcefully control the devil in his heart that was dying to get out so that these beautiful days could last longer. Ling Lan, I can't control my greed anymore. Only you can save me in this world. If that day comes, please don't hate me." Li Lanfeng placed the bottle beside his lips and kissed it. He felt like he was kissing Ling Lan. Then, he placed the bottle of agent carefully in his pocket. He would never use this agent even if he died. When Ji Ming opened his eyes, he saw a sky full of threads and snowflakes. It was like a dreamland. He felt that they were not in a fight. Instead, they were admiring the view from the mountain hillside. At this moment, a cold and beautiful person who looked like a cross between a devil and an angel entered his eyes. The person looked at them without any emotion, as though he was looking at a dead person. The gaze sent a chill down Ji Ming's spine and he regained his senses instantly. Ji Ming looked around him instantly. He realized that their invincible Lord Zhen was nowhere in sight. He was stunned. Did their Lord Zhen run away because he was defeated? Ji Ming never thought of the chance that his master might be dead. His first reaction was that Lord Zhen ran away to seek help from the other lords before coming back to take revenge on these bold culprits. "Your Lord Zhen is dead." Ling Lan saw through Ji Ming's thoughts, so she told him the truth calmly. "That's impossible. You're talking nonsense." Ji Ming reacted by refuting her furiously. Ling Lan clenched her right fist and threads moved closer towards the 5 guardians. In a blink of an eye, they were wrapped tightly in a cocoon. Ling Lan flicked her hand and threw the 5 people next to Luo Lang. "Look after them." "Yes, boss." Luo Lang tied the 5 people up with 5 metal chains and hung them on a crossbeam in the hall. 1345 Who are you? Ling Lan strolled towards Lord Zhen's throne. She flicked her finger and the stone throne turned into a pile of dust. The dust then got blown into the air and disappeared. Then, a majestic ice throne formed slowly from the ground up. Ling Lan flicked the back of her windbreaker and turned to sit down on the chair. Simultaneously, the symbol on her forehead diminished rapidly. Her hair turned short and returned back to black color. In the end, she turned back into the familiar Ling Lan with a cold and dominating aura. Li Lanfeng disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared again, he was already standing behind Ling Lan. Just like in the past, he silently performed his role as Ling Lan's most trusted aide, the person whom she was willing to give her back to. Ling Lan leaned back on the chair and looked towards the door of the hall. She said evenly, "Lord Zhen is here." The moment she finished her sentence, a figure appeared in the hall. The person looked around him and saw the 5 guardians hanging on the crossbeam. Then, he saw Ling Lan who was sitting on the ice throne. His gaze turned bleak. "Where is Lord Zhen?" Lord Zhen asked grimly. The gentle and amiable attitude he had towards his junior in the morning was gone. He was full of vigilance and seriousness now. "I'm already sitting here." "Lord Zhen, what do you think?" Ling Lan placed her hand on her chin and smiled at Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen's gaze turned sharp. "You killed him?" He silently sought Lord Zhen's aura in the surrounding. There were still remnants of it, but they were like duckweeds that lost their root. The Rainbow Palace that used to be Lord Zhen's, his strong domain concept instilled in it was slowly dissipating, and the ice element replaced its position. The concentration of ice elements in the palace was getting higher and higher. There was also a tinge of space concept energy still lingering in the air. The winner takes it all. Isn't that the rule of the lawless lands? Ling Lan smiled as she replied. Who are you? Only Imperial Realm formidable warriors were able to kill Lord General. If Lord Zhen still believed that Ling Lan was from the Rainbow Raiders now, he was brainless. Is that important? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Of course. If you're a stooge sent by the nations in the central region, no matter how powerful the country behind you is, we'll kill you. We won't allow anyone over there to gain control of the lawless lands, Lord Zhen said ruthlessly. This was the consensus the 13 lords had reached. It was the bottom line of all the factions in the lawless lands. If this young man was really sent by those nations, they wouldn't bow down to him and let other powers take over this place, even if it meant that the lawless lands might be locked up entirely and no resources would be sent to them. The people in the lawless lands were extremely talented, but they bore grudges. The evil, battles, and chaos of the lawless lands were all caused by the nations from the central region. If the nations didn't allow those criminals to leave, would they be able to escape the pursuit of the entire nation and cross through so many planetary sectors to reach the lawless lands? The nations from the central regions were dissatisfied with the amount of resources in the lawless lands, and the talents of the locals there were restricted by their lifespan, so there was little value in it. However, deep in their hearts, they were afraid of the talented locals too. Once they were able to break through their lifespan restriction, because of their powerful combat skills, they would definitely become a huge threat to the reign of the nations in the central region. Thus, to limit the lawless lands and to prevent it from developing into something that could threaten them, the nations in the central region would send many ruthless and evil criminals every year to turn the lawless lands into the source of evil. They wanted the two sides to fight with each other. Sometimes, when there weren't enough criminals, they would disguise people from the secret factions in the military as criminals and send them over to create many murders, hence strengthening the hatred between the locals and the criminals. Due to this, the lawless lands became a place filled with fights and murders. In the past, the locals were stubborn and didn't like each other, but the order of the lawless lands was still there. It wouldn't become a haven for murderers. At first, the locals were still clueless about this deep-rooted scheme. The real criminals were really maniac murderers, so the combination of this and the scheme of the nations made the locals hate all the criminals that came from the outside world. As time went by, two large factions formed in the lawless lands, the locals and the criminals. There were many conflicts between these two factions too, but once there was an outside threat that could destroy the balance of the two factions, everyone would put down their internal grudges and unite against their common enemy. After some time, they found out that the nations in the outside world were behind this chaotic mess. However, the grudges between the two factions had successfully formed. There was no room for reconciliation. A few hundred years of no reconciliation went by. Due to the ongoing battles and the other nations inhibiting the amount of supplies they could get, besides their combat ability, all other areas of the lawless lands were underdeveloped. This carried on until the appearance of the 13 lords. The 13 lords worked hard to relieve the tension between the two factions, allowing the lawless lands to resume peace for a period of time. After that, the 13 lords started working with the mercenary world, and successfully opened a few trade routes to let supplies from the outside world come into the lawless lands. From then on, the lawless lands went into its development phase. But, this wasn't what the nations from the central region wanted to see. In order to break the agreement between the 13 lords, the nations groomed a faction secretly to try and destroy the stability of the lawless lands. In the past, Lord Zhen and Lord Jin collaborated and annihilated a powerful faction that could become the 14th lord. Although one of their intentions was to prevent people from weakening their stranglehold of power, the most basic reason was that they discovered that this faction came from the nations of the central region. This finding crossed the bottom line of all the lords. When Ling Lan disguised herself as someone from the Rainbow Raiders to get into the lawless lands, it was a great decision in hindsight. Without this identity, she might have been killed by Lord Zhen and Lord Jin together the moment she arrived at the spaceport. They let Ling Lan go temporarily because they were worried about their deal with the mercenary world. They didn't want to lose this helper. Without them, the lawless lands would return back to its poor state. Thus, when they decided to kill Ling Lan, they planned to do it secretly by using the secret factions they groomed. However, Lord Jin now knew that they were fooled. Their worry didn't even exist in the first place. This person wasn't from the Rainbow Raiders. He was at most someone who had a personal relationship with White Monarch. This kind of personal relationship wouldn't affect their collaboration with the mercenary world. Lord Jin's killing intent became stronger and a bolt of purple lightning flashed past his eyes. Don't worry. I'm not from those countries. Ling Lan flipped her right hand and a golden orb with a soul drawn on it appeared on her palm. Astonishment and anger appeared in Lord Jin's eyes. He stopped his attack instantly. 1346 Give in. Soul Society. Lord Jin gritted his teeth as he scrutinized the golden orb. Where are you here? Isn't the Soul Society doing well? The color of the orb in the Soul Society symbolizes their authority in their ranks. Having a golden orb meant that Lan Zhao's status was equal to that of a governor of the 18 big zones. Outsiders like them wouldn't truly know how Soul Society internally functioned, but with the surface knowledge they had, the next in line after the Soul Emperor were the governor of the 18 big zones. All 18 governors had equal authority, so no one was more influential than the other. Soul Society was a secret organization with a prolific history. It had approximately more than 10,000 years of legacy behind its rather infamous name. Its roots could be found in all corners of the universe. Soul Society had always been a huge worry for the intergalactic nations, so they would always expend a lot of financial and manual resources to execute those whom they thought were members of the Soul Society. However, those who they could find were usually low-class members of the Soul Society. The upper-class members were rarely discovered. Yet, all the intergalactic nations knew the identities of the 18 governors, but they were helpless in doing anything to catch them as they were doing legal businesses within the confines of their law. Moreover, there were all kinds of organizations behind them, so they couldn't touch them even if they wanted to. With such an illustrious name and background, every secret society was jealous of the Soul Society. They were the idol society they all aspired to grow into one day, a society that could do business for anyone and everyone. It was no different for the lawless lands, who was being suppressed by the intergalactic nations, who were also full of envy towards the Soul Society. Thus, when Lord Jin saw the token for the Soul Society, he had mixed feelings. Recently, the nations from the central region are trying to cull the Soul Society with all their might, Ling Lan replied nonchalantly. So, the Emperor wants to give a path of retreat for the Soul Society here. Don't you already have many of those? Lord Jin scoffed. The Emperor doesn't mind having more, Ling Lan replied with a mysterious smile. So you laid your eyes on the lawless lands? Lord Jin mocked, do we have to thank your Emperor for his recognition? Actually, what's so bad about it? We just want a path of retreat, and with our success, you will get another trade route for your necessities. Don't tell me that you want to play in the palms of the mercenary world forever. Ling Lan's words hit Lord Jin's weak spot. As the lords of the lawless lands, they never liked to place their fate in the hands of an outsider like the mercenary world. Even if it looked like a win-win situation on the surface for both parties, one of the parties was clearly extorting the other party for its lack of options. You could have sent your people to discuss the terms with us. There was no need to murder. Lord Jin squinted. Ling Lan and her team acted quickly and ruthlessly the moment they arrived. This inconsistency made him suspicious of the Soul Society's true motive. You won't want a 14th lord to appear as it would throw off the balance of the lawless lands, I understand that. But, the Emperor would never accept anything less than the position of a lord. However, none of you will willingly let go of your spot. Hence, we decided to make the proactive decision to take a spot for ourselves, Ling Lan replied. Her attitude was exceptionally good, but her words were domineering. Is the Soul Society always this domineering? Lord Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a grave tone. How about this? Let's just say I did this to make it easier for you to decide to give me the position of Lord. Ling Lan smiled as she played with the golden orb in her hand. She continued calmly, now, there is one less Lord. We can take over his position while the rest of you continue holding on to your status. The status quo won't change. Isn't that great? Moreover, you will even have access to another trade route. Of course, you are always welcome to go to war with us to avenge the dead Lord Jen. Actually, you are not the only partner the Soul Society has in mind. For instance, the mercenary world. As she spoke, Ling Lan stretched out her left hand and opened it, revealing the colorful rainbow crystal in it. Lord Jin knew that in her hand was White Monarch's token, which represented his promise. The same token that caused them to misunderstand Ling Lan and took her as a member of the Rainbow Raiders. They had worried about their cooperation with the mercenary world, so they allowed Lan Xiao to enter the lawless lands while adopting a wait-and-see attitude. And now, one wrong step and everything was gone. They allowed Lan Xiao to kill Lord Jen successfully while they were still twiddling their thumbs thinking about the relationship between them and the mercenary world if they killed Lan Xiao. Since Lan Xiao had White Monarch's token, it meant that the Soul Society had already formed an agreement with the mercenary world. Even if it wasn't the entire mercenary world, they still made an agreement with White Monarch from the Rainbow Raiders. Whichever it wasn't a good sign to the lawless lands. After the war, who knows how many lords will be able to survive. If we lose, the Soul Society can just leave the lawless lands. We have many options. But, for you, the still full-strength mercenary world would come and take you over. Ling Lan smiled deviously. Her smile was so glaring that it made Lord Jin uncomfortable. However, he had to admit that Lan Xiao made a lot of sense. If they went into war with the Soul Society, the mercenary world would be extremely happy as the spectator. They might involve themselves to make even more mess in the situation. Who knows? I thought that you have already formed an agreement with the mercenary world, Lord Jin said. Ling Lan's speech just now betrayed the mercenary world entirely. Soul Society isn't something you can anyhow make use of. Ling Lan raised her eyebrow. She explained why she betrayed the mercenary world. Working with the Soul Society is like asking the tiger for its skin. Lord Jin gritted his teeth. If you're strong enough, you might be able to get the skin. Ling Lan smiled knowingly. Lord Jin and Ling Lan exchanged glances with each other. They wanted to see weakness in the other party's eyes. Ling Lan's gaze remained calm and indifferent, even after a few minutes. With no clues to go by off, Lord Jin had no choice but to give up. I can't make the decision alone. I have to seek the opinions of the other lords. Lord Jin finally gave in. Sure. I'll be waiting here. Ling Lan smiled. Also, tell them that Lord Jin's territory is officially taken over by the Soul Society now. If any of your subordinates try to profit in times of trouble and raise any kind of disputes, don't look for me when they suddenly disappear. I'm very busy recently. Lord Jin's expression darkened when he heard the blatant threat. Then, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and used her right finger to tap on the temple of her head, reminding Lord Jin to think carefully before doing something stupid. Humph. Seeing Lan Xiao mocking him, Lord Jin flicked his sleeve angrily and disappeared from the hall the next second. Ling Lan just smiled at his departure. After she made sure Lord Jin had really left, she turned and looked at the 5 people hanging on the crossbeam. She asked simply, have you finished considering? Ji Ming was the first to shout, I'm willing to recognize you as the new Lord Jin. The smart Ji Ming noticed that Ling Lan only tied them up but didn't kill them. After careful deliberation, he understood why Ling Lan let go of their lives. He wanted them to do his bidding. If Ling Lan decided to act alone, Ji Ming would choose to keep quiet. He would rather become a prisoner than to bow down to this young man. He knew what was the consequence of betraying the 13 lords. That torture was worse than dying. He could only think of a way to save himself and keep himself alive. After that, he would think about revenge. However, the background Ling Lan revealed was too powerful. One mercenary world was enough to let the 13 lords hesitate. Now, there was another more powerful and mysterious organization, the Soul Society. The combination of these two organizations gave Ling Lan enough power to hold a status in the lawless lands. The 13 lords had to give in to him. As an old and experienced person, Ji Ming knew which decision was better for him. People like him like to play up to powerful people. Ling Lan had the ability, he killed Lord Zhen, and the background, Soul Society and the mercenary world. He was even stronger than his previous master, Lord General. Since the prospects were better, why wouldn't he accept it? 1347 Rainbow Palace. Compared to Ji Ming, Yu Shangfei hesitated. The other three guardians looked at each other and followed Ji Ming in accepting their new master. Seeing the four of them willingly surrender, Yu Shangfei could only sigh softly and speak in a sad tone, I also willingly accept. It was hopeless anyways. Seeing that Lord Zhen had left to meet with the other lords, Lan Zhao's proposal probably had a high chance of being accepted. The reason he was hesitating to surrender was because he was betting on that slim chance of Lan Zhao's proposal getting rejected. However, with most of his colleagues turning sides, he relented and just followed what everyone else was doing. Ling Lan waved her hand and the five of them fell to the floor. Ling Lan then pointed towards the five of them. Li Lanfeng smiled and appeared in front of them in the next second. Then, he handed out 5 vials of medicinal agents. Seeing the suspicious vials, Ji Ming and the others gave a questioning gaze. They all looked up towards Ling Lan, who was sitting on the throne made out of ice. Ling Lan was holding her chin and looking at them with a half-smile on her face. What's wrong? You don't want to? Asked Li Lanfeng. Despite Li Lanfeng's words being very kind and mild-mannered, Ji Ming, Yu Shangfei and the other three still felt as though ice water was poured over their heads. They immediately shuddered and didn't dare to hesitate, taking 1 vial each. Drink up. Li Lanfeng smiled sweetly as he spoke. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei looked at each other at apprehension. They simultaneously gritted their teeth and drank down a vial of medicinal agent in 1 gulp. Among the guardians who served Lord Zhen, Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei had much more influence than the other 3 guardians. Seeing the 2 of them give in, the other 3 also didn't dare to hesitate and drink the medicinal agent. They were now like lambs to slaughter, how could they even resist against this? After drinking the medicinal agent, they felt a feeling that they couldn't describe rushing deep into their bones. The immense pain they felt was as though someone was ripping them apart from the inside. The 5 of them had cold sweat come out from their foreheads as they screamed in agony on the floor. If it was just simple pain, they wouldn't have a hard time going through it. They had fought through many types of dangerous situations and had been injured countless of times. All of those torturous times they managed to survive the pain. However, this unbearable pain had a constant numb and itchy feeling that they couldn't get rid of. Moreover, it was also spreading all over their body. This feeling was cutting up their pride. It was so unbearable that they were willing to die rather than endure such torment. Perhaps this was a test. One guardian suddenly raised his head, trying to smash into the marble flooring. He wanted to make himself faint, or perhaps even dying was fine as well. Shoo! A chain suddenly wrapped around his head, locking his head in place and stopping him from smashing his head on the floor. Luo Lang looked at the disheveled individuals on the floor coldly. He quickly wrapped his chains around her head to stop anyone from trying to even think of escaping. It's not that easy if you want to become my subordinates. Let's wait until you get past this stage before talking to me. In the end, they heard their new Lord Zhen speaking down to them coldly. After hearing those words, they all fell unconscious. Seeing the 5 of them black out from the pain, Luo Lang took back his chains in disgust as he murmured, just 1 vial and they already blacked out. Useless. Ling Lan looked towards the 5 and said, not only do their bodies have innate flaws, they also have many problems from their training. It's their first time using the 2nd-generation gene agent. The more problems their bodies have, the stronger the effect of the medicine. It would have been odd if they hadn't fainted. Can they even be trusted? Luo Lang was a bit worried. During these times, he really missed his friends in Lingtian. If boss wanted to take over the lawless lands, they would need more people to do it, so they had to compromise with these distrustful locals. It's fine even if they can't be trusted. As long as I am the Lord Zhen that the lords acknowledge, they wouldn't dare to create huge problems for us, Ling Lan said calmly. They will be annoying though, added Li Lanfeng with a smile on his face. Wouldn't that make it hard for us? Luo Lang was definitely still a newbie when it came to psychological warfare. It won't be hard for us. As long as the 13 lords don't make a move, no matter how many things they try to do, it would be useless, explained Li Lanfeng. We can't let our guard down just yet. Even I'm just 50% sure that they would accept my proposal. If they believe it, then it will be fine. If they don't, Ling Lan sighed. The plan she used against Lord Zhen was dancing at the tip of a blade. If something had gone wrong, they would have been forced into a dead end. Luckily, she managed to fool him. In reality, Ling Lan went into battle with an empty bag of nothing. Other than the token of White Monarch and the orb from the Soul Society, she had nothing else. It was just like she was performing a show by using the name of someone stronger than her to scare off her opponents. If the 13 lords still wouldn't allow her to stay in the end, she would take Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang and everyone on the 7th bugle call to run away from this place. That was right. Ling Lan was using the White Monarch's name. She also accidentally took in a subordinate from the Soul Society when she did her assignments. Her subordinate was also a prodigy. He took the opportunity and cooperated with Ling Lan, who replaced the Frost Monarch, and acquired the power to dispose of people in the chaotic lands. Afterwards, he slowly climbed the ranks within the Soul Society and was now the governor of the 18th district. That golden orb was the item he gave Ling Lan as a token of trust. It represented his loyalty to Ling Lan. What are we going to do now? Are we going to continue to wait here? Luo Lang looked around them. When they first entered this place, they had made all of the servants here faint. Now, other than the 3 of them, there were unconscious people everywhere. Going by the strength of the medicinal agent, they probably would wake up after 2 hours. Li Lanfeng knew the specifications of the agent well. I'm very interested in the Rainbow Palace. Ling Lan raised her head and looked towards the roof of the main hall. Every pillar and pole were set in a clever way. It was as though it used the theory of body armor. Plus, when she was fighting with Lord Zhen, she felt the Rainbow Palace was replenishing Lord Zhen's domain energy almost infinitely. This was someone a normal palace couldn't do. I also sensed it, nodded Li Lanfeng. Boss, what are you guys saying? What did you sense? Luo Lang was very confused. He hated when Boss and that sly fox Li Lanfeng spoke in code. It made him feel like he was being left out. You can go to your calm personality for help, said Li Lanfeng. Now that the situation had turned for the better, Li Lanfeng was able to make jokes. Humph. Luo Lang snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Then, he obediently went to go find his calm personality. Ling Lan shook her head helplessly. Luo Lang would always be easily ordered around by Li Lanfeng. As luck would have it, Luo Lang never learned. Luo Lang was lucky that Li Lanfeng didn't have any evil intentions, otherwise, Luo Lang wouldn't even know how he managed to die. Especially when the calm personality couldn't constantly stay by Luo Lang's side. Not long after, Luo Lang received the answer and thought about it deeply. Then, he realized something and said, I see. Boss's ice element concept was weakening, but the original Lord Zhen's insect concept energy was increasing. The Rainbow Palace is trying to recover the insect concept and at the same time flush out other concepts that aren't of the insect element. Ling Lan flicked her right hand and a simple military knife made from ice slowly formed in her palm. Her activation of the ice element stopped the ice element concept in the palace from weakening. It also temporarily stopped the Rainbow Palace from recovering the insect element concept. 1348 I don't want to lose anyone. This Rainbow Palace definitely has some sort of secret. Luo Lang's eyes shined brightly. This was the first time his eyes had brightened up since Xie Yi's death. Ling Lan looked at the palace with a smile. Do you fancy going in and looking through it with me? Luo Lang nodded his head furiously. He had never seen anything like it and was definitely interested in it. Then let's go. Ling Lan had already sensed the point of origin of the Rainbow Palace's insect domain concept. They had time, so they might as well go in and take a look. After all, she was going to make this her first headquarters. The Rainbow Palace, of course, couldn't be left out and become a problem in the future. Once Ling Lan moved, Li Lanfeng followed behind her without being told to. Luo Lang also excitedly followed them. Seeing Luo Lang become fully focused on the secret of the Rainbow Palace, the calm personality breathed a sigh of relief. He then slowly returned to the mindscape. Right after he returned to the mindscape, he felt something lock onto his arm. A Tangdao appeared in the calm personality's hand as he slashed behind his back without hesitation. Hiss! You're so cruel. A slow and lazy voice echoed in the air. The calm personality then saw the evil personality clad in black move far away from him as he looked at him with a teasing smile. The calm personality wore a full body of white clothes. It complimented him as it gave out a calming vibe to anyone around him. If he had to mention the personality that he hated most out of all the personalities, none of them was more annoying than this evil personality in front of him, who was his complete opposite. Why are you here? Said the calm personality coldly. The evil personality raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Did you forget my terms?" "Serving the primary personality is the natural order of things," said the calm personality nonchalantly. "Heh, that's you people and not me." The evil personality disappeared and then reappeared near the calm personality. He twirled a lock of hair on the calm personality's head and said softly, "You know. Only you can make me lend a helping hand." Then there was white flash. The slash of the Tangdao was very decisive and ruthless. The evil personality smiled softly and evaded away again. "You always bring out weapons. Can't you just talk to me like a normal person? If you didn't touch me, I wouldn't try to cut you." The calm personality twisted his wrist, drawing a flower with the blade and then sheathed it. The calm personality didn't know why such a dumb and sweet Luo Lang had such an annoying personality within his body. Not only did this personality want to talk about the terms every time he's called upon, he would also come to annoy him whenever he was resting. The calm personality had already tightened all of his defenses, but the evil personality still managed to successfully get past them every time. All of his failures made him quite frustrated and annoyed. He honestly had the thought of cutting him to death just to get back his peace and quiet. The calm personality knew that this feeling shouldn't appear in his personality, but every time he encountered this evil personality, his calmness would be on the brink of collapse. And as luck would have it, he couldn't do anything to the evil personality and was helpless in those situations. After fighting against him, the calm personality discovered that the evil personality might be stronger than him, even though he was deemed the strongest personality and was the leader of all of the personalities. "Also, I'm tired. I need to rest." The calm personality had been keeping the primary personality together recently. Xiayi's sacrifice and death had heavily impacted the primary personality, causing him to have signs of psychological collapse. The reason Luo Lang could recover so quickly was definitely credited to the calm personality's help. However, this also tired out the calm personality. The evil personality appeared in front of the calm personality once again. He put out his right hand and slowly touched the calm personality's jade-like face. His eyes filled with heartache that couldn't be easily seen, but he still smiled and said, "Oh my, with our relationship. Calm, as long as you ask, I will help you protect that idiot." Hearing that, the calm personality raised his head and stared coldly towards the evil personality. "He's not an idiot. He's our primary personality. He definitely wouldn't allow any of the other personalities to speak down towards the primary personality." The evil personality narrowed his eyes. His right hand clenched with great force as if he was trying to strangle someone. "Calm, don't attempt to anger me, primary personality. How is he even qualified to become the primary personality? We are the ones who are the strongest. If it wasn't for you, I would have devoured him in an instant." A blade flashed once again, and the Tangdao was now held against the evil personality's forehead. The calm personality held the Tangdao and looked at him coldly. "Evil, don't ever let me hear those types of demeaning words ever again. Otherwise, I will not rest until you die." The evil personality smiled. "You think you can kill me? If you had spoken to me nicely, I would have let him go. However, you are too stubborn. One of these days, I will snap." The calm personality laughed coldly. "I may not be stronger than you, but the primary personality has an existence that you can never defeat. Boss Ling Lan, and he already knows of your existence. I don't want to put you in a bad spot, but you should take heed for your own sake." After saying that, he sheathed his Tangdao. He then turned around to leave the mindscape to return to his own resting area. The evil personality suddenly grabbed his hand. The calm personality turned around and looked at him. He saw a colorful shimmer in the evil personality's eyes. "You're worried about me, aren't you? I don't want to lose any of personalities." The calm personality said those words and then flung off his hand. He escaped from the evil personality's claws before disappearing from the mindscape in the next second. "You can't fathom the thought of losing me." The evil personality smiled devilishly, but he couldn't hide the happiness in his eyes. "Alright, my mood is better now. I'll help you look after that dumb primary personality for a few days. Calm, rest up and don't worry." The evil personality's voice traveled to the calm personality's ears, who had already reached his own resting area. The calm personality was silent for a short while before sighing softly in the end. A look of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. He didn't know whether what he did was right or not. However, that look of uncertainty was only for an instant. In the next second, he returned back to his calm and indifferent nature. He definitely didn't want to lose any one of the personalities. At that moment, Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang reached the stone wall at the back of the Rainbow Palace. The Rainbow Palace was actually built against a mountain. The front and side walls were built by the previous Lord Zhen and the back wall was actually the wall of the mountain. It's all stone. Luo Lang leaned on the mountain wall and knocked, but he couldn't find any hollow areas. The wall has no issues. The issue is here. Ling Lan stood 5 meters away from the mountain wall and softly pointed towards the large granite stone with her foot. Luo Lang arrived near the large granite stone with one jump. He knelt down and began to carefully knock on it. He still heard the sound of real stone and didn't sound like it was hollow. There doesn't seem to be any problems here, said Luo Lang confusedly. Li Lanfeng also walked over and looked at it carefully. Then he said, this piece of granite doesn't have any problems, but from where it is positioned, it indeed looks somewhat odd and unnatural. After hearing that, Luo Lang looked at it as well. After carefully studying the floor, he raised his googly eyes and said confusedly, how come I can't see anything odd and unnatural about it? It's called intuition. Li Lanfeng didn't care about Luo Lang's feelings and mocked him. Pfft, you're not Qilong. How could you have Qilong's animal instinct, rebutted Luo Lang. Li Lanfeng smiled and glanced at Luo Lang. I have a brain. Luo Lang almost fainted from anger. You little. Ling Lan helplessly looked at the childish conversation between the two people in front of her. She knew that during this time, Li Lanfeng would always provoke Luo Lang in order to make him not think about Xie Yi's death. Every time Luo Lang was angry and annoyed, he would be more energetic than when he was quiet. Ling Lan knew that, so she didn't do anything about Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang's little argument. She looked at that piece of granite and then stepped on it with great force. A force went through her leg and then they heard a soft clicking sound. Behind them, 20 meters away from the mountain wall, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Holy sh*t, it actually so far from us. Who would think of looking there? Luo Lang had already forgotten about quarreling with Li Lanfeng. He jumped over and reached the edge of the hole. There's stairs, Luo Lang said joyfully. It seemed that this was indeed a passageway. Let's go down, Ling Lan said indifferently. Alrighty. Luo Lang instantly jumped in after hearing those words. Ling Lan shook her head speechlessly once again. When will Luo Lang be able to become more careful and think things over? He didn't even know what the situation was like down below, but he still jumped down without a care in the world. He was so fearless. Was he not afraid that it would be filled with traps down there? Luo Lang can deal with most of the common difficulties, Lanfeng smiled as he comforted Ling Lan. It seems his calm personality can't be by his side all the time, Ling Lan said with a thought in mind. It's quite taxing for the main body to activate his domain so many times. His calm personality probably doesn't want Luo Lang to feel any backlash, guessed Li Lanfeng. Maybe. I'll find a chance to get to the bottom of it. Ling Lan remembered Luo Lang's odd change during the fight on the 7th bugle call against Lord Zhen's disciple. She decided when things become more stable, she would go find the calm personality and talk about it. I'll go down and take a look. Li Lanfeng chose to go down first. He instantly jumped down just like Luo Lang. For domain realm masters such as themselves, they could easily negate the impact of a fall. Even if they were to jump down thousands of feet, it wouldn't be a problem. Ling Lan sighed once again. Couldn't they just walk down and not jump down one by one? They were too rash. Ling Lan, who felt she needed to keep her word, chose to hold on the railing as she walked down the stairs. After walking for 7 or 8 steps. Alright, jumping down seemed to be less tiring. Ling Lan chose to jump down. Since everyone else had jumped down, she shouldn't go against the grain just because of her stubbornness, right? Ling Lan definitely wouldn't admit that she had just done something dumb. After floating in the air for more than 30 seconds, Ling Lan finally saw the bottom of the hole. The bottom of the hole only had a large sealed door. Other than that, there was nothing else there. Without any light source, it was pitch black. However, domain realm masters could use their spiritual power to investigate their surroundings without actually seeing with their eyes. This method's effectiveness was much better than the naked eye since it didn't miss any blind spots. It's so dark. I would be nice if there was some light. Ling Lan wasn't afraid of the dark, but she still liked lit-up places. Right after she said that, she felt something softly jump onto her shoulder. Then, a dim light appeared. It brightened up this dark place by quite a lot. Little White, why are you also here? Asked Luo Lang when he saw a bright ball shining on Ling Lan's shoulder. It should be known that after Little White squished Boss, it had buried itself in the snow and played dead. Luo Lang originally thought it would stay up there and guard the 5 guardians. He didn't think it actually didn't care about its little life and followed them here. Rawr, I'm here to help my master. I'm a little sun that brings light and warmth. Little White excitedly waved its little tentacles as if being a help to its master was a very proud thing for it to do. Little White had already forgotten it had squished its master under its but just moments ago. Well, with Little White's simple mind, it couldn't be helped that it couldn't think about complex situations, especially when it was the cute type where it would smile dumbly after giving just a bit of praise. It had no hope of learning from its faults. The chance of it repeating a mistake was more or less 100% of the time. Ling Lan flicked her finger to flick Little White away. She then softly dusted her shoulder and calmly spoke as she raised her head, "Let's go in." Luo Lang watched as Little White got flicked away and bounced around the walls. In the end, the little ball rolled to a corner. Little White's googly eyes showed twirls and its mouth twitched many times. Luo Lang could almost feel its pain. When they accidentally make Boss mad, they would be in the same state as Little White right now. Oh, wait, no, maybe even worse. After hearing Ling Lan's words, Luo Lang stood up straight, turned around and walked over to the door. Bang! Luo Lang bumped into the door. This scene made Li Lanfeng's eyes twitch uncontrollably. Luo Lang being stupid suddenly was definitely something he didn't want to see. Ling Lan also had a frustrated expression on her face. She rubbed her forehead with a speechless expression. What kind of underling and pet did she bring? One was dumber than the other. In the end, Ling Lan placed her hope into Li Lanfeng. He hoped that the strategist she trusted wouldn't be infected by the dumbness and have his intelligence drop below 0. Sensing the hope in Ling Lan's eyes, Li Lanfeng instantly felt immense pressure on him. He took a deep breath, walked to the door and began to look for clues to open the door. Luckily, the books he read in the past were actually useful to let him find the clues he was looking for. He slowly put his right palm on the circular center of the door. Then, he slowly put forth energy into it according to the path his mind believed to be correct. As the energy flowed through, the patterns on the door began to react and slowly lit up. In the end, the entire door was covered in dim lights. Then after a few cracking sounds, the door was slowly opened. Li Lanfeng breathed a sigh of relief before looking expectantly at Ling Lan. He then saw Ling Lan smile at him. It seemed like Ling Lan approved of him or was relieved he could do it. This made Li Lanfeng very happy. He felt that he managed to perform well in front of his crush for once. At that moment, Li Lanfeng was grateful towards Luo Lang and Little White's dumbness. It was their dumb behaviors that made his intelligence shine in comparison. In reality, Ling Lan was thinking that it was good Li Lanfeng wasn't infected with Luo Lang and Little White's dumbness. It made her feel that this world was still good to her and didn't let her fight the battles alone. Other than that, she didn't feel anything else. Right as Ling Lan was about to walk in, she suddenly thought of something. She then pointed at Little White, who was still on the floor all dizzy, and spoke to Luo Lang, "Take it with us. It can be used to light the way." Surprisingly, the creature at the top of the food chain on planet Juhao, Little White, was only good enough to be a lantern while with Ling Lan. Let's pity our Little White for having such a terrible master with a drop of our tears. A Tangdao formed in Luo Lang's hand. He lifted the Tangdao and hung Little White, whose tentacles were tied up in a knot, from the blunt edge of the Tangdao. Although Little White accidentally sat on Ling Lan, she wasn't really angry about it. However, in order to let Little White understand that there was a price to every mistake it made, she didn't mind punishing it with this mild punishment. Little White's glowing body lit up the passageway quite well. After walking for a few hundred meters, they finally could see the end of it. The 3 of them hastened their pace. But, they soon realized that it was a forked path. There were 3 routes in front of them. "Where shall we go?" Luo Lang asked. Ling Lan's gaze turned sharp. She pointed toward the leftmost route and said, "This way." Her profound insight told her that the leftmost route was where she would find her answer. Luo Lang never suspected Boss's keen judgment. So, he walked towards the leftmost route without any hesitation. The 3 of them continued walking for quite some time. Suddenly, Luo Lang stopped in his tracks. As soon as Luo Lang stopped, space in front of him suddenly distorted and crackled. "It's dangerous." Luo Lang turned serious as he scanned the distorted space. He only stopped because someone in his mindscape reminded him of the danger in front of him. He was unfamiliar with this new arrival. It was definitely not the Little Lang he knew and trusted. Seeing the distorted space, Li Lanfeng closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand to sense the air around him. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed slightly puzzled. There's a sinister and dark energy near here. However, it doesn't feel like the bug element energy that Lord Zhen had. We'll know once we go in, Ling Lan replied calmly. Luo Lang nodded with a sharp gaze as he started to walk forward again, but this time, he was more vigilant. After walking for a few meters, Luo Lang suddenly jumped up. It was because the space around him had suddenly turned into a swamp. As the land was terraforming itself before his eyes, a 15-meter-long snake suddenly emerged from the swampy lake before baring its jaws towards Little White, who was still swaying on the tip of Luo Lang's Tangdao. Just as the snake was about to clamp down its jaws, Luo Lang swung his Tangdao back forcefully, flinging Little White towards his back through the air. While still spinning in mid-air, Little White quickly covered its mouth with its tentacles, which stopped today's lunch from getting vomited out of its stomach. From the corner of its vision, it finally saw the giant snake, who was looking at it like a rare delicacy. What the F***? K. Someone is now trying to eat me? Is this what irony is? No matter, you want to eat me? I'll eat you instead. The enraged Little White suddenly elongated its tentacles and whipped the snake across its face furiously. The snake, which now like a disheveled wife, was forced back into the swamp because of the sudden slap. Ice blockade. Seeing the snake getting slapped back into the swamp, Ling Lan used her technique to freeze the swamp around them. Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng slowly landed back onto the ice surface. They looked grimly at the giant snake that was twisting and turning under the thin sheet of ice. I remember that Lord Zhen summoned this kind of poisonous animal on the 7th bugle call before. The appearance of this giant snake was similar to the giant snake that appeared on the 7th bugle call. The only difference was that the snakes on the 7th bugle call were smaller. It wasn't like this giant snake, which almost filled up the entire swamp with its body. There is not only the snake. There is more. Ling Lan frowned slightly as she looked past the rampaging giant snake. Following Ling Lan's gaze, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang saw a half-revealed yellowish-brown toad behind the giant snake. Its golden slitted eyes were staring ferociously at them. The toad was similar to the color of the swamp. In addition to the fact that it didn't move, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang almost missed it. There's even more. When Ling Lan noticed that their attention was on the toad, Ling Lan reminded them again. Hearing Ling Lan's words, Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng moved their attention away and looked further past the unnerving toad. Near the outer edges of the swamp, they saw 2 more creatures. They didn't expect 4 different poisonous creatures to exist in this swamp simultaneously. These 4 creatures, which normally couldn't exist together, lived harmoniously in this swamp. Besides the giant snake and the toad, there was a 10-meter-long centipede crawling at the shallow edges of the swamp. Near the end of the swamp, there was a humongous spider spinning its web, biding its time for its next prey to arrive. If you include the scorpion that Lord Zhen summoned, the 5 poisonous creatures are all present. Ling Lan was deep in thought. This might be why there's an endless supply of bug domain concept in the Rainbow Palace. Li Lanfeng stared at the 4 poisonous creatures. Based on the aura these poisonous creatures are exuding, they must be titled Domain Realm or above. That explains everything, but I feel that there is more than meets the eye. Ling Lan looked at Little White, who was having a stare down against the giant snake in the air. She said calmly, I'll leave them to you. Rar, I understand, master. Poof. Little White's huge round body dove straight towards them. The 3 of them were speechless when they saw it. They immediately retreated a few kilometers back so that they wouldn't be squashed by it. Little White turned back into his real form without informing them again. Little White thought that it would spurt the muddy swamp water everywhere after it fell down, but instead, it landed on a hard surface. Confused, it looked down and saw the thin layer of ice on the surface of the swamp. The layer of ice looked very thin, but it was extremely strong. Even when a giant cannonball like it landed on top of it at high speed, there were no cracks. Little White squealed in delight when it saw the ice. It thought, Master must be really worried about me for her to use her ice domain concept to protect me. Master is the best master in the world. Little White loves Master the most. The giant snake got excited when it saw its prey falling down from the sky. It opened its mouth and charged towards the surface. Before it could get near, it saw the soft furs on Little White suddenly exploding and piercing through the ice. Instantly, the furs became huge tentacles that were more than 10 meters in length. It attacked him from all directions. Gasp! Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? The frightened giant snake dove back deeper into the swamp and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Little White threw its tentacles in the swamp. Muddy water and cracked ice flew everywhere, but its efforts were futile. It couldn't find the giant snake that was hidden in the depth of the swamp. The frustrated Little White wanted to find the other poisonous creatures, but it realized that all of them were gone. Only an empty spider web was left. Rawr! You bunch of cowards. I finally managed to get the chance to perform in front of my master, but all of you are hiding from me. I'm so angry. Little White just wanted to perform well and please its master. Why was it so difficult? Do you really want to perform? Ling Lan's voice suddenly entered Little White's ears. Rawr, yes, Little White wants to be a useful Little White. Master, please don't abandon me. Little White's eyes were full of tears. It felt that if it didn't perform well this time, its master would really ignore it. Little White didn't forget that every time its master went on a mission, she would forget about it and throw it to her little brothers and little sisters. This was the same as abandoning him. In the end, it still has to rely on itself to find its master. Why is it so difficult to be a pet? 1351 Heart of Imperial. The moment Little White finished expressing its feelings, it felt the layer of ice melting below it. Little White's huge body slowly sunk into the swamp. Rawr! Oh my God! What's happening? I'm drowning. Help! It looks like I raised you into some useless. Ling Lan felt helpless when it saw Little White's flailing tentacles. Did you forget where you come from? Oh. Right. With the help of its master's reminder, Little White finally remembered that it had lived 3/4 of its life underwater. There was lots of mud in the swamp, but as a creature who specialized in swimming, it wouldn't affect him. Little White quickly calmed down and allowed the swamp to engulf its huge body. When it was fully submerged in the swamp, its body disintegrated into countless pocket-sized little whites as they quickly buried themselves into the mud around it. The little whites were scattered all over the swamp. Boss, will Little White be alright? Luo Lang asked in concern after retreating to the edge. No problem. This is its chance to perform, Ling Lan replied calmly. Luo Lang nodded to express that he understood. Since Boss said that it was alright, it would be alright. He thought that Ling Lan would continue watching the battle, but instead, she said, let's go. Go. To where? Luo Lang couldn't follow Ling Lan's train of thoughts. Are we ignoring this place now? Li Lanfeng immediately understood what Ling Lan meant. He raised his eyebrows. If those 4 poisonous creatures were on the ground, I might be worried for Little White. However, in the swamp, Ling Lan smiled. I'm more worried about them. It seems like we still don't understand Little White's full strength, Li Lanfeng smiled and replied. He always thought that Little White was a land-bound creature. From the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. Not only did Ling Lan like to hide her own strength, but she also hid the real strength of her pet. Only the people who followed her closely would know about her secrets. Actually, I don't know its real strength too, Ling Lan started pondering. As she got to know Little White more, she felt that it surrendered too easily in the past. However, her father, Ling Xiao, was present at that time. No matter how well Little White was able to disguise itself, it wasn't as strong as her father. Without the battle at the Qingri wormhole, she wouldn't even know that her father had reached profound god class. No matter how strong Little White was, it wouldn't be able to defeat her father. It looks like Little White's instinct was very accurate. It was able to see through her father's disguise immediately, so it didn't resist and followed her willingly. It also looked like she inherited her love for hiding her true strength from her father. Ling Lan decisively let her father take the blame. As time passed by, Ling Lan's emotions began to calm down. She wasn't as heartbroken or as furious as she was in the past. She slowly started to realize the signs that she missed. What she firmly believed in was her profound insight. It allowed her to see the almost unnoticeable clues in a mess of a fight. She even felt that the crucial clue was the learning device on Little Four. This would explain why when her father died, Little Four disappeared and the learning device went into sleep mode. Whenever she was free, Ling Lan would contact the learning device with her spiritual power. However, the learning device was in a state of hibernation, so she didn't get any results. But, she wasn't disheartened. She continued nourishing the learning space with her spiritual power every day. She believed that one day, she would be able to communicate with it one day and see her beloved little brother, Little Four, as well as the instructors she respected. The 3 of them quickly flew past the swamp. Of course, while they were crossing the swamp, the 4 poisonous creatures attempted to stop them. However, Little White managed to stop them the moment they started moving. Multiple bubbles floated to the surface of the swamp. The churning muddy water and the massive waves were a reflection of the vicious battle going on at the bottom of the swamp. But, all that wasn't Ling Lan's concern. Since she decided to pass the 4 poisonous creatures to Little White, she would believe in Little White entirely. Soon, Ling Lan reached the edge of the swamp. Surprisingly, there was a cave at the end of the swamp. The 3 of them entered the cave and walked along the rugged and slippery slope filled with water before they finally reached the center. Normally, the deepest part of the tunnel should be the darkest. However, that wasn't the case as there was something floating in mid-air that lit up the entire cave. What's that? Luo Lang asked in surprise. It has such powerful concept energy. Li Lanfeng always had a smile on his face so you couldn't see his emotion, but this time, his smiling face cracked, revealing an astounded expression. Ling Lan frowned at the sight of the glowing object. Seeing the unfamiliar object, she tried her best to find the relevant information in her brain. After rummaging through her memories, she found it. Fortunately, Little Four always gave her tuition from time to time, telling her about the various top-secret files that every country tried to hide. It feels like the heart of God, Ling Lan replied. Heart of God. Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng exclaimed at the same time. No matter how calm and composed someone was, they wouldn't be able to remain indifferent when they heard the heart of God. I just said that it feels like. I didn't say that it is. Ling Lan glanced at them nonchalantly. She seemed to be reprimanding them for getting surprised over such a minor matter. They were embarrassing her. If it's not, don't mention the heart of God. It's a scary thing, Luo Lang muttered to himself. They got dumbfounded because boss mentioned those 3 words. This should be the heart of Imperial. As the first successor of the Li family, Li Lanfeng knew many secrets. Heart of Imperial. Luo Lang was weaker in this aspect. He knew about the heart of God through a series of coincidences, but he didn't know about the heart of Imperial. It's 1 level lower than the heart of God. Legend has it that when an Imperial realm formidable warrior dies, his entire concept energy will be congregated into a heart of Imperial, Li Lanfeng explained. This will explain why the Rainbow Palace has an endless supply of concept energy. Ling Lan walked to the front of the heart of Imperial and said calmly. But I don't sense any bug concept from this heart of Imperial, Luo Lang asked in confusion. In order for the concept energy here to reach the Rainbow Palace, it must pass through the swamp. Ling Lan thought for a moment before continuing. I remember that some creatures are able to absorb other concept energy and turn them into their own concept. Those 4 poisonous creatures must be the transfer station. Li Lanfeng got the answer too. The faction supporting the 13 Lords seems really powerful. They could actually get a heart of Imperial to protect them. This is equivalent to having an extra life. Luckily, Little White acted quickly. If not, the results might be different. Li Lanfeng frowned too. He couldn't help but start to worry. Would the 13 Lords really be afraid of the Soul Society and the mercenary world? What if they already had some relationship with the Soul Society or the mercenary world? They wouldn't have any chance of winning in that case. Ling Lan understood Li Lanfeng's worry. We have to take the risk. If we lose, I'll need you to continue fighting with me in another world. This time, Ling Lan's success rate wasn't high. Based on her past style of doing things, she never took an unfavorable bet. But, she had no choice but to do so now. She had to risk it. If she risked it, she might have a chance. If she didn't, there would be no chance at all. 1352 Original Form. Li Lanfeng nodded at Ling Lan's words. Since they already made the decision, they would have to bear with the result, whether it was good or bad. Ling Lan lifted her right hand and waved at the heart of Imperial. The hovering heart of Imperial seemed to be attracted to her hand as it flew gently into her grasp. Ling Lan closed her fingers gently. She held the heart of Imperial in her hand. Such a pure and clean Imperial domain concept energy. Ling Lan observed the heart of Imperial. As she admired it, she felt a little puzzled too. I don't understand why Lord Zhen didn't choose to absorb it directly but instead, left it here. Maybe he can't absorb it because their concept didn't complement each other. He might get injured if he tried to absorb it forcefully, Li Lanfeng thought for a moment before replying. You make sense. Since we can't find the answer, let's bring it back, Ling Lan replied in an even tone. After we make an agreement with the 13 Lords, I'll find some time to analyze it. We'll know the answer by then. Worry flashed past Li Lanfeng's eyes. But, he still nodded. As for Luo Lang, anything boss said was correct. The thought that analyzing the heart of Imperial was dangerous never crossed his mind. The three of them went back on the same path. When they reached the swamp again, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang were flabbergasted by the scene in front of them. The swamp wasn't a swamp anymore. It had turned into a gigantic dry, reed field. The entire place was covered with and densely populated with reed. The characteristic of a swamp was nowhere to be seen. Plus, these reeds were durable and soft. They were dancing around casually in the wind. The four haughty poisonous creatures were also nowhere to be seen. They wondered if they were dead or Little White had swallowed them into its stomach. Is this Little White's original form? Luo Lang asked in surprise. He suddenly remembered something. I remember now. They are the tentacles at the bottom of the river on planet Juhao. Luo Lang remembered the time when their entire mecha clan was beaten up badly by Little White. In the end, Boss killed it with his beam gun. Did this mean that Boss didn't kill Little White in the past and even brought it back as a pet? Luo Lang's thoughts were all written on his face. It was so easy to guess what he was thinking. Ling Lan nodded. Yes. The one that died before you was his clone. So these are all Little White's clones. Li Lanfeng looked at the soft reeds in front of him. When he recalled their fight in the past, he felt his hair standing on end. He believed that if someone entered this reed pool accidentally, they would die a horrible death. They wouldn't even have any bones left because he could see the tiny slit opening on the stem of the reeds that looked like a clean set of sharp teeth. Those were fatal weapons that could kill people without spilling a drop of blood. Anyone would die if they met them. When Little White saw its master returning, a white round ball flew out of the reed field and jumped into Ling Lan's arms directly. Rawr, master, I took care of those creatures. Pfft, Little White spit out 4 black round balls from its mouth and looked at Ling Lan in anticipation. The black round balls had a sinister domain concept energy to them. Ling Lan felt the energy and understood that these must be the heart of the concept of the 4 poisonous creatures. Their concept energy was messy and not pure. It even gave off a sinister aura that made people uncomfortable. Ling Lan patted Little White's big head and replied, "You can use them. This kind of thing is not suitable for us. All the concepts in this world had their set of rules. Although many animals were able to evolve into powerful creatures, they couldn't be substituted. For instance, if Ling Lan and her comrades wanted to find a shortcut to increase their strength, they could only look for the heart of Imperial from a human to increase their strength. They couldn't use the heart of concept from another species. Anyone that tried to challenge this rule would be injured heavily. Ling Lan wasn't so arrogant to think that she could challenge this rule that had been around for many centuries. Plus, she already had a heart of Imperial. Thus, she didn't care about those from the poisonous creatures. She would rather give them to Little White to increase its strength. It might be able to help her in the future. Little White was elated at Ling Lan's words. Other creatures might have to reconsider before devouring these heart of concept, but for Little White, a bugged character who could swallow anything, even if you gave it a human's heart of Imperial, it would be able to stomach it. Little White quickly gobbled up the 4 black round balls. Then, it jumped onto Ling Lan's shoulder like nothing had happened. It felt as though the 4 black balls were 4 pieces of sweets. Ling Lan shook her head. At first, she wanted to use Little White as reference, but it seemed like she found the wrong creature. Little White, are you not going to retrieve your clones? Luo Lang reminded Little White when he noticed that it was starting to fall asleep in Ling Lan's shoulder without any intention of removing the huge reed field. Little White was unhappy that someone disturbed its beauty sleep. It rolled its eyes at Luo Lang and made a few sounds. Then, it turned its back to Luo Lang and ignored him. Huh? What did it say? Luo Lang looked at Li Lanfeng with tears all over his face. Sob, he couldn't understand Little White's language. Well. Little White says that there's ample nutrients in this swamp so his clones can grow quickly here while protecting the Rainbow Palace. It can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How could he tell Luo Lang what Little White really said? In actual fact, Little White said, "Retrieve my clones." Are you an idiot? That is a stupid question. Li Lanfeng felt mentally exhausted. He had a hard time trying to maintain a good relationship between his comrades. Ling Lan smiled at Li Lanfeng. As a strategist, his intelligence wasn't suited to work in human relations, so it must be hard for him to think of a reasonable excuse for Luo Lang. However, since he seemed like he was capable of it, she would let him handle all of her personal relationships. Plus, Ling Lan was used to using Li Lanfeng too. If Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan thoughts, would he feel helpless or happy? No matter what the answer was, it couldn't be denied that Li Lanfeng was getting more important in Ling Lan's mind. The three of them returned to the hall of the Rainbow Palace. Just as they arrived, the five guardians were slowly waking up. They were astounded when they saw Ling Lan, who was sitting on the ice throne and smiling at them. "Since you agreed to surrender, I have to give you some gifts," Ling Lan said calmly. If that excruciating pain was their gift, they would rather not have it. The five guardians cursed silently in their hearts. However, on the surface, they appeared respectful, not daring to show any signs of discontent. They were afraid that they would get some more of those gifts. "Go back and feel it properly. You will like it." Ling Lan saw through their thoughts immediately. Her profound insight was too powerful. It was impossible for any weaker people to hide their real feelings in front of her. But, Ling Lan didn't mind it. She kept the five guardians because she needed them for manual labor, so in her mind, they just needed to be obedient. If they didn't bow down to her sincerely, it wouldn't affect her. The five guardians' faces started twitching when they heard Ling Lan telling them that they would like this excruciating pain. Did she think that they were masochists? They would never expect that in the future. They would really like this agent, just like what Ling Lan said. They even hoped that they could drink it every day. However, at that time, it would only be given based on their merits, which would cause them to put in all their efforts into completing all the missions Ling Lan assigned them, afraid that if they didn't do well, their merits would be cut and they wouldn't get the gene agent they desired. 1353 Shemale. The sky turned dark, leaving only Lord Gen's Rainbow Palace as the only source of light in this dimly lit area. Since Ling Lan killed Lord Gen secretly and swiftly, the Rainbow Palace hadn't descended into chaos as it continued to operate as per normal. Plus, with the help of the five guardians controlling the situation, everyone in the Rainbow Palace was pacified quickly. Nothing noteworthy happened in the territories controlled by Lord Gen either. Everything seemed peaceful and orderly. Of course, Ling Lan knew that this peace was just temporary. If she didn't gain the approval of the other 12 lords in the end, she would be faced with endless challenges and the unrest among the people below her. Li Lanfeng also followed the five guardians to take care of the matters in the Rainbow Palace. If Ling Lan really became the new Lord Gen, the general manager of the entire Rainbow Palace would definitely be Li Lanfeng. Compared to Luo Lang's brash and reckless attitude, Ling Lan trusted Li Lanfeng's intelligence and meticulousness more. As for Luo Lang, he went back to the 7th bugle call just as a precaution. If the 13 lords didn't accept Ling Lan, they would definitely attack the 7th bugle call and the Rainbow Palace together. Although Little Seven, Tian Fang, and Luo Yang were in the 7th bugle call, their combat abilities didn't ease Ling Lan's worry. With Luo Lang around, Ling Lan would feel more at ease. Of course, this was what she told everyone on the surface. In actual fact, Ling Lan was also planning her route of retreat. If by any chance the 13 lords really decided to cast aside all considerations for a potential war with the Soul Society and attack them, Luo Lang and the crew members would have a higher chance of escaping under the protection of the 7th bugle call. As for Li Lanfeng and her, since they seek to gain, it was necessary for them to risk their life for it. Why did she choose Li Lanfeng to take the risk with her? Thinking up to this point, Ling Lan felt sorry for Li Lanfeng. Luo Lang was her little brother whom she raised personally. She couldn't bear to let him take the risk of dying. As for Li Lanfeng, he was her friend and her soul mate. It seemed natural for him to take the risk with her. This isn't a good. Ling Lan felt guilty. She decided that if they survived this predicament smoothly, she would treat Li Lanfeng better. Ling Lan didn't know that when Li Lanfeng heard her asking Luo Lang to leave while letting him stay behind, he was extremely elated. Then, random thoughts about Ling Lan's intention behind her action began to surface in his mind. If Ling Lan treated him even better, fine, Ling Lan, you are seeking your own death. Ling Lan sat on the ice throne alone as she waited silently for the 12 lords to come and give her their final verdict. This feeling of her life being controlled in the palms of someone else wasn't good. This will be the last time. Ling Lan put her head down as a malicious intent flashed past her eyes. As long as she could persevere through this most difficult checkpoint, she would be able to control her fate entirely. At this moment, many shadowy figures appeared in the hall. They came silently without any notice. Ling Lan placed one hand on her head and looked at them directly. She saw the 5 expected guests barging in her hall and smiled. 5 lords came to visit the Rainbow Palace personally. I feel so honored. Lord Card suddenly rushed in front of Ling Lan until he was an inch away from Ling Lan's face as he smiled cheekily in his clown outfit. Are you the Lan Xiao who pretended to be from the Rainbow Raiders? No, that shouldn't be your real name. How should I address you, little friend? Seeing Lord Card being so close to him, it ticked a nerve of Ling Lan as her force of presence suddenly exploded outwards. Lord Card instantly retreated back to his original position. He continued smiling as he said, "You're really unfriendly." Ling Lan replied calmly, "I don't like it when people come too close to me. As for my name, you can address me as Lord Zhen." The moment she said this, Lord Card's smile froze. The other four lords' faces turned cold. Lord Holy, who was wearing a white gown and had golden hair and blue eyes, sneered. "You're really impolite. Do you really think that we will allow an organization to enter the lawless lands?" Ling Lan gave a small smile. "Then shall we make a bet?" Her fearless and nonchalant attitude froze the expressions on the five lords' faces. This was the first time they saw such an arrogant invader. In the past, everyone who wanted a piece of the lawless lands acted cautiously in front of them as they were afraid that the 13 lords would band together and eradicate them if they provoked the lords. If the 5 lords had a choice, they wanted to attack this arrogant little brat together. However, Ling Lan was fiddling with 2 objects in her other hand. One was the token representing the governor of the 18th district of the Soul Society. The other was the token used by White Monarch from the Rainbow Raiders. These 2 items reminded them that there were very influential organizations supporting this arrogant little fellow. Why did the 13 lords choose to believe Ling Lan's lies? It was because Ling Lan was too strong for her age. Only the extremely elusive Soul Society was able to groom such a rare genius. Only a rare genius was able to convince White Monarch to work with him. Without this crucial factor, they would have killed anyone that had the same 2 items and had spoken the same words as Ling Lan. Did they really think that they were idiots? Would they believe anyone who came with a token and declaring that they were from a certain organization? Lord Zhen noticed the awkward atmosphere. It was hard to continue the conversation, so he tried to mediate the situation. Lord Qian and Lord Kun would like to know, besides the Soul Society and the Rainbow Raiders, who else wants a part of the lawless lands? Ling Lan replied indifferently, "On the front, I belong to the Rainbow Raiders. As for the Soul Society, they are not involved in this." That means the Soul Society is working with the Rainbow Raiders, or the mercenary world, right? Lord Demon, who was dressed quite openly, instantly covered her mouth and laughed sweetly at Ling Lan's words. Her chest jiggled as she laughed. "You can think of it that way." Ling Lan gave a mysterious smile to Lord Demon. "How about this? Little brother, if you're willing to spend a good night with me, I can help you." Lord Demon's eyes lit up when she saw Ling Lan's gaze. She licked her lips and looked at Ling Lan lovingly. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Her smile got a tone brighter. Lord Demon followed her and smiled sweetly at her too, making her look even more enchanting and seductive. Contempt could be seen in the other 4 lords' eyes when they saw this. They seemed to be directing their disgust at Lord Demon and Ling Lan. At this moment, Ling Lan opened her mouth and emphasized every one of her words. "I'm sorry, I don't like a man." Ha ha ha, Lord Card clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. "Shemale, you finally met your match today." "I'm going to die from laughing." The other 3 lords laughed too. This was the first time Lord Demon's real identity got exposed and also the first time she got rejected. In the past, once Lord Demon activated her seduction domain concept, she never failed. Even they almost succumbed to her enticement. The fellow in front of them was young, but his willpower was amazing. Most importantly, he had good eyesight. He didn't get fooled. Go and die. Lord Demon was instantly infuriated when her secret was exposed. She swung her whip at Lord Card. Slap. Lord Card flicked the card out, forcefully directing the whip away from him. The next second, he came beside Ling Lan and shouted in a fearful tone, "What a fierce shemale. Lan Xiao, hurry up and help me." Lord Demon was even more furious when she saw this. She swung both of her hands and 10 whips flew out. Just as they were a distance away from Ling Lan, the tip of the whip suddenly turned into hideous snakeheads. They opened their big mouths and bit towards her. The snakes were about to reach Ling Lan, but she didn't move as she sat on her ice throne. She just raised her eyebrows in response. 1354 She couldn't lose. Bam. 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 The snakes were being whipped back. Even Lord Card was also suddenly attacked. He was forced back to his original position. At that moment, the icy throne Ling Lan sat on had 10 intimidating tentacles flailing around it, creating an indomitable image to the people below. Along the tentacles, there were slit-like openings that had teeth in them. In that moment, the tentacles currently had their slit-like mouths open savagely and it would drool from time to time. As the drool fell onto the floor, it would create a sharp hiss before quickly corroding holes on the ground. What a terrifying sight! The 5 lords got vigilant when they saw the tentacles. Lord Jin stood there frozen like a statue. He had seen Lan Zhao's space domain concept and ice element concept. Now, he was showing a plant-based concept. He was now completely confused. What was his actual domain concept? Or perhaps he had 3 different domains concepts. Lord Jin shook his head to get rid of the ridiculous thought out of his mind. Logic told him that it was impossible. However, what was before his eyes made him doubt himself. What was even happening? He could now only hope that Lord Qian and Lord Kun could give him a logical answer to these series of ridiculous events. Otherwise, he would actually doubt the knowledge he acquired in the past. If that were to happen, it would damage the foundation of his domain concept, which would be really bad for his progress into God Realm. It seems Mr. Lan Xiao has many trumps cards up his sleeve. Lord Can, who hadn't made any remarks, finally said his first few words. A guarded look appeared in his eyes. If they were afraid of the Rainbow Raiders in the beginning, then they were also now somewhat afraid of Ling Lan as well. I wouldn't dare to come and stay in the lawless lands if the Emperor didn't have confidence in me to do so. Ling Lan smiled lightly. While he said that, pride and confidence oozed out of her demeanor. It seemed like Lan Xiao was probably the most prized underling of the Emperor of the Soul Society. Some of them even suspect that Lan Xiao might be the Soul Emperor's son or grandson. Only those who had the full backing of a strong organization would be able to show such a confident expression. The 5 lords all made this judgment in unplanned unison. The reason they came to the Rainbow Palace wasn't because they had made a decision. Instead, they were trying to probe Ling Lan. If Ling Lan's behavior was off by even a little bit, they would determine that taking Ling Lan out wouldn't cause the Soul Society and the Rainbow Raiders to react. If that was the case, the 5 of them would definitely cooperate and kill Ling Lan on the spot. However, Ling Lan's uncanny behavior made her hard to read. The 5 of them looked at each other with suggestive glances. In the end, Lord Jin spoke up. Lan Xiao, as long as the Soul Society keeps its promise by only taking Lord Jin's territory, not cause problems or start wars and open trade routes to the lawless lands, we will not take offense for the previous Lord Jin's death. No problem, Ling Lan said without hesitation. Since she was about to succeed, she wasn't going to back down. When will the shipment of supplies arrive? Lord Holy suddenly asked in a serious tone. The other 4 lords all looked towards Ling Lan, waiting for her response. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She knew that this was one of the tests for the other lords to accept her as one of them. If she was to say that she couldn't supply them supplies, it would reveal that her position in the Soul Society wasn't as high as she behaved. At the same time, it would show them her cooperation with Rainbow Raiders wasn't on the best of terms. Once they believed they could bear the negatives of killing her, the other lords would definitely make a move on her life. When do you want it to arrive? Ling Lan smiled lightly, looking as if she was very confident. 1 month. Lord Can said without hesitation. You are purposely making it hard for me. Ling Lan had a helpless look on her face. Even if I report this to the Emperor now, from preparation to communicating with the mercenary world and shipping it here, it would be impossible without at least 3 months. The lawless lands is too far away from the center of everything. If you depart from the closest nation near the lawless lands, just 1 month should be enough, Lord Can said plainly. You think we're so stupid to expose where the Soul Society is stationed? A look of mockery showed on Ling Lan's face, mocking them for doubting her intelligence. If they actually import supplies from the closest nation near the lawless lands, that territory would instantly become useless. With that intelligence, that nation's government would immediately move out all their forces to wipe out all of the Soul Society influences in their territory. Since we're going to cooperate, you need to show your sincerity. Lord Can's attitude was quite clear. If the Soul Society wanted the lords to accept them, the Soul Society must accept their conditions. If we were to give up a stable territory for an unstable territory, do you think the Soul Emperor will agree to that? Ling Lan half smiled. If you want to cooperate peacefully, don't bring up such unrealistic conditions. The 2 of them met each other's gazes with neither of them wanting to let up. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and it seemed as though a battle was going to ensue. It's just supplies, isn't it? Lan Zhao's words make sense, so we should give him some time. However, the lawless lands is currently in dire need of more supplies, so the faster the better. How about this? We will meet in the middle. How about 2 months? If we see the supplies in 2 months, we won't interfere with the Soul Society doing anything in Lord Zhen's territory. If the supplies don't arrive in 2 months, then sorry, we will take back Lord Zhen's territory and ask the Soul Society to find somewhere else to settle, Lord Zhen spoke up. He had a determined look on his face with the meaning that the terms were not for discussion. Is that a promise? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes, it's a promise and condition from us, Lord Zhen said without hesitation. Ling Lan's eyes brightened, and after a few seconds, she responded, all right, I will notify the Emperor. All right, we await your good news. After saying those words, the 5 lords disappeared from sight. After waiting quietly for a while, Ling Lan confirmed that the lords had left. Then, she said plainly, come out. A silhouette appeared in the main hall of the palace. His expression was somber while his eyes had a look of worry that he couldn't hide. At the same time, the dancing tentacles suddenly disappeared. Then, a little white ball jumped out of thin air. It was Little White. Those tentacles were created by Little White. Its tentacles seemed to have evolved because it had devoured the cores of the 4 poisonous insects. 2 months. Where are we going to get them those supplies? Li Lanfeng steeled himself and forced the low-spirited feeling he had into the back of his mind as he spoke out the biggest problem they had at hand. Ling Lan closed her eyes with an exhausted expression. Although she only spoke with the 5 lords for a short amount of time, every sentence and expression was still the results from her careful consideration and practice. Maintaining such a high state of concentration, it was really taxing to her mind. Looking at the tired Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng felt heartbroken. He walked behind Ling Lan and slowly caressed the side of her head, hoping it would help her feel a little better. We'll let Tian Fang, Luo Lang and the others go back once to find Qi Long to deal with it. With a steeled expression, Ling Lan forced those words out of her mouth, even though it made her feel useless. Will there be enough time? A back-and-forth trip, in addition to the time spent on gathering supplies, was already difficult in 3 months, not to mention how the 13 lords only gave them 2 months to work with. Ling Lan clenched her fists until her nails dug into the palms of her hands. She really didn't want to drag too many people into this. However, now it seemed that couldn't be avoided. If Luo Chao fuses with Jelan, it can be done. In the end, she still dragged in her 2 little sisters. However, she was already at this step. She couldn't just lose like this. 1355 risk. Also, go and find Xia Qingyi. Ask him to prepare a portion of the supplies we need. Li Lanfeng sounded frustrated. Are you preparing to gamble everything on the lawless lands? There are too few people I can use. No matter who's available, as long as they can be used, I'll use them, Ling Lan replied. Can Xia Qingyi be trusted? Li Lanfeng asked earnestly. He has to listen to me until I die, Ling Lan replied decisively. Although Ling Lan wasn't able to contact the learning space and Little Blossom, she still decided to meet Xia Qingyi. It was because with the help of her profound insight, she knew that Little Blossom's clone was still inside his brain. It wasn't affected by Little Blossom's disappearance. Little Blossom ordered his clone to hibernate, so even without Little Blossom's presence, the order remained as it was. Luckily, only Ling Lan knew about Little Blossom. As for Xia Qingyi, he thought that placing Little Blossom was one of Ling Lan's abilities, so for his safety, he would never betray her as long as she was alive. I understand. Since Ling Lan had spoken, Li Lanfeng knew what he had to do. Almost immediately, Li Lanfeng left the Rainbow Palace. He went back to the 7th bugle call and relayed Ling Lan's new order. The 7th bugle call immediately unloaded all of its goods. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei took care of the safety of the supplies. The 13 lords weren't able to confirm Ling Lan's background, so they suppressed the news that Lord Zhen had already died. Thus, the other factions in the lawless lands didn't know that Lord Zhen's identity had changed. At the same time, Ling Lan went down to the swamp below the Rainbow Palace, which had already turned into a reed field. Little White, protect me. Ling Lan spoke to Little White, which was on her shoulder. Little White nodded its entire body obediently. The next second, it jumped down from Ling Lan's shoulder and entered the reed field before disappearing without a trace. Ling Lan took a step forward and arrived at the center of the reed field. Suddenly, the reeds parted away, revealing a deep hole around 10 meters in diameter. Ling Lan slowly entered the hole and the hole slowly closed behind her. It turned into a swamp again. New reeds started forming on top of the hold. Finally, it turned back into an inconspicuous reed field. No evidence of the hole was left behind. It was as though nothing ever changed. Actually, after Ling Lan found the Heart of Imperial, she had tried to swallow it. She wanted to use the power from the Heart of Imperial to open the doors of the learning space and make contact with Little Four. Ling Lan felt that there was no reaction from the learning space because her domain concept wasn't powerful enough to open the doors. Now, with the Heart of Imperial, she saw a ray of hope. Since there was hope, Ling Lan didn't want to continue waiting. There was a huge risk but she didn't care about it anymore. Ling Lan wasn't making this decision because she was impulsive. She just didn't have the time to do things safely. She had already met 6 of the 13 lords of the lawless lands. In order to kill one Lord Gen, she already needed to borrow Little White's strength. If she relied on her own strength, she would still be able to kill her opponent but she would get seriously injured in return. In reality, one lord was already on par with her. So what if she had the advantage of the unknown? She didn't just have one enemy. She had a bunch of enemies. If 2 or 3 of them attacked her together, she would be in trouble. The 13 lords were aggressive in their approach too. They only gave her 2 months to do something that normally could only be done in 3 months. This was all because she wasn't strong enough. Ling Lan hated the feeling of helplessness. Hence, she needed to become stronger so that she could protect those people that followed her and ensure their survival. Luckily, it wasn't impossible to become stronger in 2 months, especially when she had the Heart of Imperial. Since there was a possibility of success, Ling Lan wouldn't give up. Anyway, she was already dancing with Hades. She didn't mind doing another dance with him. Returning to the darkness again made her feel like she was going back into a womb like she did in the past. At that time, she was cultivating in her mother's womb. She didn't know how long she spent inside but when she woke up, her mother was already giving birth. She didn't know what was happening so she almost caused a difficult labor to her mother. Fortunately, Little Four reminded her so she was able to avoid a disaster. Thinking back about it, Ling Lan felt sad. She was all alone again. She didn't have her mother doting her. She also didn't have the accompaniment of Little Four. Her mind and heart felt empty. Ling Lan suddenly smiled. Why was she feeling sad? If she was able to stand at the peak, she could get everything back. Her mother, her younger brother, all of them would return to her. None of them would be left out. Ling Lan's gaze was firm. She slowly closed her eyes. The Heart of Imperial in her arms slowly floated out of her grasp. As it was floating in front of her, she used her spiritual power to bind the Heart of Imperial and started extracting the concept energy inside. The Heart of Imperial's physical appearance was small but in actual fact, it was the culmination of all the concept energy an Imperial realm formidable warrior gathered in his entire life. There was almost an endless supply of energy inside. However, to absorb the energy, the concept energy had to be converted to one's own. Ling Lan was very careful when doing this step. She would control the amount of energy she extracted each time, afraid that something would happen, causing her to injure herself. This wasn't the only thing she was careful about. She also brought the last 32nd generation Manhwa agent with her. All in all, Ling Lan wasn't a reckless and impulsive person. It was just that the current situation forced her to take a risk, but all the decisions she made were done after serious considerations. Ample preparations were already made beforehand. Ling Lan's spiritual power and the cultivation techniques of the Divine Command sect were like cheat codes in a game. For normal humans, their energy came from their bodies. For instance, the absorption of the Heart of Imperial was done by the body. Then, the person would have to change the concept energy he sucked into his own domain concept. There would be serious damage done to the body using this method because of the collision of the concept energies in the body. That was why Lord Gen didn't dare to absorb the Heart of Imperial. It was very easy to get injured by the energy core of an Imperial realm formidable warrior. That was why he placed it below the Rainbow Palace and used the poisonous creatures as the transferring medium before sucking the energy. With this method, some of the concept energy would be wasted and the effects were slower but it was overall safer. However, to Ling Lan, getting a little injured wasn't a problem. She was able to activate her spiritual power and use the techniques of the Divine Command sect to extract the energy of the Heart of Imperial outside her body. Then, she would use her spiritual power again to fuse and change the concept energy, pulling out any foreign elements that would harm her. After that, she would absorb the energy into her body. With the cheat-like techniques, she evaded the step that everyone was most afraid of. It had to be said that Ling Lan's golden finger was really amazing. 1356 Dawn, T want to die. The energy from the heart of Imperial entered Ling Lan's body continuously. Ling Lan could feel the concept in her body getting thicker and thicker. Even with such obvious signs, she remained patient and started congregating and compressing the concept energy. She had asked her master, Mu Shuiqing, how to advance to God realm in the past. He told her that she must compress her concept until she couldn't compress it anymore. When the concept in her body reached a point where it couldn't hold anymore, this was the time to break through to the God realm. Ling Lan didn't know how far away she was from the step her master mentioned. After all, she just entered the Imperial realm not long ago and had just begun compressing her concept. She just hoped that the heart of Imperial would allow her to achieve half-step into God realm. That way, she would have the confidence to fight with the 13 lords. During this period of time, she had been analyzing her profound insight. Number 1 told her that profound insight was the most powerful innate talent in the universe. Ling Lan had always thought that its strength could only be utilized in mecha piloting. Now, she finally understood what Number 1 really meant. The power of profound insight she was able to control was heaven-defying enough. If she could completely grasp profound insight, the space domain that everyone was fearful of was not even worth mentioning. This was the reason why Ling Lan had the confidence to fight with 2 most powerful lords out of the 13 lords, Lord Kun and Lord Qian. The concept in Ling Lan's body being compressed stably. Just like that, she continued repeating the same procedure over and over again. Ling Lan didn't know how many days had passed or how long she had cultivated. She always thought that she would only end her cultivation when the energy in the heart of Imperial was finished or someone disturbed her. But, unexpectedly, the heart of Imperial, which had been giving off energy steadily, suddenly exploded. She was caught off her guard. Every Imperial realm formidable warrior had a motive for creating their heart of Imperial before they died. Some wanted to give their descendants a shortcut to grow stronger while others had some hidden secrets. If it was the former, there was nothing wrong with using it as long as you were careful enough. The latter was worse as it was impossible to guard against it. It seemed like Ling Lan's luck was bad. This heart of Imperial wasn't the former. It was the latter. Also, it was the most irritating kind, the kind of heart of Imperial that had revenge in mind. Normally, this kind of heart of Imperial would give off some dark aura. Yet, this heart of Imperial, whether it was from the appearance or its aura, didn't give off any kind of weird feeling. That was why Ling Lan neglected this point. We could only say that some things were not written entirely in books. The heart of Imperial was already very rare. Even if the military had done some research on it, they wouldn't be able to completely understand it. There would definitely be some omissions of details and information they couldn't find out. As luck would have it, Ling Lan chose to believe the research and compared the heart of Imperial with it. She thought that the heart of Imperial was the first kind, so she used it boldly. If she knew that it was the second kind, fine, Ling Lan would still use it. However, she would be more careful and remain vigilant. However, it was too late now. The energy of the heart of Imperial escaped the control of her spiritual power and started entering Ling Lan's body furiously. Ling Lan's body couldn't handle the impact of such huge concept energy. Blood spurted out of her mouth. Different concept energy started tearing her body apart. A vicious look flashed past her eyes. Double limit release. The snowflake symbol appeared on her forehead. Then, it turned black as it swiftly spreaded through her entire forehead. She looked devilish. At the same time, her hair grew longer and turned silver instantly. Suppress it. The double Imperial realm domain concept suppressed the messy and violent concept energy in her body simultaneously. At the same time, Ling Lan repeatedly compressed the violent concept energy. She had no time to care about the different concept energies anymore. She knew that this would cause implications to her advancements of physical skills in the future, but now, she just wanted to stay alive. Hence, she completely disregarded the risk involved in doing so. The two energies collided and got suppressed in her body, increasing the damage caused to her body. Ling Lan quickly downed a bottle of the second-generation Manhwa agent. The Manhwa agent quickly nourished Ling Lan's body.